Symposium at FGV. We have had a lot of productive discussions yesterday and about the evaluation. We had policies in the health area. We had a discussion with the specialized care secretary. In the afternoon, we're going to have a discussion with the secretary of the Ministry of Planning. And then we finish in the afternoon with the award for the 2024 research highlights and awards. Now, we're going to start talking about international cooperation. Today, research is developed with a base on networks of researchers that are formed in Brazil and abroad. The problems and challenges are global. And that's why we also have to attempt to solve these problems, and the researchers that are giving subsidies to create public policies are also based in global issues. And to start today with the opening lecture, I'd like to invite Eugenio Vargas Garcia, the Minister and Director of the Department of Science, Technology, and Intellectual Property of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil. Thank you. Minister, the floor is yours.
Bom dia.
Good morning.
Obrigado a todos.
Thank you, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. Thank you to the Getulio Vargas Foundation for the invitation. As it was mentioned, I'm a director of the DCT, the Foreign Relations Ministry. I've been in this job for only 3 months, and today I wanted to talk about diplomacy of innovation and international cooperation. Since we're in a research and innovation symposium, does anybody know what PVI is? Matthias Spectrum cannot answer this question. He's one of our best analysts, so he cannot answer. But excluding him, does anybody know what is PDI? Do you know? It's not the institutional development plan of the Ministry of Education. No, it's the program of innovation diplomacy, and we have a problem to solve, which is the communication issue of what's being done, that a lot of times is being done, but it's not known, and shows a problem when reaching the objectives of the problem itself. So the innovation diplomacy, you might have a clearer notion, because we're going to discuss this today, of what we have been doing in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, trying to see if we can increase the level of cooperation between institutions, including FGV itself. So when I was in San Francisco, I was there for 3 years before coming here back to Brasilia. People asked me, what are the lessons learned there? I apologize. Because we're talking about a global innovation center, right? Perhaps one of the largest global technological centers till this day. Because as you know, California has a huge economic weight as the largest economy in the state of the United States, the highest population, the highest income per capita, highest number of billionaires, all venture capital concentrated there. So there's a lot. And obviously Silicon Valley, which is right next door, in about an hour, you can drive there. You can get to San Francisco, you can see the San Francisco Bay, you go down, and you find the technological companies, very, very famous ones, like the big techs that we always mention and associate with the Silicon Valley. Even though Microsoft and Amazon are not there, they are in Seattle, There we have Meta, Apple, Google, NVIDIA, and so many others. But, the Silicon Valley is not just that. We sometimes use their products. We know these brands, and so they're among the most valuable brands in the world and the most powerful companies in the world. The Brazilian consulate is difficult to follow up and be present. We cannot ignore the weight that we have seen daily, how important this is.
Just monitoring very closely. So the Silicon Valley itself, that's what I wanted to talk about. It's an ecosystem that deals with not only big techs, but also startups. And you have an integrated group of actors that create this culture and this mentality of the Silicon Valley. Even the part of integration between universities and companies, and we know that's important. The Silicon Valley is born in the Stanford University. It's in the middle of everything. So this connection between research done in university with the market, it's a very strong characteristic in the Silicon Valley. And this availability of capital, especially venture capital, which the Silicon Valley is very well known for. So here are some of the examples of these two ecosystems that are always communicating. The big techs that, previously there were startups, many of them started inside garages, and some of these garages still visited nowadays as a tourist point. And you have this integrated ecosystem of services, consultancy, accelerators, incubators, as you can see here on the slides. And the importance of this networking that allows many times for you to create situations where you're developing a research project, then you'll meet someone who is acting in a field that works with the same topic, and then you can work together. This happens a lot, in fact. And this, in some way, it's a model that the tech parks have tried to replicate, putting all these actors in the same space and allowing first startups to have good beginnings and then become successful in their business plans. In here, and startup ecosystem index, it's relatively recent, starting in 2023, putting San Francisco as #1 when it comes to startup ecosystem cities, more numerous, more efficient, and still, because we can see this as one situation or something that's mystical about the Silicon Valley. We have to be very realistic, because there are many problems, even companies that left that space because of the high cost in California, even problems of San Francisco, such as homeless people, which harms the image of the city. So we have a social problem downtown San Francisco, and people become very shocked when they go over there with these issues. You can see, for example, São Paulo. São Paulo is, you can see, number 17. It's the first city that shows up. And the lesson I took home from all of this and this experience, I wanted to bring this to you here, is that we have to look for solutions that are specific to our situations here in Brazil. When we think about São Paulo, we think about a great economic technological policy. And I don't want to create a competition between São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, but half of the startups, like around 50%, they are all in São Paulo. And the question is it interesting to concentrate so many startups in only one city? And I thought, well, the Silicon Valley model is for concentration, but we haven't seen a movement of startups and big techs moving away from Silicon Valley. Some of them moved to other places where they can spend less cost with manufacturing. Even the fact, for example, where they're trying to create manufacturing industry in other countries in the way of decreasing this cost. So when you think about the Brazilian reality, it would be more interesting having an ecosystem that's a little bit more spread out around the country. So we have, for example, Recife, Technological Port, we have in Bahia, Rio Grande do Sul also, and many other places we see have a flourishing of this. And if you adopt this model of the Silicon Valley and compare to China, for example, continental China, there are some clusters of innovation over there, but relatively they're much more spread out when compared to the US. And maybe this Chinese model, I don't know if you can call it a model, but this characteristic, no, it might be a question I'm bringing. Would it be more interesting in Brazil for us to have very good system in the northern part, in the south of the country, and other places that are not focused in the southeast? And talking about research, have you heard about Chengdu? You can raise your hands if you have, if you know the Chinese city of Chengdu. And the second question is, for those of you who already knew about them, do you know that Brazil created a general council in Chengdu? No? This is very grave because we are here in a very selected environment with researchers and professors and students who are worried about innovation and research. And Chengdu is a city of 20 million people. It's a techno-economical college, one of the biggest in China. And in Brazil, in the case of Itamaraty, opened a general council over there. It's called Innovation Diplomacy, and that's what I'm going to talk about today here with you. We have to think about our own solutions with our own point of view here in Brazil. Over there in San Francisco, I keep going back to that because it was a very strong experience, and it brought me some lessons, as I mentioned before. So tech diplomacy, it was created over there when Denmark planted the first tech diplomat in 2007. So the goal was to create a dialogue with the companies, especially the digital companies, of course, on platforms as well, and social media, but with all this thematic about democracy, human rights, because it was an European country, and after that, many other European countries had the same initiative of sending ambassadors to stay in San Francisco or Silicon Valley. And another very specific worry when talking about more ample international issues, when talking about diplomacy, we know how the international environment it is right now. There's a big rivalry, very strong rivalry between the most important, biggest countries in the world. So there's a very big tension in the order of technology in the world, risk of fragmentations. So this here are tectonic plates. Then don't think about that as an objective reading of what it is, the political reality, just to try to be a little dramatic, because there is this risk of fragmentation. So if you look at the acronym PDI, Innovation Diplomacy Program, which was created in 2017. And now you can make this connection. When tech diplomacy begins, Brazil was starting to do something else, which isn't tech diplomacy, but it's an innovation diplomacy. And what is that? It can be a reading done by Brazil of what is tech diplomacy, because what are we worried about exactly? We are worried about the competition for supremacy of the tech understanding in the world, but we are worried about solving our problems such as social inequality, and all the things that we lack as a country in development. We're not ready for this. Right on the contrary, we need to do many things to improve. Our priority has to be answering to the worries of our society. So in order for us to have a diplomacy that dialogues with all these issues, and this has to be a reflection of that, we have to dialogue this spirit in mind. I'm not going to talk here about the industrial revolutions. I might if it was another type of lecture. We'll try to remind of how we got to the point where we are after these four industrial revolutions. Now we're in the digital era. It's good to remember because sometimes we forget about that. And we live in a cyberspace most of our times, even hours of our days in the cyberspace. So this exact moment, many people aren't here in person with us. They're physically, but maybe more in the cyberspace. Oh, they think, oh, I'm on my computer, they stop listening, and they go answer an email, maybe looking at news on the internet. So you're here physically, your body is, but you are in a cyberspace. So we spend hours and hours in the cyberspace. So it's a characteristic of our modern society. We're not in the 19th century anymore. Our priorities are different now, and we have to reflect that on how we act and our diplomatic actions. I'm not going to insist a lot on digital transformation because this is, in fact, something that's already been talked about and it's not news to anyone. And maybe if it was a different audience, I would get into more into that. But I try to highlight here what some would call the twin transitions. So energy transition and digital transition. So they are part of the entanglement of infrastructure that are changing. So you have the binomial sustainability and technology. One cannot walk without the other, because in order for us to be more sustainable, what is the path? We have to utilize this technology and innovation in order to be more efficient energetically, and technology has to be a part of the solution. You can't harm the environment, which was the case, for example, in our energy consumption of data centers, for example. They use up a lot of water and energy and then end up they create more greenhouse gases. So this is a thing that's going to become very evident in COP30 next year. When we talked about diplomacy and innovation, let's leave PDI a little bit behind. Let's leave this idea behind. Let's talk about only innovation diplomacy, because I think this deals more with the challenge, not only as a concept, but also in practice. And in the end, you're trying to put science innovation as a priority for foreign policies. And this has to service the development as it has always been historically. So the historians will know better than I that development has always been a key word in the ideas of Brazil's foreign policies, because it's clear that this is the main goal, to look development in many ways. So developmental and technological. So of course, we are a public sector, we are a ministry, it's a public federal organ, no one can innovate by themselves. We have to work together with the private sector, with the companies, with civil society, with academia, with Foundation Getulio Vargas. And we are actually, in fact, organizing in January an international seminar that has to do with what I talked about just now, a seminar about climate change and artificial intelligence. It's a very new current topic, and I'd like to invite the direction of FGV to talk about this, because we'd like to have the foundation as our partners in this initiative, because it's an initiative that's very pioneer in what we're talking. It's a very current topic. And sustainable AI, how can we do that? We'll talk about that. So the environment and impact of new technologies, and FGV has to be with us in that. So the Ministry of Foreign Relations in Brasilia, I don't know if you guys have had the chance, some of you know Brasilia if you've gone to the palace here. But my department, just so you have an idea of its structure, I don't want it to be too bureaucratic, but just to situate you on the situation. It's the Department of Science, Technology, Innovation, Intellectual Property, which is known as DCT. And then we have two subdivisions, which is the Division of Science, Technology, Innovation, which does innovation diplomacy since 2017, at least. So the Division of Digital Themes that has this very broad understanding of things that some I have already touched upon, and it has to deal with tech diplomacy. And we want to put a Brazilian spin into this. That's why we call it innovation diplomacy, and the Division of Intellectual Property. And we have many branches all over the world, and it's a differential of Itamaraty. This number can vary a little, can be 218, maybe you close an embassy, you open another. So it's a number that's always changing. But basically, it's over 200 posts all over the world between embassy, consuls, regional offices. And for example, in an embassy, you can have many divisions within that. You have the political division, you have the economical division, you have the cultural division. You have to think about Brazilian culture. We have the council division, we have the administrative division, to me, is one of the most important because someone has to pay for the bills. You have the administration that when something goes wrong, you always go to the administration, for example, to talk about personal matters. And we always have the promotion sector, which is called SECOM, which is very traditional, and it appeared in the 70s, in the 20s. So Paulo Tasso, who was the first director of SECOM, of Itamaraty DPR.
With focus on the promotion of exports and bringing in investments. Obviously, this is still an important part of our work at SECOM. And we also have SECTEC. It's another abbreviation that we're going to try to abandon, because when I talk about SECTEC, unless they're really, really deep into the topic and they're familiar with even diplomats that know what SECTEC means, but initially people don't really recognize this as a broader context. For example, you have an exclusive sector with research and innovation and technology, of course. That's the mission of the SECTEC. Not only the diplomacy of innovation, but also having the intelligence. One of the great products of SECTEC is that we don't have everywhere, because it sometimes doesn't justify, because the country doesn't have enough technological intensity for a specific cooperation. So a SECTEC is only opened when you have a perspective of cooperation or business deals. And we have 65 SECTECs today. We're very present in Latin America, Europe, North America, but we need to amplify more to Asia, Middle East, and Africa to have a more global reach. But there is a capillarity to it. And there is a product from the SECTECs, which is the mapping of environments that promote innovation abroad. If you knew the mapping series that we produce through its foreign posts. I don't know, because we don't see any raise your hands, but the hands are not being raised. So please download now using the QR code on the screen. For people who are watching on YouTube, perhaps they can also access and print the screen so that we can access this link. It's going to take you directly to the website gov.br, where you can see all the mappings that have been done from all countries where there were mapping efforts. Some of them are up to date and others are still being updated, but you can see there a lot of information in Portuguese, totally free. And this is a public service that the Foreign Affairs Ministry is bringing to society. We know that many players in the national system of science, technology, and innovation use these mappings when they have a visit in the Eastern Europe or Asia, or they try to access the mapping, for example, in Bangkok. I'm going to South Korea. Do we have a mapping there? Yes, we do. So you're going to have all the structure and everything that is there in terms of innovation and the institutions that participate. This, I understand, is very useful. So, we need to indeed move forward with that. And when we talk about the diplomacy and innovation, people directly should understand and support this effort, because we need your support. We want to do something, but always in a strict coordination with the players that are going to use this effort. We're trying to promote the image that Brazil is an innovative country. We need to talk about these things, of the silos, of the fourth generation national lab. We have only two others. The CT&I, which is the Center of Materials and Energy. This is the pride of Brazilian science, right? It's in Campinas. But if you walk on the Botafogo beach, you will do the last research. This is the last DNO series. I think 99% will say no, because they don't know that this structure of mega science exists in Campinas, and it's one of the best in the world. We need to publicize that. And also internationally, people need to know about this. There are a lot of stereotypes with Brazilian cultures, and you can relativize this when you show that we do science. We have startups, we have technology, top-end technology, unicorns, like it was mentioned here in the first day. Very expressive in very expressive numbers. These are several simultaneous actions that I mentioned. The mapping, we also have the diaspora mobilization. You have researchers that are looking abroad, and this can contribute. The CNPq has the Conhecimento Brasil program to fixate talents here in Brazil, because a lot of the times people travel, move abroad, they're working in foreign universities, but they can come back and they want to come back and they want to contribute. So this CNPq program tries to bring back the expats, so the reverse diaspora, so that they can continue to work here, having the support to the Brazilians that are abroad, that have great technical capacity. They are scientists, they're great people. Even in the educational field, in the panels that we've been mentioning, there is a presence by our Foreign Affairs Ministry, because the MOUs that we have between governments or between institutions, for example, a national science computing lab, I'm not going to ask you the question, which is the Santos Dumont supercomputer, is here in Petrópolis, not far away from here, an hour and a half, depending on traffic. But that's where I intend to go next week. The Santos Dumont supercomputer, the National Lab of Science and Technology and Computing Science, already has an MOU with a Barcelona institution where there is another supercomputer, which is Mare Nostrum 5, is one of the largest in Europe, very impactful. This is supercomputer in Barcelona, and there is a cooperation of scientists exchanging information and sending scientists there, bringing them here. And this also has capacity building efforts that we are investing in and supporting, so for sure. I think it's clear that the work that we've been doing, because when I talk about the innovation diplomacy, we're talking about 1.4 million reais. Is it very little? Yes. If you think that this is going to be turned to dollar, this is going to be distributed among 65 techs. How much are you going to have in dollars for each activity? Very little, right? But you can organize seminars, events, a myriad of activities in order to reach these objectives. And the main objectives is to rise the level of Brazil in the innovation ranking. In the several metrics that exist, Brazil is still way below. We're number 49 in the global ranking in 2023. The only cluster that was mentioned was São Paulo in the 72nd spot. We perhaps have gone down in position. There's a lot of work. It's not compatible with the size of the economy, one of the 10 largest in the world, but the capacity of innovation is around the 50th in the list, so it's not. And there is a discrepancy in between scientific production and innovation, because Brazil is 14th in terms of scientific articles, like the ones that were mentioned yesterday that have received awards, actually. You know, we do great quality research, but this is not becoming higher level of innovation in these international lists. So we're going to try to work in that direction. I know that I don't have a lot of time, but I didn't want to go out without mentioning G20. It just happened here in Rio de Janeiro. I know that the logistics were a little tough, but you know, it was a very successful declaration of the leaders at the G20 summit, with reaching a consensus. But if you can look in two work groups, the first one would be digital economy. There was a ministry meeting in Maceió in September with a statement that was adopted with 4 priorities defined by the Brazilian presidency. public digital infrastructure, connectiveness, AI, and the integrity of information. Or misinformation, which is one of the first things that was, for the first time, brought to the G20 by the Brazilian presidency. And we had a very important discussion about climate change and disinformation. So these are several different topics into one, so you can take a look at the statement that was made in Maceió. And the second one is the working group of research and innovation, which is exactly what we're doing here, a symposium of research and innovation. That's where you have the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation in Manaus. There was also an approved statement about international cooperation for the SDGs in the 2030 agenda of the UN, always focusing on open innovation to reduce inequalities for more social inclusion. That's the Brazilian vision being taken to the G20, which is to prioritize topics that are more important for developing countries like Brazil. So you're telling the Global South that we are in the same situation. Even though Brazil has a lot of researchers saying that it's the most important in Latin America innovation centers, you can still cannot only compare regions. You need to compare what puts it together, what brings us together in terms of concerns and challenges and what needs to be done, because we can also help other countries in our region and in other continents like Africa and etc. All of this is a part of a Brazilian perspective. We're going to have the presidency of the BRICS in COP30 in Belém in 2025, which will demand a lot of effort. But it would be a topic for a different occasion. So just to close now, because we have a panelist about to start, let me just bring one example out of all of this with regards to our concerns to the future, AI. I don't really need to go deeper into the importance of the AI technology that will transform several sectors and permeate our life. And in 10 years, we're going to be using AI naturally, like it's happening today, but in a lower scale. We're going to use AI tools almost instinctively because they will be incorporated into the products and services that we're going to use daily. And here we have discussed the Brazilian AI plan, which has the 23 billion reais allocated for 4 years. We already had a national AI strategy adopted in 2021, but it didn't have really any allocation of resources. It was more principle-based and with directions. But now, with this plan that's really, really good, we have a perspective to allocate resources and specific goals, some of quick impact and others are more structuring goals. I'm not going to go deeper into this. You can see the Santos Dumont supercomputer. You can visit that if you don't know. If you want to go with me next week, you're invited. And just a few brushes. I'm not going to read the slides, but for you who are online, you will be able to be with us, reflecting a little bit about the importance that we have with the Brazilian perspective. AI, but with the priorities of developing countries, because it has to be used for reducing inequalities. It cannot increase exclusion. It has to reduce inequality. And this vision comes with the international governance discussions. No, it's absent. It's not so much now anymore because the UN has started to discuss the global digital impact, incorporating these concepts. And the developing countries were the ones that brought this to the discussion. It was not the North, the global North, the leaders in technology. All topics are important. Ethics, responsibility, all of this, human rights, everything is important. But there are things that we kind of feel more intensely. So we have to bring these, because if we don't, other people will direct the future, and we don't want that. So these are just a few reflections of the importance of international cooperation, because we mentioned this yesterday about the digital sovereignty, right? This is an important topic because we're talking about digital sovereignty not about sort of this autarkic model that will produce 100% in Brazil. It's going to be closed model. We're going to sort of be autonomous like that in a shell, right? No, we're always working in international cooperations, but we have control. And when we talk about data centers, that's what it is. It's a lot of the times you can acquire a piece of equipment from a foreign company, but the data is controlled by you. That's the idea of the sovereign cloud, right? Where Serpro in Brasilia has complete control over the data. Your data are safeguarded. The personal data, the sensitive data is no longer accessible to all. This is what we call data sovereignty. It's important to bring this reflection about AI because it's one of the most important topics that we're going to have to discuss in the next few years, maybe even decades. And these concerns, I think, are part of our daily lives. And we will have to work with that and discuss them in international fora. It's important to have these professors, scientists, all engaged in the discussion, that we can continue to talk and be important players globally in these processes and not just spectators seeing other people making decisions and just consuming technology.
We can produce, if not 100%, as I said, but we need to advance in the knowledge frontier. And the last example I'll give here of innovation diplomacy and in practice is what we had in San Francisco. A lot of good people, and we had the Brazilian diaspora and people working with AI. And then let's do a meeting with these people. 10 people went, and I said, well, only 10 people, or there are only 10 Brazilians here. And then we did a meeting in person with Divulged, and 50 people showed up. Okay, let's create a group. Let's call it Brazilians AI. We even have a website. You can take a look. Now, this group has 400 people after a year. It's not that they were not there. They were just invisible. And then someone tells me, well, there are so many people that I met now that I didn't know before. They were working this company, someone else do something else. Now they're even trying to meet to play soccer. And you can see Brazilian communities, the diaspora, that these people weren't connected. So we went over there, and with the support of other institutions, even Digital AI, which is Association of AI in São Paulo, and now we have a coordinated group with 400 people, and this goes to show that we can mobilize this diaspora, and this has been very beneficial. And with that, my conclusion here, we have to accelerate and deepen this innovation diplomacy, because in this binomial sustainability and technology, because this has to be in favor of the environment. We have to use this technology above all else, including also AI, but it has to be based on our socio-economical principles. We aren't living in an agro society of the 19th century, which the only product was sugar or coffee. We have gone through the industrial economy by itself. Now we're in a digital era with another different characteristics. We have to reflect this in our actions. So if we lived in the rural areas in the 19th century, the Brazilian population was predominantly rural. Now in the 20th century, we live in an urban society. So there was a change. This took decades for this to change. And now life doesn't happen. Rural areas, and not only urban areas, they happen in both areas, and also the cyberspace, where people are in the cyberspace. Maybe they're listening to us, maybe they aren't, but it goes to show what I'm talking about. Maybe you're in the city, you have a house in the countryside, maybe someone from your family that lives in a rural area, but these people all live in a cyberspace. And we have to reflect this in our actions, including our innovation diplomacy. Thank you.
Acho que nós vamos ter o painel agora. De
Well,
repente,
I think we have a panel here.
Não, estou à disposição.
Oh, okay. I'm making myself available. If any of you have questions, my email is up here as well. And naturally, we can continue talking. I just don't want to delay the panel, which will be very important. Well, this panel will be left for the next panel. My name is Rubens Fencin. I'm an economist. And I think that we need, every time when you talk about innovation, we need to differentiate with some emphasis technological innovation in the field of technology, engineering, and many others in the field of medicine and social sciences. The field of social sciences is very specific when we talk about innovation. The foundation was built upon three innovations. The national budget was a great innovation. Brazil didn't have that before. So payment and understanding, Brazil didn't have that before. And in 64, the monetary statistics. And now we have innovations in economy, for example, how we classify dynamically things such as platforms such as Uber and all that, PIX, which is an innovation for payment, with index that EB release is an innovation. They have a different characteristics because it's something that don't generate patents. It's stuff that doesn't need a very elevated amount of capital, and there will be reinforcement for those institutions that create them, especially through the creation of reputation, not through creation of patents. And I think that in our discussion, I thought this panel was very interesting because it shows the efforts Itamaraty has put into this topic, which is crucial for development. I think it will be interesting in the next panels if we try to observe from the perspective of those who are in the social sciences, what are the peculiarities of what we're talking about? What are the peculiarities of what we're trying to research and what we talk about in the seminars? Because our contribution will be given through this way. And the schools of our foundations here, they are machines of innovation, but they are machines of innovation that are much different from our colleagues that are creating platforms in San Francisco, for example. They are scientific works that create new approaches, econometrics approaches, new methods for administration and law and communication, for example. But they have a different cycle. It's a cycle of reputation to obtain these resources. And it's just an observation maybe for this panel and also for the others. Thank you. No, I completely agree. Thank you. Well, let's take advantage of the challenge posed here by Rubens to continue this discussion in our next panel. I'd like to invite here the moderator for our next panel, who is Edson Kondo. Please, Kondo.
Ministro, o senhor continua no palco.
Minister, you please stay up, continue here on the stage. You're not going to escape from the debate like that. And I yield the floor to you whenever you call up the next speakers and debaters. Okay?
Bem, bom dia.
Good morning, everyone here present. Minister Garcia, thank you very much for your very interesting lecture. And I'd like to invite up here to the stage Sir Dallis Mota Nunes.
Nina Sartori Montecrossi.
Nina Sartori Montecrossi.
Cristina Peters.
Cristina Peters. And the other three people who...
elas já estão ali.
Okay, they're already there on the screen. Okay. So, Georgina Fitzgibbon.
Poderia levantar a mão?
Could you raise your hand, please?
John Caran.
John Caran.
And Florentina.
And Florentina Mulage.
I'm not sure, but I think we are supposed to do in English or in Portuguese. Tá. Ah, tá bom. E aqui todo mundo fala português?
And here everybody speaks Portuguese? Oh, okay. Okay, very well.
Perfeito. Então,
Perfect.
vamos fazer em português.
So let's do all this in Portuguese.
Descomplica, né?
That'll be less complicated.
Eu já dando sequência aqui.
Already? No, just let's continue
10 minutos.
our work here. We have 10 minutes
Painelista.
for each of our panelists,
pouquinho de
but I think we can be a little more flexible with that.
avisar.
But our staff here will
9
warn us with, give us a 8-10 minute warning. So 2 minutes before and 1 minute before it's supposed to finish.
Thales Mota Nunes é
So Thales Mota Nunes is a professional graduated in law with international experience.
atualmente como
He acts nowadays as official for Science, Technology, Innovation Matters in the UN Brazilian delegation. He promotes the coordination between Brazil and the European Union. Before, he worked in the Department of Instruments of Foreign Policies of the European Union in the Americas. He contributed for international strategical relations and managed projects of crisis responses.
vasta experiência
He has vast international experience, having worked in embassies of many countries and studied in many international universities.
falará sobre os aspectos
He talked about the practical aspects of how FGV can build a solid partnership with the European Union and what are the necessary stages to do this successfully.
o que é
He will also talk about
pensar em
Well,
termos mais
how-
inovadores,
what we can think about in terms of
de
innovation and what types of programs could be more successful. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Dalis.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Bom, primeiro,
Well, first, I'd like to thank FGV for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you one more time. And thank you for welcoming here in your home here in Rio de Janeiro, in your house, FGV. I'd like to thank the moderation of Professor Edson. Last year, it was with Professor Edson Watanabe, who's also here. And this year with Professor Kono. I don't know if there's another Edson next year, if you guys just doing a rotation of Edsons. But the presence of our panelist colleagues, Nina, Cristina, Eugenio, who I had the honor to work with for a long time already, and Nina as well, and especially all of you who are here today, giving up a little bit of your time to listen to what we have to say in the field of international cooperation and education, science, and technology. And of course, the organization, Professor Goretti and all her staff that have been working so hard to organize this symposium, which is certainly a reference to all of us. Thank you. Without further ado, I'd like to talk about international cooperation in regards to the European Union, how we see this cooperation in the field of science and technology and innovation, but I will include a little bit of education here, even if it's not in my field, because it's here on the panel. Before I start, I'd like to talk a little bit about the European Union and our mission. I know most of you here already know about it, but at least I can talk a little bit more about that because we don't have this 218 posts like Itamaraty has spread all over the world, just like Minister Eugenio said, but we have 144 delegations spread all over the world. So there are diplomatic missions that deal with the field of cooperation in many aspects. Here in Brazil, our delegation is led by Ambassador Maria Graça. She was here in the opening last year of this international panel. This year, unfortunately, she could not be here, and she has been here for over a year, and she has a very interesting agenda in the field of technology and innovation. So here are some of the fields where we have cooperation in our delegations that go from commerce up to the field of health, but a very big focus on the part of innovation and technology, which is the field which I'm taking care of at this moment. For the delegations in the Americas, there are only 3 people in charge of the area of science, technology, and innovation. Again, we don't have all this arsenal like Itamaraty has, for example, much more robust than we are. We are only 14 people spread all over the world taking care of this area of innovation, technology, and science field. and which would be the initiatives that were successful and we can highlight in this field of scientific cooperation. I'd like to start beginning, talk about this specific, the most special cooperation agreement that was signed in 2004, but it just started to take action in 2007. This is the real framework of everything that we use as principles. We see two frameworks here that we can take a look so you guys can take in consideration. The first one is the implementation framework, which is focused on the agreement between the European Committee and the CONFAP to guarantee the Brazilian participation and the Brazilian researchers in the European Research Committee, which is the cherry on top of our research committee. We're talking high-level research, high risk and high impact, high gain research, and also in the administrative organization, which was signed in 2018 and 2021 with CONFAP, FINEP, and CNPq to guarantee the financing of the participation of Brazilian in the European calling. And why the financing part?
Brazil is not automatically eligible to receive funds, so we need this arrangement in order to receive the resources. And we have a lot of partners to co-finance the Brazilian participation when necessary. Just going back to the arrangement when we talk about a main program, but just remember that how we stimulate the international cooperation through the Horizon Europe. Many of you might be familiar with this, but it is the main science and technology fostering program in Brazil. We're talking about 95.5 billion euro in budget from 21 to 27. In comparison with the first program, which was released in 94, had 3.75 billion euros. This is a great evolution. But, you know, we have already had 300 billion euros being invested into this Horizon Europe since the first one. Now we're designing the next horizon, which will be in 2028, and it's being designed right now. Here's a layout of the program. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go into detail the global challenges and everything else, each cluster, but I have a QR code that can send you to the fact sheet of the program, so you can download this PDF with all of the information, missions, the news, budgets, everything else. And here we have information in the EU Commission page. We have each area of each cluster, everything is available there. But what does it mean in terms of figures? How does Horizon Europe have numbers? We're the seventh country in participation in the programs. This is this third-party country, just when I talk about the seventh. The main popular action is Marie Curie. We have 67 approved projects. This is from October. But Brazil has been working on the pillar number 2, the global calls. I brought 2 examples just to show how we have been performing a great role in energy, mobility. We have 14 participations, and in health we also have others. We have participation in other areas as well. And in terms of figures here, the ERC in the Horizon 2020, we had 9 grantees. Right now, we've had up so far 12, right? This is a low number. No, we're talking about in the Horizon Europe. This is 1.5 million euros at least in each grant. These are sizable amounts. Another thing is that in the ERC that got grants, we've already had 14 Nobel Prizes. We have several awards being distributed and even social science awards. We have winners that in the social science area, they have ERC projects in maths, neuroscience, so many others. This is really a highlightable area. And I couldn't not mention Erasmus. This is not my area. I don't necessarily handle this. We have someone specifically just for this cooperation in the Erasmus project, but this is also very important. It's much more familiar than the Horizon Europe. A lot of the times, more than the mission of the Horizon Europe. We have the credit mobility, ICM, Erasmus, and the joint masters. We also have Sorry. Here are the figures so that you have an idea of how Brazil has been working in these. I don't have the 2024 years because the data will only be available in February next year, but here we can see a good participation in the credit mobility, which is the short mobility, not only for staff and students, and also for the joint masters, where we have a very active participation. And I couldn't leave Jean Monnet out of this. I'm not going to make so many quizzes like Mr. Eugenio, but do you know Jean Monnet? Do you? Yes? Okay. I brought him because he talks about this, talking about EU and deal with this relationship outside of the EU. We incentivize excellence centers, and these are the calls that we participated. We participated in so many. In 22 and 23, we had calls that were selected, and also a excellence center that from FGV focusing on global challenges between Latin America and the European Union. This is a very diverse team that talks about several areas: regulation, litigation, climate change, led by Professor Paula Almeida. I don't know if she was here. She's here. There she is. She's doing an amazing job dealing the Excellence Center, which is a co-finance project by the EU inside the Erasmus. All right, just closing up. What is the impact of the program in the development of science and technology in Brazil? As you can see, it incentivizes internationalization from FGV to a small university in the state of Goiás, where I'm from, can apply for an ERC, and you increase your networking. This is a very good, important job of this program to create connections. And you incentivize directly and indirectly this internationalization of a study center and also a small and medium business, because you can also have opportunities for SMEs. They could, for example, start a project in Marie Curie and also in private companies that apply for this. But how do you see research in the next few years? In the perspective of you participating in the calls, it's supposed to get easier. So you can participate. Simplification exists, probably. For the next, it's going to be a lot easier. In terms of content, it's different. This is something that's always changing, because what I can say is that in the next 3 years, we're going to focus in digital and energetic transition, which was communicated in the last strategic report. These are the two major interest points. And what is the recommendation to the researchers? Find the calls, try to understand the scope that it has, and participate. These are yearly calls. They are cyclic. They open and close every year, every Marie Curie, every ERC. And if you want more information, I always post the courses and the calls that we have. We have a webinar that's really good that will be next week with your access about ERC. We have Doliana Charlotte. If you want to talk to her more, this is going to be a great webinar about ERC. It's for people who want to know more. And if you want to get in contact, be my guest. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, Thales.
Thank you, Thales. We are going to leave the questions for later. We're going to have surely 10 minutes for questions, but let's continue now. And call to the stage our companion, Nina von Sacht-Montegrosk. Let me just briefly introduce her. I'm going to read it in English because, you know, it's better for you.
Nina is the Scientific Affairs Advisor at the German Embassy in Brasilia. In her role, she plays a key part in strengthening scientific cooperation between Brazil and Germany, especially in the areas of education and research. The big mystery, however, which I hope Nina will solve for us, is to understand how she can so easily navigate through hundreds of opportunities Germany offers to Brazil and Brazilians. Can we expect that you will also tell us how to navigate these hundreds of opportunities already being implemented at more than 600 university partnerships in Brazil, just to mention one of the examples. But if you can, and if you could emphasize what universities have the most successful programs and what it takes for making a successful program. I believe among the 600 universities, you might have some that stay only on the paper and only the desire for a future cooperation. But hope I'm not confusing you too much, because I know you have already your presentation. But if you can talk a little bit about that, we would very much appreciate. So that said, let's welcome Nina with a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, muito obrigada pela introdução.
Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm going to try to answer your questions throughout my speech. I'm Nina Sartori Montecroce. I'm German. I have an Italian name. Not only Brazilians have the privilege of having Italian names or surnames. This happens in Germany too. Now, I'm a daughter of Volkswagen. I came from Brazil, came to Brazil with 4 years old. That's why I speak Portuguese. Thank you very much for the cooperation and the invitation, Goretti, so far. The last time I was here was with our Secretary of State, especially about AI. It was extremely interesting. So I brought you a little bit the opportunities of scientific cooperation with Germany, and also to explain the scientific system in Germany, also talking about the questions that you had. How do I pass the slides? So researching in Germany, the first thing that you need to understand and learn is to pronounce the name of our main touristic attraction in Bavaria, Schloss Neuschwanstein. But the reality of university is slightly different. This reminds us of Oscar Niemeyer. This is the Bochum University. We're one of the most familiar ones for the engineering sector. Now, here, excuse me that the presentation is in German or in English, mixed up, but you know, I kind of assembled several presentations into one. Anyway, we have over research institutions that were founded, over 1,100. We spent in research in development is more than 3% of the GDP, and much more than the half is coming from the industry, which is always a sign that innovation is very important for us. 750,000 people working in R&D. And 35,000 cooperations with universities in 164 countries, and 650 university agreements between Brazil and Germany. And I also don't navigate all of them. I hope that they know more than I do. But I believe that these are partnerships that are with small universities. The Streisand, for example, University, which is in the north of Germany, has a partnership, has had for 20 years, that's not on paper, that works. Basically, they do it, but it doesn't really go through official channels, and we don't find out about it. These are the main projects that we've started to finance from the Research and Education Ministry. Here in Brazil, I'm not a part of foreign relations or any ministries. I'm now in the embassy, but I came from the Research and Education Ministry in Germany. We have the Atto Tower, which is alongside IMPA in the climate research area, and a great center for social studies, how to live with great inequality, which is a social research center for whole Latin America, not only for Brazil, but it's based in USP, the University of São Paulo, alongside another university in Germany, and the Center of German and European Studies in the Rio Grande do Sul state. Now, just to explain a little bit, what are the pillars of research in Germany? We have universities that are distributed throughout Germany. You're going to see that we have like research, industrial research that does a lot of the investments, let's say, in research in Germany. And so this is where the universities are located, and we have very important universities there, but
as universidades medianas, pequenas, são de nível sólido bom. Então, nós temos iniciativas de excelências, que é uma iniciativa que o meu ministério eu apenas comecei.
And I just started it.
Então, nós temos
okay. I think we have Ludwig Maximilian University in Berlin. We have Bochum Aachen. So we have the big universities in Frankfurt, for example, but in general, these universities have a very good level, and the greatest majority are federal universities. More than 90% of the spots are in public institutions. Just so you can understand a little bit of how things work. Research funding, which be the help and the research financing. We have here many foundations, and these are the most important ones. Alexander von Humboldt, and I'll say something, it's the Ministry of Education and Research, the Deutsche Foundation, Christian will talk about it, and the AAD, which is also represented here, will not speak today, but is the main help for academic mobility, and it's our biggest institution. And after this research institutions that are not universities, most of you have heard about, from Hofer, Max Planck University, which are the biggest infrastructure, and Helmholtz, as we have the social sciences in there, and also natural sciences. And here we also finance researchers from there. So it's important to get to know these foundations and create partnerships, because we do research there, but we also finance research over there, because these institutions, they receive money from the ministries and the states in Germany, but they are completely free in how they want to invest that money. After that, we have the private foundations, the ones that are cited on the slides, which are one of the biggest foundations of the industry, and the last one cited over there on the slide. So those are the three main ones that I put up here. This is one of little of the scenario, just so you understand where the public financing is and where we go after for the private financing. You can see the biggest one we see here over here for public financing. So those of you who want to get into contact in Germany and the universities in Germany, talk to someone. The address here in Brazil is our Center of Research and Innovation in Brazil, which is an office with many representations. For example, Cristina over here stays in this office of ours, is led by the AAD, our Center of Academic Exchange, and it's where you can ask your first question, who to collaborate with, who to get into contact, just so you have an idea. All these institutions over here, not all of them collaborate with our Center of Innovation in São Paulo, but all of this here are represented over there by people. There's many universities you can see over here on the left. They have people that represent these institutions. You can go over there, maybe write an email, maybe make a call, and all these universities support the Center of Innovation Research because they have a great interest in cooperating with Brazil. So you can see that there are many universities here. This over here is another website if you wanted to make research in Germany. This helps to explain who to get into contact with. So researchingermany.org is a very great website for you to understand who to get into contact with. Now I missed my opportunity. I wanted to talk about how good the ministry is in cooperation with here in Brazil. Here, the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. This foundation is targeted towards people. It's a foundation for individual investments and sponsoring of people. It's difficult to get a Humboldt grant, but once you got one, you will always be a Humboldt. It's a very good support and will be a part of an international network of high-level excellency. So this is our support of individual excellency. It's been working for many years, and with CUPS, the von Humboldt Foundation has a bilateral program. It's one of the few foundations that, one of the few countries that Humboldt works with. So the CUPS works with a binational program in this way. So here's the AAD, which I already mentioned before. Is our center for academic exchange. Is the biggest one in the world. They are stationed here in the Rio de Janeiro. So if you want to talk to the AAD, they'll be here to support you. I will skip some slides, and this here is about the AAD. You can get some information about them and everything they have to offer. So winter language courses, and for any moment of your academic life, if you wanted to look for a course, the AAD will have a course for you. I'd like to talk about this Air Fellowship of the AAD, which is financed by BNDF, which are our internships that are financed by the AAD in all areas of knowledge, but mainly connected to the theme of green hydrogen, which is a field of study that we do want to develop. Okay, these are contacts. Thank you very much. And what I wanted to talk about innovation in the Ministry of Education and Technology of Germany is what was mentioned here in the beginning by you, sir. Not only in technological innovation, but BNDF has the social innovations in the same level as the technological innovations. So we always have to think about these two things, and the incentive programs are being more targeted towards social innovation to try to foment this type of innovation. So we created two agencies to improve the transference of research focus on innovation, because there's always the European paradox of investing a lot on research, create good developments that in the end don't become products. So we created two agencies to try improve this transference of knowledge and the high-level innovation to become less bureaucratic and attempt more possibilities, maybe even fail more. So that's what we're trying to do. And all research projects that the ministry sponsors, they are always 2+2 projects. So we need 2 partners from the industry and 2 partners from universities or research institutes. So that's what we need to always have connections with the economic sector. Just a little bit on that, but I can talk about more on this later. Sorry for the time.
Muito obrigado, Nina.
Thank you very much, Nina.
Eu acho que eu vou pegar a ideia aqui do
I think I'll use the idea from Minister Eugênio and ask a question for you guys. That observatory in the Amazon that Nina presented to us, the Project Apto, they have a tower over there that does research. What is the height of that tower? Does anyone know? 54 meters. There's one I went to last week. It was a researcher from IMPA as well, Professor Nino Higuchi. He has a 50-meter one. It's already very scary to go up on that. I went up on a mechanized platform, no, a mechanical arm that goes up to 30 meters. And it shakes a little bit. It's an excellent experience, but once we get close to the top of the trees, and he was explaining to me how important it is for them to have these towers. But it has to go even higher, this one from Ato Project. Can anyone guess what the height is? How long? How tall? Are you a researcher? Do you work in Amazon? Oh, okay, you work in Google. So 340 something meters, yeah. And it's the highest structure of Latin America that we have. And it's over there in Amazon with the help from the German government. So it's very impressive. And they still have two other towers that have there are 80-meter tall. So for those of you who want to visit and experience this height, it's a very good exercise. So moving on then. Let's go to Dr. Cristina Peters. She's a doctor of history from University of Berlin. She had ample experience of scientific administration. Since 2021, she's responsible for leading the Office of FGV in Latin America. And now she's gonna present to us the process of how to develop partnerships with researchers and universities in German, which I imagine is the content. And if it's not, that's okay. The DFG has a budget of almost 4 billion euros, if I'm not mistaken. It's 3.7 billion euros, around that number, which is over double of our budget here for our Ministry of Science and Innovation and Technology. It supports over 38,000 projects a year, and FGV already has many researchers from Germany amongst our professors already. And they are always great researchers. We hope to enjoy this opportunity of your lecture to expand even more our already strong partnership with Germany. So let's welcome Cristina with a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, Edson, for your introduction. Thank you, FGV, Goretti, also for your gentle invitation. It's always an honor to present an event of FGV, especially here in this very beautiful auditorium. I'm German, but I speak Portuguese, but even with that, I'll apologize if one or another word will come out in English or maybe Portuguese or Spanish. I work all over Latin America, and I traveled a lot over the last few weeks in Mexico, in Costa Rica, and I spoke a lot of Spanish, and everything came together in a very interesting mixture, almost getting to an Esperanto, so I'm sorry if I don't speak very clean, beautiful Portuguese like Nina does. What I'm going to try to do in the next 10 minutes here, and with a certain flexibility, maybe in the next 12 minutes, try to present to you the DFG and try to situate it in this context of German research, which is a task that Nina has already completed, but I'll try to talk a little bit more about what the DFG is, and then I want to talk a little bit about the DFG strategy for research excellency in Germany, and then the DFG strategy in relation to internationalization of research. And I'll point out some things here, bring some reflections maybe for a debate that will happen after about financing of the research internationalization, which I think will be interesting to talk about in the following debate. So talking about DFG, what we need to know for now is that Germany has a system, as we learned from Nina's presentation, that is very different. We have different foundations with different functions, and they all complementary. And the FG in the system is the organization that sponsors basic research. And I emphasize this because there are some peculiarities in this German system and the role the FG has within this German system. Differently from institutes that propel researches in other countries, the FG isn't an agency connected to the ministry. It's a private association, actually, within which university and great institutes such as Max Planck and Humboldt, they are members of. And why am I saying this? Because this defines very well how the FG works, because it's self-represented and it's a self-organization from the scientific community. And this so that you can self-administrate, so it doesn't choose the things to be researched, but it's very open so that the scientific community can bring the things that will be researched and will be sponsored by the FG. So the FG doesn't define priority themes, strategic thought, line of thinking. It's defined by the researcher that will submit a project to the FG. And the FG can do this in any field of research together with the FG and the researcher at any moment of the year.
Então, a gente sempre fala que a gente trabalha muito a partir de princípio de base, né, de bottom up. E eu queria mencionar aqui rapidamente uma coisa que é bastante relevante na formação de excelência dentro da Alemanha, que é essa iniciativa de excelência, que a Nina já mencionou rapidamente, porque a DFG ela é, em parte, responsável por essa initiative.
DFG is responsible for this initiative, and we are right now in a competition phase. This is a major competition that involves the creation of excellence clusters in research centers, as well as in between several universities. This is a mapping of the clusters that exist currently, which are financed by DFG to train people in these excellence clusters with very specific themes of research, but in excellence. This is a structural element that's very important to the development of German research, because these clusters were not created only in one university or one institution. As you can see here in Munich, between two or more universities that are connecting different regions, including not only universities, but also Max Planck institutes to the creation of these clusters. We are in the second phase of the competition now. So next year in February, we're going to know what are the 7 clusters that will be financed for 7 additional years by the German government with over 500 million euros. In order to create these research focus that are much more relevant. And these are very open to international cooperation. That's a very important fact. We have a study that was released recently that showed, once again, what these clusters receive in terms of international research, not only the clusters, but also other formats of international cooperation and research that are more coordinated and have long-term financing. We have here a graph of 2019. The most recent one came out yesterday, so I didn't have a time to replace it in this slide, but it's very similar to this one, and you can hear where the researchers come from. The international researchers that do research within these excellence centers or these units.
Formatórios de longa data. E nós vemos aqui,
and here, I wanted to show you now where Brazil lies. This number went up just a little bit. In the last few years, we have 150 people coming from Brazil that are part of these excellence clusters. Obviously, if you compare with China and the United States, this is a small figure, but I think that it's still quite relevant because we always need to keep in mind that the research system and the science system of a country, for example, how many researchers per thousand of inhabitants there are in the country. And we already know that in China and the United States, that number is very different from Brazil. So this is indeed a relevant number. I just wanted to mention this here because from this, there is a circulation of brains, because we're able to show that these people, from the point of participating in the clusters of excellence, for example, they propel more research networks, international research networks, and this is a very relevant international factor in our strategy of cooperation and international research. Now, talking about this, internationalization is important, as was mentioned before. For DFG, it's very relevant because we have several topics and challenges that we need to look at together with international cooperation. Research itself is transnational. It knows no national boundaries. Now, the cooperation among the best scientists needs to be propelled forward. Germany needs to be more internationalized, even though we are already very globalized. We have some challenges I wanted to mention just quickly here, because I think that this might be a relevant point for discussion. The internationalization requires very strategic instruments in order to take place, and I think that this is very clear. I wanted here to mention something from the DFG perspective that I think is relevant for discussion. The internationalization is based on the financing programs as well as existing financing principles in different countries. So, internationalization is based on what exists at a national level. This is very relevant when we talk about basic research, because basic research needs very flexible space, very open space to have something pop out of this in 10, 15, 20 years that we don't know exactly what it's going to look like. So let me give you just an example, because we also talk about innovation, right? The mRNA technology, which was the vaccine technology of BioNTech, came from a program funded by a DFG a long time ago of basic research. So these researchers didn't really necessarily want to develop a vaccine, but through this financing instrument, they created this basic technology to develop this vaccine. And so we're able to see here that we can think very, very long term, and we need to think very, very long term, and we need to have very open and flexible programs that go along with what researchers are trying to accomplish and need to accomplish. And I think that these two things have their roles. We have a mission-oriented research so that we can tackle very well-defined issues like, for example, climate change, but also we also need open innovation programs without some mission or formulating underlying team. So we support the internationalization of research with other countries through a series of offices. We have an office here in São Paulo, and it exists since 2011, not only responsible for the cooperation with Brazil, but also with Latin America. And I would like to invite you to get in contact with our offices in São Paulo, alongside with other organizations in this platform, which is the German Science and Innovation Center in São Paulo. Once again, here are the funding principles of DFG. I think I mentioned this, is that it's basic research. We work from a continuous flow. We're always open to all areas, and all programs are open for internationalization. I'm already out of time, but I'm going to just mention, if I can, in a couple of minutes, our cooperation with Brazil, just to show two strategies and two implementations of our internationalization strategies with Brazilian partners. We have a lot of partners in Latin America, more specifically in Brazil. We have the 5 mentioned here, with which we elaborate joint funding efforts for research cooperation projects. I'm going to skip these slides just to show you the cooperation that we have with CAPES, and I wanted to mention this one specifically because it has existed for a very long time, and it has a lot of success of joint calls in a very specific area for manufacturing engineering. We've had several calls, and coming from these calls, a network of research was created. And I think I mentioned this because this is one of these long-term funding joint efforts where networks were created that not only did basic research together, but also created a lot of interactions with industry as well. And then I want to reinforce the argument that if we leave the researchers sort of equipped with money and we let them create the networks, they know where to go and who to bring into their research. Even without DFG being a basic research funding institution, they involve industry because they know they need it. And just to close out, I would like to mention about our cooperation with FAPESP. It's also very important. We've had a continuous flow of projects. For you who are in São Paulo, FAPESP will create a FAPESP week in Germany in March next year. This is in 2025, not 24. This is wrong in the slide, but you're invited to attend if you want it. It will be in the Berlin University. And I want to leave you one more invitation. I'm going to skip these slides here. There will be an event here in Rio and in São Paulo to discuss in a lot more depth the role of basic and applied sciences to reach the SDGs. Along with a lecture from Leibniz Stephanie Dane. She is, this is one of the most prestigious awards in Germany. It's like the Nobel Prize of Germany, and she's going to talk in São Paulo at USP, more specifically in the Metalúrgica Auditorium at USP. And then Friday, I leave you the invitation, she will talk in the Ladetec Auditorium at UFRJ. I think this is going to be a wonderful event, which will bring a lot of people from São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro, like Professor Gerson Lima, Marcelo Pereira, Pia Motes Esteves. This is going to be a very interesting event. And with that, I will close my speech, and I apologize for going over time.
Muito obrigado, Cristina.
Thank you, Cristina.
Na sequência, nós já temos,
next, we already have
a
Georgina.
Vamos só aguardar.
Let's just wait a moment.
You will speak in English, Georgina? Or in Portuguese? Oh, all right.
In English,
no.
Sorry.
No problem at all. So Georgina Fitzgibbon is the Senior International Policy Advisor at the British Academy. The British Academy is the UK's national body for the humanities and social sciences. Among many roles, the British Academy is also a funding body that supports the best ideas, individuals, and intellectual resources in the humanities and social sciences nationally as well as internationally. If I'm not mistaken, she will give us one fellowship for every question she receives from the audience. Is that right?
We've got a lot of funding schemes to discuss.
Okay, but maybe if you ask many questions, maybe she will give us one fellowship. But anyway, sorry for the joke, but FGV is very happy to receive you here. And please, let's give a round of applause to Georgina as she begins. Thank you.
Just trying to, there we go, share the screen. So thank you very much for the invitation. Apologies for English, I have zero language skills, but I'm very happy to share the slides and the links with anybody that might want them afterwards. So yes, just a little bit about the British Academy and some of the schemes that we have that you will be hopefully interested in. We are the National Academy of Humanities and Social Sciences for the UK. We were founded in 1902. For background, there are 4 national academies, and these are spread across the different disciplines. So you might also have encountered the Royal Society, for example, who have a more kind of hard science focus. Our aim is to celebrate and promote humanities and social sciences researchers and research, and to inform and enrich debate around society's questions. And as your representative from the international team, my interest is in ensuring sustained international engagement and collaboration. Our policy and research work spans across public policy, international policy, education, research, skills. We provide a forum, and we're very proud of our convening power. We did a lot of work around the COVID decade, producing evidence reports and policy reports. Some of our fellows were very involved in encouraging masking in the UK. We also run a public events showcase series across the year, demonstrating how you can put your research kind of in a more public-friendly tone of voice. We work with the British International Research Institutes across the world as well. A lot of these events are available online, so even if you're overseas, if you're interested, you're very welcome to register and follow along. And previous events are still included on our YouTube channel. At the heart of our academy is a fellowship. There's over 1,400 academics. These are based in the UK and overseas. They are actively involved in academy governance, and they're very involved in our funding schemes. They provide a lot of the peer review across our funding schemes. So our research funding is predominantly focused on social sciences and humanities research. We do occasionally offer funding that is designed to include wider collaborations. So you might have humanities, social sciences, and perhaps some civil engineers. The majority of our funding is non-thematic and organised around kind of career stages, and it's very researcher-led. But we do also organise a lot of responsive mode funding schemes that we call our challenge grants, and these are more thematic. And that's a lot of what my sub-team in international deals with. So that's where our overseas development aid funding sits. Since 2016, we've supported over 1,500 awards. I need to update this figure. I'm fairly sure it's a bit higher now. These are related to our thematic priorities over the years: just transitions, global order and disorder, what makes a good city, climate change, youth futures, antimicrobial resistance, cities and urbanization. We've also run kind of broader non-thematic schemes specifically to support early career researchers and their development. So, one of our most popular funding schemes is the small research grants. These are for £10,000 and tenable for up to 24 months. They're commonly for pilot studies, but while they're usually applied for by UK-based academics, they are worldwide in scope and they can have international partners. This also runs twice a year, very regular, and is, I think, probably our most popular scheme at the moment. So much so that my colleagues in research funding have developed a partial randomization trial to deal with the level of interest in the scheme. So all applications are peer reviewed to determine whether they pass the quality threshold, and all those that do are then put into a lottery for a random allocation of the funding. We're still piloting this at the moment, but so far the feedback has been very positive. With regards to open schemes at the moment, in international, we have the international writing workshops. This allows proposals for academics based in Brazil, Egypt, Indonesia, Jordan, Kenya, Malaysia, the Philippines, South Africa, Turkey, Thailand, Vietnam, and or on the least developed countries list from the UN, to apply with a partner at a UK university to then develop a workshop or a series of workshops, and support early career researchers to publish in high impact journals within the fields of humanities and social sciences. Those publications do not need to be in English. So if, for example, you're a Brazilian university interested in applying for this and Portuguese would be more appropriate, that's absolutely fine. This scheme is open right now. It closes at the end of January. And yes, get in touch if you have any questions on those. We've also just opened an evidence-informed policy-making grant call. This is a new one for us. It opened last week, and it's the first time we've done this. It's open until the middle of February. These are for up to £150,000 for the year. And again, we're looking for proposals that come from ODA-eligible international collaborations. And applications are welcome to focus on specific policy-making levels or compare across, so national, regional, and local. Applications are welcome to consider interventions across different mechanisms of change, and interactions between policymakers and researchers, anything really related to evidence-informed policymaking. And as I said, it's the first time we've run this course, so we're very interested to see what kind of proposals we get back from the community. We also, in addition to these kind of more project-based grants, run a lot of schemes that are designed for research and mobility. One of the largest is the Global Professorships, and this is designed to develop international partnerships and collaboration and strengthen the UK's research capacity. These are 4-year individual professorships funded by DCIT. Any overseas researcher is eligible to apply. The Academy's interest is in the fit with the UK host institution and value to UK research community. So any humanities and social sciences researcher. The last call closed recently, but this runs most years. Similarly, the international fellowships, it's a very similar idea, but this is designed for early career researchers, so somebody more of a postdoc level. And again, any overseas researcher who is interested in working at a UK university, this is for that inward mobility. We also run some thematic calls. So our international interdisciplinary research projects are designed to help researchers build larger collaborations. And these are 2-year collaborative awards. The last round focused on just transitions. The year before, we had a wider competition that was just for early career researchers more generally. The next call will open in the new year, and the theme will be announced when the call opens. But yeah, these are for up to £300,000. And again, one of our more popular schemes. And just to give you an idea of some of the other schemes that the Academy has funded in the past that would be relevant for academics in Brazil, we've just closed a research management capacity strengthening call. So this is more about enhancing the capabilities of institutions to enable more successful international cooperation. So this was not aimed at the academics, but rather the research development officers, the finance team, the HR and legal functions, to ensure that they were kind of best placed to develop future collaborations with their academics. The final awards panel is meeting in the next couple of weeks. So in the new year, we hope to announce these awards and then see what sort of progress these teams make. And an example of one of our other individual fellowships, our ODA Global Innovation Fellowships have been opportunities for UK-based researchers to embed themselves with a partner organisation. And a couple of the applications that are being assessed at the moment came with Brazilian partners. For all of these awards, the Academy is looking at the research achievement of the lead applicant and the team, the originality of the idea, the relationship to the work already done in the field, the track record of the applicant as appropriate to the scheme. Obviously, we don't assume that early career researchers will have a huge publication record, and the feasibility of the timescale and methodology that they're suggesting. But generally, our suggestions for researchers is to think very carefully about who is peer reviewing your application, making sure that things are written accessibly, be concise because the word limits are a limit, not a target, and try to avoid jargon where possible. Be very realistic about outcomes and publication plans and any dissemination. Above all, read the scheme notes carefully, be in touch with us in the office if you have any questions. We're very happy to help. That can be about the scheme, it can be about the FlexiGrant application system itself. And yeah, just think about things in advance and be in touch with your research office to let them know that you're planning to apply, and ask them for help as well as ourselves. And we would wish you the best of luck with your applications. So yeah, there's a few different mailboxes that are applicable, but if you emailed any of them, we're not a huge team. You'll ping around until you land with the right member of staff, and somebody will come back to you if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgina. Goretti, are the slides or the presentations be shared with everyone later? Okay, well, thank you. Next, we'll have Professor John Tofik Karan. Are you going to speak in English or in Portuguese?
Eu prefiro falar em português mesmo.
I prefer English, please. Okay, good.
Bom, Professor Karan.
Professor Karan is the director of Lemons Center of Resident Studies of Illinois University, where he is also a professor in the Department of Spanish and Portuguese. The theme of this panel here is international cooperation, but Professor Karan would also maybe talk a little bit about some of his studies, such as the contribution for entrepreneur, Turkish entrepreneur, and how this works in the business area here in Brazil. But it's a good suggestion because I thought it was a very interesting theme. Having faced this mixture of culture in contrast with culture from the Orient, I think it would be very interesting if you could share with us some of your studies in regards to international cooperation, because it seems to be an activity that only brings joy. But all of us who have experienced this, we know there are conflicts and unexpected surprises as well that come out from this when we face different cultures. If you were able to share a little bit about that, maybe some specific case from the other book that is called Politics and Pleasures of Being Arab in Neoliberal Brazil. By the title, it seems a very interesting book. Or from many other books that you have already written. It will be a very interesting perspective for you to share with us for our learning here and trying to understand international cooperation, and in regards with also interacting with different cultures. I thank you for your presence, and without further ado, let's welcome him very warmly. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Professor Edson, Professor Goretti, and my colleagues from the panel. I will actually speak about Brazil as a country in the past, in the present, and in the future, here in the campus of Illinois University. As you can see on the left side of the slide, there is a building right on the back of the picture. It has the name of Eugene Davenport, who collaborated with Luiz de Queiroz in the end of the 19th century. When he visited São Paulo, and I think he even welcomed Professor Luiz de Queiroz in the campus of the Illinois University in the end of the 19th century as well. So that's the Brazil from the past in our campus in the University of Illinois. The University of Illinois is 2 hours away from the south of Chicago, In 2009, it received a donation from Paulo Lemon and was the biggest donation at that time that the university had ever received. And no, it was even on the Global News. When Paulo Lemon made this donation, he said that the center wasn't supposed to solve problems in Brazil. It was supposed to train Brazilians so they could define what the problems were that they wanted to tackle. And from that stemmed the logic of the center to have this autonomy and be able to offer grants for professors and students. Most of them come from postgraduate studies and undergrad studies as well. So university professors from the University of Illinois and even from any other universities in Brazil. We have collaborative researches. I think the deadline is around February, and I believe the two main investigators need to come from the University of Illinois, and might even come from the other one that can be from other universities in Brazil, even FGV. And in reality, our mission is multidisciplinary. So those who apply come from exact sciences, biological sciences, social sciences, letters, humanity. And when we form our evaluating committees, our first criteria, the most important one, is what does this say about Brazil? What is the reading you have? What technique do you use to better understand Brazil? And what ways, and on this criteria, is if in the end it's going to integrate master students, doctorate students in the research.
For students, you have to be enrolled, but they have a series of scholarships that they can access in the center. This is the Brazil right now present in the field. The Lemon Center, the Brazilian studies are part of the Global Illinois Institute, which has the IGI abbreviation as to its name. Now, this is an internationalized infrastructure that, even though it's at the center west of the United States, the Midwest of the United States, there is this international intensity that is shown through this institute that has several centers of studies for global areas like Africa, Asia, Europe, Latin America, and then the Lemon Brazilian Studies Center, which is part of the institute too. The Brazil of the future comes from this new initiative called Brazilinois, which is a project that comes from the state system chair of the University of Illinois, which includes the campus of Urbana-Champaign, but also the Chicago and Springfield ones. And there are three areas that are more important: climate and sustainability, public health, medicine, and also democracy and inclusion. This new initiative started in April of 2024, so it's quite new. And I'm part of this last group of democracy and inclusion, which will end up encompassing the exchange of students, professors between Illinois and Brazil. And there are actually two chairs in this new initiative. We have the historian, Gary Davila, which is dealing with the initiative from Illinois. And there is another professor called Pedro Hallel, who was the dean at the Pelotas Federal University, and now he's here. He has been here since last year, I think, and he is dealing with universities and the partnerships that are located in Brazil. We're closing partnerships with FAPESP, Fiocruz, CAPES. For further information, you can contact the coordinator, Angelina Sandora, who works directly with Professor Hallel and Davila. I can share these slides if you want later. Discussing a little bit more about the infrastructure, internationalized infrastructure that the University of Illinois, it's no exaggeration to say that about 30% of the master's students come from abroad, and 50% of the PhD students also come from abroad. Brazil is currently in 9th place. And the support, financial support system for these people, well, firstly, there's a lot more financial support for students in any PhD program, right? And most are actually have scholarships, but but they get a scholarship being kind of like assistant professors in a way. They work about 20 hours a week. They get a wage from that, and they also get, they don't need to pay any enrollment fee or any kind of other fee. And that's how you can internationalize the campus. This is an interesting, just an interesting story that illustrates, and to answer Professor Edson's question, we received a mission from ENAP. I think it was in 2016. I was fortunate to witness the members of the mission going to the campus. We were in the business administration course at the campus, and the classroom actually, I would say that about 90% of the students that were in the classroom were introduced themselves, and they were internationals, right? And I remember that the people from the ENAP missions were impressed with the fact that, we were in the Midwest of the United States, and there was such a heavy international presence in the university. Our library is one of the largest of any public university in the United States. The Archive of Latin America has is one of the 6th largest in the United States, and it has a very long history. And there are books that you can't even find in Brazil sometimes in our library.
Para finalizar, eu gostaria de mencionar,
And to finalize, I would like to say that,
palco que recebeu
you know,
Gilberto Gil, agora
we had a
10
stage there
anos,
that received
a Adriana
Gilberto Gil
Calcanhoto,
10 years
já
ago.
veio
Adriana
para
Calcanhoto
ocupar
has
o
already
outro
come
lugar.
to play for us.
Mas realmente
Somewhere else we know, but
nossos campos realmente tem
our
essa
campus
infraestrutura
has this
internacionalizada,
infrastructure to receive
que
international
enfatiza o
guests,
Brasil como país
which
do presente,
emphasizes Brazil
país
as
do passado, presente e do futuro.
a country of the past,
Então, eu
present, and
gostaria de
future.
poder
So I would
compartilhar
like to be able to share
essa apresentação
this presentation with you,
né, com os participantes, né, do
with all of
simpósio,
the
e também
participants in this symposium, as well
meus
as
companheiros, minhas
my
companheiras de mesa também. O nosso site
co-panelists.
está em cima ali,
Our website, you
lema,
can see our website address at the top,
.illinois.edu,
lemon.illinois.edu, and
pertence
our center
à
belongs
Universidade de
to
Illinois. Eu sou
the
professor
Illinois
da
University.
própria
I am a
universidade, e a gente tem
professor at the
parcerias
university.
com a Fundação
We
Lemon.
have partnerships with the Lemon
Mas
Foundation,
o nosso centro
but
pertence
our
à
center
Universidade de Illinois.
belongs to the University of Illinois.
Eu posso
And
responder
I can answer
né, as perguntas depois
your
da
questions, you know,
próxima palestrante. Muito
after
obrigado
the next
mesmo.
speaker. Thank you very much for giving me the space.
Professor Caram, muito obrigado.
Thank you, Professor Karam.
Nós estamos quase estourando o tempo, então vou
We're
passar
almost out of
rapidamente
time, so let me quickly give the floor
Florentina
to
Moulay.
Florentina
She is the
Moulay.
program manager
She
and
is
senior operations officer for the World Bank's Development Impact Fund, a global multi-donor umbrella facility dedicated to integrating scientific knowledge and policy making. DIF conducts research in over 60 countries with 200 plus projects shaping the design and implementation of approximately $20 billion in development finance. She's also a colleague in different times with our president. He also studied in Princeton. So you did your graduate studies in Princeton too, right? We know you have too many things to talk, but if you could talk to us, which one of several programs could most effectively match FGV's strengths and help us work together for the future of Brazil and the world? We would very much appreciate it. Please join me in welcoming Florentina with a show of our big appreciation. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me well? Great. Thank you. Very happy to be here, to be part of this great conversation, of this great panel. So thank you so much for the invitation. As you said, I am with the World Bank's Development Impact Department, and I am a program manager for the World Bank's Development Impact Fund. So I'm very happy to be here and share with you a little bit what we do with this fund. It focuses on research and innovation across the World Bank's sectors, and also has a focus specifically in education. And later on, I will cover a little bit how we are also working in the space of training young scholars through a fellowship program. So just to kind of give a quick overview, the Development Impact Fund was just created this year in January 2024. It's a global transformative partnership focused in scaling up the generation and use of scientific evidence to increase the impact of development finance. This fund was created, the creation of this fund was led by the World Bank's chief economist. And the goal was really to create a global mechanism, platform for development partners, government counterparts, nonprofit agencies, the academic community to come together to collaborate in continuing to generate evidence in priority areas, but also, more importantly, the focus of this fund is then to inject that evidence into public policy so that we bridge the gap between academia and practice. We cover all of the regions of the world and all sectors. We are currently building the partnerships with different agencies. As I said, we were just created in January this year. But so far, sort of official partners that have joined our fund as contributors is the FCDO from the UK, NORAD, Norway's NORAD, Germany, the EU, WFP, Gates, Google, and we are in conversations with a lot of other bilaterals and international agencies to bring them into our fund. So far, we have a portfolio of over 300 research activities. You may think, how come you just started in January and you're working across, we're working across 65 countries? It's because the fund was created building on a previous international partnership that was already conducting research in the space of public policy. So we've kind of brought in that portfolio into DIF and we're building on that. So the fund has over 300 projects, which are research innovation projects covering 65 countries. And we are shaping about 200 billion in World Bank's development finance, because these are research activities that are shaping, that are tied to actual World Bank interventions in countries, both lower middle income countries, but also upper middle countries. We're right now scaling our activities in the EU member states as we speak. So why have we created this fund? As I mentioned, I think, and we all know, is that policies often fall short of their potential because of many reasons, but in particular, design flaws, delays in implementation, insufficient capacity to really, for policymakers to think about the latest evidence and incorporate that evidence when they design their programs and policies. And in the World Bank over the last 20 years, particularly in our development impact department, we have been working on, on a global effort to conduct randomized controlled trials across policy sectors. So the idea was, we have this incredibly rich body of evidence from this experience. The goal was to create the International Development Impact Fund to bring partners along in this journey, to both share what we've learned so far, be able to transfer our technology and know-how to partners and government counterparts. And through this effort, we're really fully aligned with what was just mentioned, with the SDGs, with the World Bank's now Evolution Roadmap and Knowledge Compact, which more than ever is focusing on evidence and ensuring that our interventions are really evidence-based. So if I were to summarize, the following three areas is what really kind of drives the goals of this fund. Number one is deploying advanced analytics, enabling countries to adopt advanced digital management tools and conduct randomized controlled trials in their priority areas so that it informs their choices going forward. The second goal is co-production. All of our research activities are co-produced, which means they are really engaging the government agencies from the design. Every single study that we conduct is a collaboration between World Bank researchers, academic counterparts from universities in the US and abroad, and government agencies, to make sure that we're not only addressing the relevant questions for the countries, but also being able to build capacity. So this is for long-term evidence-based policymaking. And the third goal is to have this global platform where we come together and share knowledge and are able to really know what's going on in the field of research and evidence across sectors. A focus, as I said, is in what we call trial and adopt, which is really randomized controlled trials, trying different interventions to make sure that those that are most successful get adopted and scaled. Majority of our interventions of our research projects are randomized controlled trials. In this process, we are training government officials how to conduct rigorous research based on this approach. We are organizing cross-country, regional, global workshops where we bring together World Bank projects, academic collaborators, and government agencies to come together over a course of a week to think about what are their policy questions that they really want to address. How do we design effective research, coordinating across different parties so that lessons learned are, so that evidence is actionable. We can put evidence in the hands of policymakers to take action on. What we have learned over the last 20 years working in this space is quite remarkable, is that investing just 1% in trial and adopt technology, in rigorous research, results in operational gains of 50% or higher. So it's really kind of a no-brainer. We know this now, and we have evidence to back this from over 20 years of research. Examples come across the sectors, across the globe, low income, higher middle income countries. But what we do know is that doing this well and in a coordinated fashion is not necessarily easy, which is why we have developed this fund to be able to more effectively scale this globally. So what does our fund offer? We offer technical assistance tailored to government agencies. They want to think about how to inject evidence, research into their interventions. We build capacity as we go, as we work in a learning by doing fashion. We produce a lot of analytical products that are sort of toolkits that can be shared on how to conduct impact evaluations, randomized trials, behavioral and AI solutions. We conduct a lot of, as I said, global workshops and knowledge sharing events. And most importantly, we focus on sharing the results. We produce an annual report every year that focuses on lessons learned across sectors, across our portfolio over the last 20 years. And every year we kind of pick a topic and delve a bit more into that. We cover all the sectors. So we have research programs covering all the World Bank sectors. Each research program has a team, including research economists, RAs, field coordinators, and all of our activities, as I said, are working very closely with academic collaborators from universities. We also provide cross-cutting solutions with teams that are specialized in how to conduct randomized controlled trials on behavioral science. We have a brand new unit on artificial intelligence that's thinking about how to apply AI in the space of academic research, software, and also a team that focuses on analytics and reproducibility of research. Process is as outlined here. It varies a bit depending on who our partners are, but more or less, we take more of a kind of a portfolio approach to research development. More recently, for example, we just launched our research in the Africa East in May, where we tackled the entire pipeline portfolio of the World Bank. We brought 30 projects to Cape Town in a workshop over a course of a week. These are pipeline projects that are still thinking about the design. And we had academic collaborators, government counterparts all came together to think about. This was supported and participated by Nobel laureate Michael Kramer and World Bank's chief economist and regional VP, thinking about that portfolio that is in the pipeline and how do we inject research and evidence to make sure we increase impact of our interventions. Now we're moving into the Africa West region. Our next workshop, regional workshop, is in March in Togo. And then from there, we're going to continue to kind of cover the Latin America region, the MENA and ECA region, and so on and so forth. The goal is to think regionally. So how do we build a research-based regional research agenda? The governance of the fund, it comprises of, I suggest just focusing on the top part here. It includes a global partnership council. As I said, the goal is really to bring together head of agency, donor representatives together to meet once a year and think about the evidence. What have we learned? Where do we go from here? What are the priority areas that we need to focus next? And most importantly, how do we share and transfer everything we learned across all of our agencies? As I mentioned, we work in all of the sectors of the World Bank. In education specifically, we are collaborating with long-term partners like the UK, Norway, Sweden, Germany, the US, EU, Gates Foundation, and many universities. We've been working on these 4 areas so far, focusing on youth skills and school readiness, looking at quality of teachers, thinking about the input and infrastructure side. For example, just one study in Nigeria found that introducing literacy apps increased learning of students in elementary school by 35%. And we have examples across all of these areas, and also working in the school management area. An overarching element that I want to bring in here is a fellowship program under this umbrella called the Robert McNamara Fellowship Program. It's a legacy program in the World Bank. It was created in 1982. It's a more of a traditional fellowship scholarship program that was focused on really supporting young researchers that are interested to conduct research in the space of international development. And this program has been going on, as you can see, for a very long time, and it's very, very successful. It's small in the sense that it selects only 8 fellows per year, so it's incredibly competitive. But a very cool feature about this is that we bring the fellows to the World Bank in the headquarters in Washington, D.C., in the World Bank's research department, and we match them based on their interests with researchers, and they work over the course of 10 months on hands-on sort of, research projects. The goal is to, the fellows either have a master's degree or they are in their PhD program. And the goal is to kind of give them an exposure of how do you bridge research and practice? What does it take to bring the research ideas into practice? So they're working on, actual policy problems. And of course, we also have a lot of learning skills for them. There's an onboarding, there's continuing education, and a learning by doing. I have to say that this program is, the way it was originally set up, it's kind of coming to an end. Is the last year we're implementing it right now, and it's the way it was based on the model it was set up. But we're thinking right now, how do we revamp it and continue it going forward? So we are in the bank in conversations about this program. How do we make it more relevant going forward? So overall, really the space where we are, what we work on is just thinking about generating evidence. The focus is on randomized controlled trial evidence, and how do we bring that evidence into policymaking so that it's scalable and we're able to replicate it. Thank you. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Florentina. Because we already exceeded about 50 minutes, I think I will ask Ministro Eugênio. Certo. Então, antes da pergunta...
Well, okay, before the question, very quickly, as Minister Eugênio said, he left his time for all the others. I'll ask we want to make a 3-minute remarks, and then we move on to the questions. And if you can already deliver the microphone to the audience, maybe to 2 or 3 people. Okay, thank you. Just to conclude, I'd like to thank this panel. It was very enriching in terms of experience in international cooperation. The possibilities are innumerous. We're talking about collaboration with the European Union and bilateral cooperation with countries. Germany was mentioned here, the High Tower, for example. Many examples. I would like to leave one example of cooperation Brazil-Europe, which was how Brazil adhered to the CERN, which is the Nuclear Association of Research in Europe, which is the biggest particle accelerator in the world, and it's one of the most important centers of physics in the world. So Brazil became an associated member this year, and it's the only country in Latin America that does this. So we scored a goal here in Brazil and our partners. It's a win-win partnership. And I'll be available for all of you in Itamaraty so we can, strengthen these partnerships. Thank you, Minister Eugênio. Any other questions? Thank you very much. It was a very interesting panel. I have a question for my European Union colleague and my colleagues from Germany. One of the challenges we have here, we have many research professors from FGV here. One of our greater challenges is we do good work in finding financing for this research up to a certain level. Our great challenge now is finding big projects. So $1 million and above, so we can advance knowledge in very ambitious fields that demand that our different schools work together, integrating skills that are very different and that you can't find in smaller research teams. You need bigger research teams. And my question for you, what is the advice you have? I understand that IRC is a way, but I understand that it's an almost impossible path. I'd like you to give me some hope in this regard. And a question for my German colleagues, what is the way to get this? Do we have to associate to an excellence cluster in Germany, start looking for a cluster over there? And how should we go about this? And I have a question for my British Academy colleague, for Georgina.
You presented one of the latest calls is for the evidence-based policymaking grant. And I was just going through the main text, and what's unclear to me is what's the nature of the relationship between the PI and the counterpart? Because one could have a PI in the UK and a counterpart in Brazil, but the PI could be based in Brazil and then there's a counterpart in the UK. What kind of relationship you expect these two people to have exactly?
Vamos começar por aqui, então, com Thales.
Let's start with Thales. Thank you very much for your question. What's your name? Matias, thank you for your question. Yes, in the European Union, we have the ERC, as you mentioned. I don't believe that it's impossible. It is harder, as we know, compared to Marie Curie, but we do have Brazilian participation. And we are acting many points of ERC for early career researchers with their starting grants from 1 million euros, but even senior researchers. I talked a lot with Paulo yesterday, because talking about senior researchers, very honorable researchers, because they can come together with other public creators. And I do believe that ERC is a possibility, and we have to break this stigma that's something impossible. I invite you to participate in this event that are access doing the second, and I believe there's going to be Brazilian that received an ERC. I think there's two evaluators. Then two of them will talk about the evaluating criteria, how it's done, and so you can understand a little bit better about the program. And every year it happens. No, if you can't do it next year, try 2026, 2027. And just to mention something else, the president of the European Committee in the 70th anniversary of CT&I, she talked about the focus on innovation and high-level research. So ERC will continue to be referenced within the European Union the next following years. No, not just this horizon, but the next one.
Thank you. Christina? Can you hear me? Matthias, well, great question. From the perspective of Germany and more specifically of DFG, I think I can answer your question. There are possibilities of joining excellence clusters. We are right now in a competition phase where we don't know what are the clusters that will be financed for the next 7-year period. We're going to know in February, more specifically, but clusters are very open for international cooperations. And I pointed out the event that will be taking place in March in Germany, which is the FAPESP Week, which at least brings São Paulo closer to these structures also. But I would like to also point out a challenge that we have in a cooperation with Brazil, which is this asymmetry of co-funding efforts that we observe. And I mentioned this very frankly, obviously, because we have this very long-term cooperation with FAPESP, with which we are always able to co-finance very cooperative structures that last for a long time, groups of PhD training, so on and so forth. These are the structures that you were mentioning, with over 1.1 million euros, more than 3, 4, 5 years of project. But we don't have that continuously with other agencies in terms of co-financing. We're trying to have this in the future. So that's the only thing that I can point out in the future, but I can't really tell you that we do have these structures. But I can say that there is a possibility in São Paulo to have a co-financing effort or co-funding effort, but outside of São Paulo, we need to look at each case, but nothing is impossible. I don't know if Nina would like to complement. Anything else? Just quickly, for example, if you get the Ato Tower, which is a project that has existed for many years, but in the 60s, we started a partnership between Max Planck and IMPA. And that's how this specific institute and IMPA rose to prominence. That always comes from the bottom. But the NDF also financed a Climapolis project at USP, and now they were able to get the end of the financial funding from Germany, but the project is taken by CNPq and it continues to be an international project and continues to grow. Obviously, it's always a co-funding effort. It needs to come from an international partnership that already exists, and from that you can bring something together, but you know, you have to find funding from both sides. And after that, there was a binational agreement between Brazil and Germany, which is financed by both ministries. This was tens of years that we're talking about of partnership that already existed.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Georgina, please.
Thanks. You asked about the evidence-informed policymaking call. So yes, the PI and the applicants can be set up either way. So you could have the PI based in the UK or based in Brazil. Either would be fine. Equitable partnerships are expected and compulsory for the applications. So we would want the researchers, institutions, the wider stakeholders to all have equity within the relationship. And as part of the proposal, this needs to be set out. If the panel feels that equitable partnerships won't be supported, then your application wouldn't make it through the proposal. We wouldn't have an opinion on where the PI should be based. It would be up to those involved in the conversation. And if it makes sense for the proposal and the project that the PI be based in Brazil, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you very much, Georgina. Tinha uma pergunta lá?
Did you have a question there?
Oi, bom dia. Meu nome
Good
é
morning.
Renata Maia, eu sou
I'm
pesquisadora
Renata
do
Maia. I'm a
Fiocruz.
researcher at Fiocruz.
Mais uma vez, obrigada pelas
Once again,
excelentes
thank you very much for
falas.
the excellent
Como
talks that you
pesquisadora
gave.
de
As a
uma
researcher that works
corporação
in
pública,
a
essa
public
cooperação
institution,
público-privada pra gente,
this
às vezes, é uma lacuna
public-private partnership is sometimes a gap
e às
that we
vezes a
have
gente não
that's
sabe como
huge.
transpor
And a
esse
lot of the
gap,
times we don't know
né?
how to
Então, é
fill
sempre
it.
bom estar aqui
So
ouvindo as
it's
falas de
really nice
vocês,
to
porque
hear
isso
you
traz pra
talk
gente,
because this brings us
caminhos, né? E
ways to
talvez a minha
proceed,
pergunta
right?
seja pouco
And
naive,
maybe my
né, nesse
question
sentido,
is
porque,
for
mais uma
that
vez, eu
at
reforço
Evie,
que essa
because
não é a
once
nossa
again,
expertise.
I
Então,
reinforce that this is not our
aqui
expertise, but you
na
know,
audiência tem alguns
here in the
pesquisadores
audience,
da
we have some
instituição,
researchers
professores
from the
de
institutions
programas de
as well as
pós-graduação de
professors
excelência,
of
com
postgraduate
nota 7
programs
na
that are
CAPES,
at
enfim.
excellence with
E muitas vezes nós
7
não
points
sabemos como
scores or
buscar
marks at
parcerias
CAPE. And a lot of the times we
público-privadas,
don't know how to
né,
find these
para financiar
private
os nossos
partnerships to
projetos.
fund
Então, eu queria
our
saber,
projects. So I wanted to hear
qualquer
from
de
you,
vocês, tenho certeza que
any of
podem me
you,
responder,
I'm sure that you might, all of
com
you can
muita
answer this
facilidade,
question
como a
very
gente poderia
easily.
buscar isso, se a
How,
gente poderia
what's the path to
fazer meeting,
find these
por
this funding?
exemplo,
If we
com
could,
algum
for example,
programa
have a
de
meeting
pós-graduação para buscar
with any
suporte para os nossos
postgraduate
projetos,
program to
né?
try
Então,
to
essa é
find
a minha
support for
primeira
our
pergunta,
projects.
e a minha segunda
That's the
pergunta
first
é para
question. And the
Dallis.
second question is for
Eu vi que o
Dallis.
Brasil é o
I saw that
sétimo
Brazil is the
país em
seventh
termos de participação no
country
programa
with most participation in the
Horizonte, né?
Horizon program.
E eu queria entender, o
I wanted
Brasil,
to understand,
existem países associados a esse programa.
there are
O
countries that
Brasil
are
é
members of
desses
this program.
países
Is Brazil
associados?
one of these member
Como
countries?
seria feita essa associação?
How
E
do
como
you
seria o
become a
caminho
member? What was
também
the
para chegar
path
até vocês?
to
Obrigada.
reach that membership? Thank you.
Pode começar com a sua resposta, tá?
You can start with your answer.
Bom, muito obrigado.
Thank you. Okay.
Nós estivemos na Fiocruz
Well,
esse ano,
we
né,
were
para
at
falar pouquinho com os
Fiocruz this
pesquisadores
year
também.
to talk
Foi
to
em
the
junho,
researchers
se
a
eu não me
little bit.
engano,
That was
né?
in June, I think.
Voltamos
We're back.
lá.
We will be back there too many times, but about the opportunities in the program, we have the calls. So you have to try to find the calls that are more in line with the institution and your line of research. In the event that we held, we talked about the excellence. We talked about Marie Curie, ERC. These are projects and initiatives that Fiocruz can participate in, and they can connect with European educational institutions as well as SMEs in Europe. These are several opportunities, but we can sit down perhaps. What are the projects that you have in mind that I might direct you to the right calls that are in line with that? About becoming a member, no, Brazil is not a member. Starting with Erasmus, I don't know if you saw in the presentation, Erasmus plus 33, because Erasmus is the 26 member states plus 6 associates. And the same is for the Horizon. Brazil is not a member, is not associate, but it was eligible up to the 7th edition of the Horizon program, which was FP7, right? It started at FP1, went all the way to FP7. We were completely eligible. We were participating in any call and we would receive funds. From the 2020 Horizon in 2013, we are now no longer eligible and we're automatically non-eligible. Basically, we don't get funds, right? That's how we go. But we're no longer eligible because of the level of revenue, because no BRICS country is eligible at the point. For you to have an idea, FP7 received 160 billion euros for investment in science, technology, innovation. With Horizon 2020, it went down to 16 million. So it's 10% of what we received in the previous program. With the Horizon Europe, we're also not members in the 2020 Horizon. Membership is only for the neighboring countries, and there were 17 countries associated. But for the Horizon Europe, we already have 20, and Canada was the last one to join. It happened in July, I think. Brazil is not a member, but it's not up to the Commission to propose this membership. It's the Brazilian government. If they have interest, they need to show interest for this membership and try to start launching the missions, trying to find exploratory negotiation missions all the way to reach membership. And it's restricted to the program after Horizon Europe. And it will end. We're going to have a new program. Maybe because of the timing, this is not interesting to join now, because yeah, I think it would be still interesting to become a member, because it can open doors for the next one too. The next program that's being designed right now. For example, if Brazil was a member, we would have equal rights for participation as a member country would. Just to complement what Dallas mentioned, let me introduce myself. My name is Gorete Pereira Paulo. If you were yesterday here, I'm the national point of contact for social science and humanities for the Horizon Europe program. So if you have any other questions, I'm at your disposal. I'm here during the symposium, but you have my email address. You can find me in my email address if you have any questions about participation in the program, how to create networks, contacts, anything that I can help. I'm at your disposal to try to participate Horizon Europe program. Thank you. Just a compliment. And with regards to partnerships with private companies, I think that Nina could perhaps add something. Right, I will try, but German companies, you mean? Or because in Germany, it would work. There are several programs that support small and medium enterprises to participate in the research. I don't know if there is any law here in Brazil, but it is just to give support to companies in order to do research, right? So I don't know how these programs work in Brazil, but we have Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, which also has a branch in São Paulo in the Center of Innovation and Research. They also do TFIRA, which do applied research. They also have a lot of good contacts with industries. They're a good place to go to ask. And also the Chamber of Commerce of Germany, which is also in São Paulo. And how many companies do we have here? I don't remember, but anyway, over 1,000, right? Or at least or almost 1,000 companies in Brazil. So the Brazilian Chamber of Commerce in São Paulo with Germany can absolutely tell you what paths to follow. A brief comment. The invitation on the 6th of December, I think it's a Friday of next week, we will have a Germany Day at Fiocruz. I think DAD and other universities will participate, like the Technical University in Munich, the FRI at Berlin. They're very strong for the life sciences. I think that this is a good moment for you to try to create these connections with research institutions in Germany on the 6th. I don't know the time, but I can find it out and send it to you. All right. Well, because we're late in time, I would like to thank our speakers, Nina, Cristina, Georgina, Florentina, John, Eugenio, Dallas, and thanking you all also for your presence. And with that, we're going to close this panel. Is there a coffee break now? Or is it direct to the next panel? We have a coffee break right now that I request for being only 15 minutes, but I would also like to thank
for you that are on our online participation. E muito obrigada, reforçando
and I'd also like to reinforce the thank you notes to all the panelists that are present here today with us. And now I would like you to cooperate. Let's take a quick 15-minute break and return to the next panel. Thank you very much. And to the panelists, I would like to request that they stay here so we can stay on screen so we can take a picture, the official picture.
Stay for just a second because we are going to take a picture of all the panelists. And you are included there. Cadê fotógrafa? Cadê fotógrafa?
Where's the photographer?
necessary. And after this panel,
almoço,
we will take a
mas eu
lunch
gostaria de
break.
chamar
But I'd like to invite up here to moderate our next panel,
a professora Eliette
Professor Eliette Musquela, who is the president of National Academy of Medicine, scientific director of FAPERJ, titular member of Academy of Science, and productivity grant from CNBQ. In this first part of our panel, why do I call it first part? Because the first part before lunch, then we have a second part after lunch. I'd like to invite up to the stage to make up this panel André Schwartz de Lima, professor from Federal University of ABC. Professor André, welcome to UFG's Symposium. I'd like to invite up here Luis Castro Mistério, who's professor of the School of Administration Companies in São Paulo. Mistério, please. Thank you. Mistério. I'd like to invite Flávio de Castro, who's executive manager of toolmaking Volkswagen. Welcome, Flávio. I'd like to invite Carlos Sukaramoto, who is Director of Manufacture in Brazilian Association of Automotive Engineering, AEA. Welcome, Carlos. And I'd like to invite Colonel Eric Galante, who is Chief of the Agency for Managing and Technological Innovation of the Brazilian Army, AGTEC. Thank you, Colonel. Eliette, the panel is yours. Tá sem som, microfone, the mic is off. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here because it's a very important panel because the relationship between university, academia, and industry in Brazil is extremely poor. And we need to change this in order to be able to continue doing research. And as I heard previously, in regards to the amount of financing, we have amount of financing in Brazil, with the exception of FAPESP. This financing in general are very low, and the reason just being very low, they don't have a continuity guarantee in a way where people risk very little, and because of that, we have a very good representation in the world of scientific publications, and we are very ill represented that, it's stuck in the same place when it comes to in regards to innovation. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I think we will learn a lot listening to our panelists. And we'll start with André Schwartz de Lima, who's professor from the Federal University of ABC. Please, André. Good afternoon. Thank you for an invitation, opportunity to be here with you, sharing a little bit with our experience in the past few years, working in projects in partnership with the industry, the academia. So I'd like to thank you for an invitation on behalf of the Foundation Getulio Vargas. I'm representing the Federal University of ABC here. And while I designed my projects with the colleagues, I was studying in the Aeronautics Institute of Technology. I was doing my postdoctorate program over there. And my intention here is to share together with my colleagues what we did. As Professor mentioned, we have a great challenge when we do projects to the industry or with the academia, and that happens for many reasons, be it because of financing or bureaucracy, maybe compliance, and many other reasons. And I believe this is a successful case that has been ongoing in terms of who are signing these projects, and I'm going to explain a little bit more about this project to you. Between the program Rota 2030, Route 2030, later on, Carlos will explain a little bit better to you. We had some programs to restructure and solve sectorial problems of our industry. Here, we're talking about automotive toolmaking. And within those line of financing and sponsoring, we developed 3 research projects with the partnership between the Aeronautics Research Institute and the Foundation Getulio Vargas. Between 2020, so December 2020, until 2023, we developed these projects that were 2 demonstrative projects, and so-called because they aim to build tools that are machines that can manufacture car parts in order to be built later by the car manufacturers. And in these demonstrators, we were able to build real-size tools to build doors and structural components, which was a column B. We also had another project in parallel to these other 2, which is called MSky, which was connected to the part of simulation, and it was a project of more technological and technical challenges. So some of the researchers that made up this project, so Professor Luiz Carlos de Sério, who's here with us today, Professor André Querubim Alves, also Professor in FGV, who's here today with us in the auditorium, Alexandre Vicente Bittar, Quente, they were also part of the FGV team, and other scholarship students. We have to mention them because not all of them are here, but I'd like to thank the entire team that made up our research team. We even had more people, but I was only able to put some people here. So Professor Dr. Emília Villanes, the Vice Dean of Aeronautical Institute, Professor Alfredo Rocha, Professor Call, who coordinated these projects, and I worked as a fellow in this doctorate program. So this is a group of companies I hadn't worked before in a project that involved this number of companies. So we worked with over 20 companies that were involved in these 3 projects that were taking place simultaneously. It was a great challenge when we tried to motivate this company, but it was also great learning for us in how you have the point of view of the industry and the point of view of the academia, and how to work in order to bring these 2 very different worlds together. And many suppliers. And we had some companies, the assemblers, Volkswagen, Toyota, Group Stellantis, some systems which manufacture parts and assemblers of other parts of the car, Gestamp and Amatsu, for example. We had the tool makers, which were the focus of the study, that aspect, the TRDI, FHS, and Factus. And we had a series of suppliers for softwares and management solution suppliers, raw material, tools for assembling the car. So we integrated different segments, we integrated the whole chain. And the goal of these projects in their first stage, which was executed in the first part of 2021 and went up to 2023, it was to diagnose the problems that this sector is facing, especially when it comes to the companies which are the tool makers. So these tool makers are responsible for building the tools or the machines that will manufacture the doors, column B, and this industry has already been was prosperous at a time, but now we have very serious competitive problems in relation to China, for example, and many other Asian companies and other markets as well. And we have lost and we're lacking in competitivity. We're trying to identify the current state of the sector and the continuity of this project, which we are trying to get approved over the next 3 years, is trying to better study some of the difficulties, develop and apply improvements in the sector as a whole. And in this case, the institution that I represent today, which is UFABC, will also be involved in this project. So talking about the results we had in the first stage, we went through all the stages of conception for a stamping tool, since understanding what the piece was going to be manufactured, which is not responsibility of the stone makers, up to when you build this machine and you bring this machine to the end client, install this machine and start using this machine, going through all these engineering stages, project and manufacturing and test, which is a tryout part. And we did a mapping of the processes that happen in each of these processes, in each stages. We diagnosed the complexity, and we did many workshops for integration. And from these workshops, we had very beneficial cooperation. So today we see two people here representing the sectors in this panel, which are the people from Volkswagen and Carros, as well, and our colleague who represents EAE, but is also connected to GM. And we have very great benefits and very valuable interactions that arose from these interactions and this activity. And we planned out some precise improvements, that didn't cause a lot of impact, but were very promising, trying to recuperate the sector. We tried to develop, first of all, were all the requirements in understanding how to build a tool. This was a great challenge already, because we had many assemblers with different requirements and different points of view, and we had to bring this all together in one unique list of requirements to build these tools for stepping. And then we identified that through interviews, forms, and visits, what are the bottlenecks of the sector. We also tried to diagnose the competitiveness of the sector. I'm going to call Professor Gisele up here to talk about this and understand a little bit about the challenges involved in this. What were the challenges for these companies from a management point of view and all of this? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here. Thank you, your team, for your support you've given us. And thank you, everyone, those who have survived lunch break, because we can see that half of the battalion has left us or hasn't come back. Oh, okay, it was coffee break, sorry.
A gente poderia falar aqui horas sobre os
We
desafios
could talk for hours about the challenges we had to work over the last year and a half and 2 years without getting to know these people because of the pandemic. And when we finally met in the first workshop done in Ita, I was already debating these dates. We did about 5 workshops and tried to involve all these companies and all the suppliers was one of the biggest challenges we had. Have meetings with these people, and that's where we started trouble. People start changing personnel and so on. Our team was always the same. We define a system for project management where we define a date and we always meet weekly. We have been working now for a year. In this new proposal, no one is getting anything out of it, and we still meet once a week. So we're very passionate about this project. What I want to say is that the challenge is very big because people in the industry, they have a very specific timing, and we have our projects we have to teach as well. It's difficult to make everything work together. This is one of the big challenges we have. Why don't we talk about competitiveness? We could talk about that for hours. I work with implementation of new products my whole life. I graduated in engineering, and so one day I learned that we teach about innovation, but we don't talk about competitiveness. And from a pragmatic point of view, companies that die out in very short time, how to die with this type of innovation if you change the business model. If you change the business model, you just destroy institution. It's not enough to innovate. You have to take a look at the market and the competitiveness. So that's why we bring this discussion here today. And the results, they are very complicated. How did we do this? We tried to define this in many different stages. So we did an industry analysis, the 5 strengths, and that was right over there. He participated on this with us. And we took theories and concepts from the academia, and we created a systemic approach for trying to evaluate the competitiveness, where we try to evaluate the performance versus the factor in the chain of value, and then an action plan. We had various committees that we continue with them over the future. We could just talk about this slide for a while, but the real challenges for the industry is right here on the slides. If we look at the top, we have a lot of competition because of imports from Chinese car. The raw material is much more expensive in Brazil. We are lacking of trained professionals. This is very important. We are not being able to renew this market. There is work, but beyond that, they use an expression from in GM, someone that told me, okay, we're lacking on guys with white hair, because if you're working on tool, you need a white hair guy because you need a lot of experience to work with the tools. The trained professionals, we have a lower quality of that, especially when compared with China. Our costs are higher as well. The cycle is longer. And with that, in the end, the assemblers end up buying this material from outside the country. We have 2 other problems, which are globalization. The national companies weren't prepared when the technology, with the globalization, the level of technology, although being similar to what's seen outside, it's very further away from what we see in international companies. You have dependency on very few clients. For example, the suppliers in the automotive industry, you need this assemblers. You don't have a lot of options. So there's also an oscillation of demand. You can talk to any students or administration when talk about demand and about the capacity. So this combination of demand and capacity, it's a disaster because it's difficult to predict when you don't have a constancy on the demand. So substitute products, we see even raw material, for example, electric cars are already using a lot of instead of steel. So there's a change of technology. So electric cars are arriving. So there's a change in volume. You can create volume and scale. So it's difficult to compete because of this. We could be here talking about this for a long time, but let's move on so we can show you what was the approach that we used. This model is from an author wrote a book called Heal. It's a diagnostics understanding importance and performance. What are the processes that are important for you when working in industry? They're listed over here. So capacity to reduce problems, trying to meet deadlines, so costs and deadlines. Let's talk about this here. What is the performance of this tool maker? So you can see here all the tool makers that we interviewed. There's an acronym here that each tool maker received this code and they got into that. And you can see over here, Suzanne is a good professor of operations. She used a lot of this tool, the importance versus performance. And you can see here how many urgent actions are in this map right here. And you can notice the low competitiveness of these companies. And then we did 2 other things, but the first one was importance versus this performance. That was the first one we did. We did an interview. And then stage 3, we interviewed the toolmakers themselves. And then there's a lot of theory in administration, what we call trade-offs. It's very difficult for you to meet all the demands at the same time. So you have to choose your options. So you achieve a level of importance in one aspect, and what's the priority? And when you do your decision making, well, we have to understand that. So you have to understand there's one toolmaker that was chosen. There's a code over there, and the average of the industry. So, for example, you notice that there's a difference that's very significant when you take a look at, for example, the cost. The average is 71%, and the toolmaker is 90%. So it's less competitive. So, for example, if you take a look over here at the cost and quality as a trade-off, and the question that's being made in the research, and we have to make these questions, all of them, You observe that they always prioritize cost. Is there something wrong? In the beginning, no, but if the market asks for reliableness, and it's what's coming up here, how do you meet deadline, costs, and all this? So the Chinese are doing better than us in all of this. So this is a challenge. The research goes into that, and we can talk about this for hours, and talk to the companies what they can do to improve. This something else that's very interesting, and we already did this in some companies. It's very common for us to go to a company, ask them same question, different sectors within the company. The answers are different, and say, is everybody crazy? No, it's because the different parts within the company, for example, marketing and sales, they have different sensibility in order to understand how to react to the client compared to an area that's a little further away from a client. So you don't have to hire psychology. You know, go to a company and say, no, don't have to hire psychology, because these different areas are in different positions in relation to the view they have of their market. This is super interesting because it's something that's extremely behavioral. It's very psychological. So the guy from the quality area, why doesn't he do a training to understand better where the market is? Okay, that's possible, and we even recommended that. And here you have the self-evaluation and the evaluation of your clients, and you realize that the self-evaluation is around 40, but the clients say 41. You have a big difference between how the company sees itself and how the client sees the company. This goes through for personal relations, because you might think that you're a very cool guy, but your girlfriend says, okay, that's not how it works. But, well, this is the story here. And this is a great challenge for this company. So where are we losing here? We're losing in cost, the dimensions for deadlines and cycle speed, and reliableness. We were losing in all of these aspects. And like André said, we created this project so we could identify the bottlenecks, and basically that's what I'm talking about. And this is diagnostic models. We're very proud of it, because we weren't seeing, we hadn't seen studies done connecting all of this. So we took a theory from Copernic and Lambert, which are 9 processes, and we evaluated how each toolmaker tries to meet these processes. This is very relevant when we try to develop products that go from managing the demand, the products from manufacturing, relationship with clients and suppliers, and we try to evaluate each of this for each toolmaker. So it's a systemic model where we went from macroeconomics to microeconomics. So it's an approach from Michael Porta to try to evaluate competitiveness. So we can only talk about innovation if you don't take a look at your competitors. For example, I live in Moema, and I take pictures and I try to follow up on, like, Morelli put up a store to sell ice cream next to my house, and it lasted 6 months because they forgot there was a battery in the next corner, and the ice cream is much better on the other store, and that's my opinion, of course, but you can see. What I want to say with that is that, unfortunately, in Brazil, why do 85 or 90% of the companies die within 3 years? Because they don't understand cash flow. They don't understand the cost, and much less understand what's happening extra and with other suppliers. I could mention 10 examples in Moema that were born and died in less than a year. We don't teach competitiveness in schools. We talk about innovation. And so what? Innovation is a percentage of development of new products. But if the market isn't buying what you're making, then it's a patent. It's not a product. This is it's discussed very little in university. We don't talk about competitiveness enough. I was observing since yesterday someone from Germany talk about competitiveness, and we don't talk about competitiveness here. Yesterday we talked about innovation the whole day. Is there anything wrong with that? No. But the question is, how do we survive in a competitive market? That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Gistério. So moving on, beyond the work that the professor explained to us here, the work that by itself already created many challenges between the interaction between academia and industry. Because the industry doesn't want to look at its weak points, either because they don't know that it exists, or they don't want to expose them because other people see these weak points and other competitors competitors will see this. So there is a difficulty that's still ongoing with that. But we were able, in a certain way, to extract valuable information, such as the ones that Professor decided to comment on just now. We also had a great cooperation and collaboration by the companies on trying to map out these processes. We were able to investigate with each area and sector of the company what were the main activities that they had within the companies. We tried to improve a very specific point. So here, for example, we're listing in the processing that took place in these companies. And in my opinion, these are solutions with the biggest impact to try to reduce cycle given the current state of the sector. There are many other solutions we can discuss later on, but when you're trying to make a low investment and have better results, this is a key point we try to develop this machining area. There are other studies that weren't applied, such as topology optimization, which involves decreasing the cost when dealing with a certain amount of raw material analysis done with artificial intelligence, trying to find mistakes even before production starts, manufacturing starts. So characterizing different materials, which is a field here in Brazil that will depend a lot on the academia to do this sort of work, even outside Brazil. However, there are some exercises that we can do here. So this is what I started to develop during the project, that we weren't able to find a mature enough company to try to do this task here in Brazil. This is a challenge that we try to tackle throughout the project as well. We've also found problems that we can find day to day in the industry, so porosity and the quality of the foundry, which are essential for the tools that we built. We also participated in trying to understand the tryout stages, which are fundamental, and quality control that were built. So we saw in practice the daily routine of this industry with smaller intensity than we would see some other places. But through this process, we were able to understand what were the main challenges. And I believe that this is something that brings a lot of potential for the industry in partnership with the academia, because sometimes the academia has a lot of theory involved, but when you take a look at the real problems, you start to think about solutions that aren't as advanced in that theoretical sense, but already have a great potential in increasing competitiveness. We had interaction between these companies.
We had the interaction of companies. This also generated a lot of benefits and the continuation of the project. And some of the topics that we're debating right now, for example, the standardization of components, purchasing through platform models, how to solve cash flow problems, that was mentioned here yesterday. They're sort of crafting the pillars for the continuation of the project. And the final reality in terms of competitiveness was quite alarming, because we're lagging far behind in some very key stages of the process, like engineering, designing, and plants. In others, we can somehow be competitive, but, you know, these that are in red in our slides remove all of the competitiveness from the sector. Based on that, we have phase 2 now that's being created and crafted so that we can restructure the business model in the sector. And why have we reached such a conclusion? There are technical improvements that need doing. However, the companies that we're trying to reach are small and medium enterprises. The tool companies, they're not the size of Volkswagen or General Motors or any other car manufacturer. They have a very large management deficit, and that's why they have difficulties prioritizing investment and also using the incentives that the government provides. They try to embrace the world. They can't be competitive doing so. getting, for example, a end-to-end process to deal with, but they can be competitive in certain segments, as it was shown in this slide. What was the solution that we imagined for the sector? We want specialized companies, or we want the companies that already exist, that if they want to improve their competitiveness, they should start specializing in certain activities where they are already competitive and stop trying to work on activities where they're not competitive. This kind of happens in a way because there are some outsourced phases of the project. But when you take the cost of outsourcing, you're losing profit margin. So when you remove that responsibility of outsourcing, you sort of clean up your cost structures and you improve your margin. Professor, you want to say something? All right. In this new project, we're going to have 11 sub-projects, so 5 of which are focused on technical improvements for the standardization of components, assembly line, etc., monitoring of productivity of each tool. And 4 are related to the managerial aspects of the tool companies. They're going to have a huge cooperation from FGV. And just to talk a little bit about cash flow, this platform-based model that we want to put in practice, the training of the managing staff, as well as the follow-up to the project itself, will result in the building of the 2.0 version of the tools that already exist to measure the increase in competitiveness that came from all of the studies that we're doing right now throughout the last few years. With the cash flow problem, like Célia said, it's very difficult for you to, today, with the companies that want to sort of get all of the process from end to end to be responsible from the manufacturing to the final delivery to the testing and everything. It's very difficult for them to compete with their foreign competitors. Because of that, there's a lot of times that a company stays months without having a project to work on, and they have a fixed cost of operations, so the resources are consumed. And within the project, you receive an initial boon to start your activities. And when you get, until you get the next payment, you run out of cash. There is no cash flow sustaining the demands that are mid-project. This is a very critical issue that we would like to take care of by creating specialized companies and incentivizing them to have a more constant demand throughout time. And the platformized model, which is the main pillar of our project, is the idea to integrate the whole supply chain. When you have assembly lines or being the tool company, you can access in this platform other services that are required for the construction of the tools. So you can offer your services, and furthermore, you can hire services that today you have trouble hiring. And I think that centralizing, having a central hub for all these kinds of things helps with the cash flow, because you bring a lot more visibility for the companies in the sector. We have a idle capacity here in Brazil with machinery and machinery hours and personnel hours as well for the products to be manufactured. But this efficiency to allocate the man hours and the machine hours are not very good. So we mean to stabilize this with the platform. And as final questions, the companies that want to survive need to ask themselves, what do you buy? What do you do in your company? Is it worth the effort to continue to buy something instead of just relinquishing that stage of the process to focus on something that I'm good at. What is the thing that people buy most of you? There are some tool companies that can create plants, but they cannot design a tool. And constantly, instead of being approached by assembly lines or requested by the assembly lines, the tools and the companies themselves it interchange services because they each have their gaps. So when you have a gap, you try to find someone else, and this reduces their profit margins. What do you need to buy? Where are you competitive enough to do? What is better? What is it better to do? What is it better to buy? These are the questions that we mean to answer in the continuation of this project, thinking about this new business model for the sector. This is a QR code that I left at the end of our presentation. If you're interested to participate or cooperate either as a company, we will have a lot of open discussions with our cooperators. That was what I had to say. Thank you very much. And I'm at your disposal. That's right. Thank you.
Nós continuamos agora com
Now we continue with Flávio
Pessutti,
Pessutti,
gerente executivo da ferramentaria da Volkswagen.
executive manager for the tool company at Volkswagen.
Pessoal, boa tarde.
All right. Good afternoon.
Vamos lá para essa jornada. Eu, André,
Let's
professor de
go
CEP,
to this
trouxeram
journey.
muitas informações.
The professor and Andre brought a lot of useful information. Before anything else, I'd like to thank you all for the invitation. Professor Getulio and to all the FGV. I'm very proud to be here talking about the tool department. This is a project that was very interesting for the whole chain. I consume a lot of services from these tool companies that are in these situations, and I'm going to show you what the Volkswagen do Brasil tool department does. We are in the Anchieta, São Bernardo do Campo manufacturing place. It's one of the first factories that we have outside of Germany. We have 28,000 square meters in area, and we have all kinds of certification, including PDA to export production goods to Europe, and an annual revenue of 20 million euros or around, and we have an installed capacity of 500,000 hours. We have a workforce with an average of age. We are very conscious of that. We have a low age average of 37 years old for this kind of activity, and 12% of women that are working in our toolmaker. We're also inserted into the Volkswagen group of toolmakers. The Volkswagen complex is a lot higher, a lot bigger, that are Skoda, Porsche, and Audi. But, you know, talking about just the Volkswagen, we have two plants in Germany, one in Portugal, one in Mexico, and ours in Brazil. Today, I'm the lead, and we have about 380 people working in this toolmaking department. We have two major areas, two business areas, one building some kinds of tools, which is what people showed, and also building device to close the car on the outside. So whatever kinds of blades we interact with. Also, talking about tool makers for specific tools, we have several pieces of equipment going through the whole processes. We have about 50 stations with the computers helping manufacturers. We have photogrammetry systems to measure pieces and help in the process. We have about 15 CNC machines. I'm talking about large machines and tables where they're supported. It looks like a table with over 4.5 meters which withhold up to 40 tons. These are presses just to adjust these tools. And we have a constellation of creating tools for the sides and the doors, but we're also able to create any other type of pieces. A tool maker like this one in an automobile industry normally creates those most complex pieces. They're the external ones. All of this superficial aspects that we have in the body of the car come from this tool maker's department. Going forward in the presentation, I think I clicked wrong. Here we have the welding devices to close the bodies. We also have CAD/CAM systems, automation systems, mechatronic systems, engineers that work with that. We have areas that build the devices and assemble them. We also have a tryout area. This is a very interesting area because many people leave the tool makers, that is in São Bernardo, and they go to the plants to Taubaté, Curitiba, Pacheco in Argentina. If they can go to Mexico, they go to Mexico. We also have a project in South Africa, and they go there to set up the work. So it's a very dynamic work. The other two areas we have here, courses and resources planning area. Again, in the automobile industry, we deal with the tool maker as a business unit. So there is an administrative area that looks at revenues, costs, and all of that. They're releasing cars. There's a lot of designs, and you're always looking at that and looking at the area of work. We also have an area of quality control, which looks at the quality systems, ISO and so many others, and also the creation of pieces and devices. In general, a tool maker like this one receives the data virtually. There isn't any physical evidence that go through the digitized simulations all the way to the conception of a tool.
And then we are able to see it's very large. So tools that will stamp the doors, front and the back, up to the devices for welding that does all the building for those doors manufacturing. So we can get a car body that has good dimensions superficially and horizontally. I talk about two dimensions here so you can understand. This is a lab with an area for innovation technology. So each line of manufacturing, every time we launch a new car, doesn't matter the plant, we always come with a new technology. So if usually the guys who work with us, they will test this technology at their plants at the sites. And go from São Bernardo to Argentina or Curitiba, and we created this lab to exactly be able to try this out within our industry. And we do everything, we manufacture everything, and we take everything after it's already tried out. In the past, we had CT&I that was a lot stronger as tool maker. Today, we do have that still, but within Volkswagen, we have a scenario that's much more targeted towards the manufacturing. So it makes more sense in the manufacturing process to have this way. It makes sense to have a cell to train all this youth before they go into tool making. So you can have an idea of all the projects that we had up to the beginning of last year, and this is still ongoing. We have all these projects, here's all the tools that we created and products, and we created tools for these products, and we created devices for this groups to close the car body, the doors and all that, up to the Polo, to the Virtus, which was our last release, the Constellation, going through German projects in Mexico and Argentina and so on. Just so you have an idea of how relevant this is. And our very strong support even to any type of initiative aiming for improvement since Rota, now Rota 123, now Mover. We've always acted in this project. So try to give support and strengthen everything that works with that. So ITA, FGV, which are the demonstrators, Federal University of ABC, even the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, CT&I, and many others. I always have a lot of people working with this and giving incentives for this project. Some highlights here. For us, it's very important to have enough time to adjust a tool. That's very important. So we're trying to optimize this process as a whole in order to decrease year by year this number. So all the documentation with the tools, it's a lot of documents. There's a lot of steel and components involved when manufacturing a tool. So it's necessary to have documentation for maintenance. All of this is digitalized nowadays. We also have a process for multiplying this within a platform that we have inside an industry, the manufacturer, to expand this technical part that our collaborators have. We also evaluate and monitor how we are using our machines. So when we talked about tool making and competitiveness, it's not very clear nowadays, but within a chain of manufacturing, when we are inside a car manufacturer, this productivity comes up a lot. So we try to monitor all our machines to try to understand if we are using this machine as we should be. We have a lot of camera processes. So our personnel that understands automation, they introduce a lot of machines. So the robot has always been drove by a person. So at the moment you are able to put a camera on this robot can take its own decisions based on the routine. So a lot of simulation software as well. Before, our engineers worked just by using their experience. And nowadays this aids a lot, this simulation software, even before we get a product, for us to understand what the results will be. Using different types and robot brands, this is something very difficult to do because of language and also new challenges, trying to look different works in other areas, trying to work with seasonality, and also studies done with different equipments and interaction with other brands. So Scania is inserted in our products, but it was the first time here in Brazil that we did an interaction such as this, and we did tool making for scanners in São Bernardo do Campo. So a lot of modification topology in the project. So we had a possibility, but we didn't do that on the demonstrators. But internally, we did, because a great part of the tool making is the material. So we're talking about the foundry material. If I can decrease that, I can decrease the cost of the process. And I can decrease the cost of maintenance and how I move that and so on. Even in regards to the environment, because all of this goes through a foundry and has a very important environmental impact. So in general, I just wanted to talk about what a tool maker does and how much a tool maker from a car company is important for business and also for the manufacturer chain as a whole. I'll leave my contact up here, and you can access the website that we have for our toolmaker. And once again, thank you very much. I hope to have added to the discussion. Thank you. We'll continue our panel with Dr. Carlos Sakuramoto, who is the Director of Manufacturing for the Brazilian Association of Automobile Engineering. Thank you, and good afternoon all. I'd like to thank you for the invitation from Getulio Vargas Foundation, Professor Goretti. And I'd like to take a look at, a bigger look at this project. You might be thinking, what is this guy talking about tool making? Is it more interesting to talk about artificial intelligence, digital transition? What comes to your mind when you hear tool making? If you take a little child, maybe a student from middle school and high school, you say, okay, you'll be a tool maker. And the kid will have no idea, or maybe they'll have that idea of the image, that dirty uniform with oil on their hands, and say, no, what does this person do? It's easier to talk about artificial intelligence. You're talking about high tech. So why are these people up here talking about toolmaking. It's a great debate that we have. Our blanket's very short because while we're talking about artificial intelligence, digital transition, new Brazil industry, great financing for research in artificial intelligence and new Brazil industry. We're setting aside the foundation of this industry, which is toolmaking. Everything in this room here has gone through some type of toolmaking. And we are forgetting about the foundations of our industry. In the 50s, we exported tools. We forgot about our vocation. So this project right here was designed in 2012 in Nova Alto. Back then, we were already thinking about toolmaking. And as a representative of EAE, it's a neutral entity that aggregates assemblers, systemists, academia, and government. We have many members of the government that make up our committee. We are a neutral organ. We are always asked to aid in the interpretation of the law and the conceptualization of the law. In 2012, when we began the Nova Alto, our great difficulty was how do we translate research, basic applied research concepts, and how do we apply this to our assembly lines? It's a great debate. We had we had over 10, 20 debates. What is research done in cars? We debated for over a year. What is the research when it comes to developing a car? Our current engines, any change in the geometry of the combustion chamber would change how this engine works. What is research and development in this case? We had a great debate, and it said the academia that was part of the debate said research is only the design of the combustion chamber. So all this research done, you're only gonna benefit from the design of the combustion chamber. Us as assemblers, assembly line, we said no, that's not it. It's the beginning of a series of experimental developments that have to take place. So the new combustion chamber, what happens? It will cause different vibrations in the chamber, in the engine. The engine is stuck to the car body by screws, and it will be propelled by the floor, the streets, and all of this will reflect on the comfort of those who are riding in the car. All of this is research, experimental development created by a change done in the combustion chamber. After a long debate, we understood that the generator fact, from this research, this beginning of this research will create many other researchers. So we arrived at this conclusion. So the academia, the government understood that development, research, they are about the entire vehicle. So that was a good debate to have. So in Nova Alto, we were able to interpret this. We were able to harmonize conceptually all of this legislation. Everything came together and was aligned. After Nova Alto, and it was finished in 2017, 2018, cars that were at least 12% more efficient. The energy efficiency label They'll know the ones you have in the fridge and your air conditioning. And then you start to talk about Rota 2030. Because we need to continue. The program needs to continue. But what happened? First, we learned that research in the automotive car manufacturer, we learned that the Rota to 2030 will mobilize the supplier chain. Because for the assembler to design a combustion chamber, you need a supply chain that's very efficient. We need a very efficient academia as well. So we spent a year talking in Brasilia how we could improve the supply chain. So we created many priority programs. And how is this program structured? We tried, in order for us to maintain the competitiveness of the sector and the productivity, we started to lose production capability of car parts. So for us to be more efficient, we need to import pieces because we're not able to manufacture these parts. So the government allowed for us to import, but only 2% we had to pay as taxes. We had to deposit into these priority programs, which the amount of the resources that was put together had to be spent in research projects for the development of the supply chain. We created many priority programs, one coordinated by CT&I, called for business, which is focused on projects for digital transformation. Embrapi, as well, which is focused in propelling research in the supply chain. And we created Line 4, which is specialized in projects for tool making. The government understood that tool making is the basis of the automotive industry. Tool making creates the car body specifically, and all the other tools that make up the car. So we're talking about energy transition, talking about change. You can't change the engine, you can change the battery, you can put whatever you want in, but the car body has to be there. So it's a industry that will be here forever. So why don't we have a specific program to try to propel tool-making industry? You saw your colleague Flavio, you're talking about tool-making Volkswagen. How many tool-makers in Brazil have this type of project? 2.
What about the others? We have 30 assembly lines in the country. If each of them release a car a year, can you imagine the quantity, the number of tool makers that would require? One car, talking about just the body of the car. If you do the math, looking at the external panels and everything else, we need 150,000 hours per car. We have 30 assembly lines in the country. Then multiply that by 30. Look at the demand. Do we have capacity? No. So we started to create this program of tool maker for it to become a sectorial program, not a program to benefit one or another tool maker specifically. It is to create a movement in the whole country to improve the entire sector. I was one of the intellectual mentors of this program. And to create this program, after we created this program, we would need to create the architecture of these designs. And we could say, okay, let's create a project just with R&D of technology, right? That's it. But the problem is not only technology. We have management problems as well, and that's why we were able to bring together two schools, ITA and Getulio Vargas, are renowned schools. And when I started discussing this with the coordinator, said, why are you going to bring FGV in? That doesn't make sense because it's not just a technical issue, it is also a management issue. I remember when I sat down in the room inside on the ninth floor of the GV building, and I mentioned this project to them, and if they would have the guts to run such a project with impact. And they promptly accepted, because they accepted the challenge. I've run out of time. I requested an hour and a half, but they gave me only 20 minutes. So let me just finish here. So this priority program focused exclusively in tool makers was designed to be a sectorial program that's being copied to other sectors as well, such as the high success rate, because the sectorial project is for the entire country. So what we're doing is we're articulating and transforming the whole sector, and it's not easy to transform. These people know what they're talking about. It's not easy to deal with these companies because these tool makers are verticalized. You can see that there are several activities that are sort of part of their chain. And I always talk about the comparison of tool makers today, which is like a decathlon athlete, because they're good, but they are mediocre in all specialties. They lose about 30% from a specialist in each of these different modalities. And if they do everything, they're at least 50% of that worse than any Chinese company that have a continuous production, scaled up tool projection system. So we have continuous demand. Here in the country, we don't. So we need to have this interpretation and this diagnostic, which was done, in order to transform the sector as a whole in the country. And that's the movement that we're trying to make. Phase one of the demonstrator identified the problem. We know that today, we know that it's weird because the sick person is the last one to find out about the disease, right? And the diagnostic is the key issue, because once you diagnosed, then now we're doing a work of correcting the problem to change the direction that we're going in. So all projects on line 4 are being created to reconstruct this sector, to reshape it. But it's not just technical. There's a lot of management issues, and I think that the biggest problem is the lack of management capacity. People's mental models and the mental models of these managers, because while the tool maker's manager thinks that their competitor is across the street, we're going to go down together holding hands. Tool makers will have to hold hands to understand that their competitors are across the ocean. It's better, faster, more efficient, cheaper. And we here need to be ready. We need to be open to this kind of transformation. And the projects are being very well held. I've run out of time, so that's what I had to say. Thank you very much for your patience.
Vamos passar agora a palavra ao Coronel
Eric Galante, and then we're going to have lunch. Please, Colonel. All right. Thank you for the invitation, for being here. Everybody who is still here is listening to me. I'm going to take a chance and make a managerial error of talking a little bit more before lunch. There's a lack of risk management here, but I cannot not say anything. And I'd like to invite you all to some reflections. We started the panel going back to the start of a production chain. Toolmaker is the basis of a production chain. We saw this project to get this production chain back on track. We moved forward with the state-of-the-art at Volkswagen, and we got to a project that seems to reshape the market. And I want to take a similar journey, but changing segments now. Why is there someone in an innovation army agency speaking in an event such as this one? Because if we look, the greatest innovations of humanity were propelled by a military need, a need of security. If today we can go from here and go to Santos Dumont, grab a plane, and go to São Paulo in an hour, it's because in the Second World War, somebody started investing in aviation for military ends. Our air control model, air traffic control model comes from a military demand. What is the biggest reflection that we get? Is that when we come here and we see someone working in a military uniform talking about innovation and engineering, we think about atomic bombs automatically. We talk about submarines, you know, the Guarani tank, which is a Brazilian combat car project that's genuinely Brazilian, that had to be manufactured with tool makers that didn't exist, right? When we look at a defense product, we think, okay, I don't need defense industry. I don't need to sell cars. Brazil is not going to go into war. We have this understanding, right? But behind this military machine, there is a production chain. And the production chain needs to be maintained, innovated on, because in a military plane, there is a chair, there is an LED screen, there's plastic, metal, wires. Look at the whole logistic chain and the industrial power coming from the United States and also Chinese are not by chance. That's why they're always competing for the top position, and they also correlate deeply to the military power of the country. One thing feeds the others. We cannot leave out of consideration that behind a defense product, there is a huge tail of industry behind. Somebody created the screw that is holding things together in a wall or something. Any tool maker, all kinds of companies. We saw Watanabe talking about TRL, NASA scales. We talked about these tools, these management tools, because then we have the other side of this aspect, is that we can no longer do engineering without thinking about resource management, because the resources are scarce. And whether it's time, whether it's time, that's why we need to use AI. That's why we need to use tool makers. My colleague said that of 150,000 hours of tool makers hours. So you can imagine this is one person working 150,000 hours and 10 people working 15,000 hours. But it doesn't matter how I manage this. At midnight, I finish a day and I need to start another one. So we need to get everything in line in management to understand that many of the national projects that we're following up in the armed forces, the VLS of the Air Force, Blue Amazon that the Navy talks about in the fora, nuclear submarines, cyber defense, cybersecurity that is in the Army, and several other projects that I could spend the afternoon discussing.
São vários projetos que, na verdade,
are projects that we as a society need to look and say, okay, behind this project, there's industry, there are several industries, there's several tools, several needs in terms of management. And more than that, because these are national projects, there is a certain level of reliability that the financing and the funding will persist. We just delivered to the Brazilian Army a land rocket after 20 years of design. This is very difficult to have such an achievement. We delivered a genuinely Brazilian product after a 20-year project. There were highs and lows, which is part of the game. Nobody does an engineering project if you're not a little crazy, right? But you need to look at this and say, okay, in order to have Embraer planes, when you look at the media, that Boeing is going to buy Embraer. And that fortunately is not going to take place. But this is one fewer industry in Brazil that does defense products. But this is a logistic capacity and industrial capacity that gives us national development. So I wanted to leave this reflection to you. We went from the tool makers to evolution, and we brought to the military, which is an engineering item with a lot of onboard technology. This is a design. When you enter a plane, the planes were invented. When you go to Europe to take your vacation, always remember that planes only exist because of a military demand that sort of crosses over to society. Cell phones, GPSs are all born out of military innovations that overflow to society. And all of these innovations today depend on management. I think I only used 10 minutes. I was nice to the people that want to have lunch. Thank you very, very much, guys.
Eu gostaria então de
I would also, I'm not going to say anything. I just wanted to propose that we go to lunch break and we try to return
no máximo 40
in
minutos, porque senão a gente
40
vai
minutes
atrasar o
tops,
dia
because
todo.
otherwise
Pode
we're
ser
going to
assim?
delay the entire day.
Obrigada.
Okay? Thank you.
Ficamos com 30 minutos. Obrigada.
30 minutes. Thank you.
start our panel after our lunch, and we have a substitution on the mediation of the panel. For the second part, I'd like to invite Professor Lívio Amaral. Professor Lívio, please, you have the stage. And Professor Lívio is a physicist from UGS and is also a member of Research and Innovation Committee from UFGV. Professor Lívio will call up the participants of our next panel.
Boa tarde, mais uma vez, boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon once again to all those who survived and are here with us in this moment. Professor Eliette had to deal with some other scheduled issues, and we thank her participation. Let's continue our panel that started this morning. Well,
agora vou chamar os palestrantes.
I'm going to call up the speakers. Susana Pereira, professor of the Business Administration School of FGV, please. The Colonel Eric Galante, Chief of the Agency for Innovation and Technology Management in the Brazilian Army.
Yuri Carvalho,
Head of Casulo.
E a Soraya Viana Correia.
And Soraya Viana Correia from Boticário Group.
Então, por favor,
please.
Professora Susana.
Professor Susana Pereira, who will make her presentation and give her lecture for us.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you in this panel. We are already debating right behind the audience about this panel. But as our colleague said, you know, you survivors were still outside finishing their lunch, but it's a privilege to be here and share about the knowledges, share about the projects that we have been working on, and in my case, the Center of Innovation from FGV and EISP, and our partnership with other organizations, government and industry as well. So it's a privilege to talk about integration, about exchange, which is the panel and the thing here. It's a very good interaction for us to be able to work together. But up a theme for my presentation, or better, the title, I dare to call it Innovation Model of the Triple Helix and the Case of CCD Circula. And I will explain to you what the CCD Circula is. I'll introduce myself first. My name is Susana Pereira. The CF is just to make it easier to say my name. I'm a professor of the Department of Research in So that's why you joked about me about doing some operations. I'm a coordinator for the Center of Innovation of FGV EISP. And when we talk about innovation, I love the question that someone asked this morning. It was more of a remark, wasn't a question. It said it's very nice to talk about technological innovation, but we need to talk about applied social sciences. And what can we do in relations to innovation when we're talking about applied social sciences? And in this case of CCD Circula, it works very well because it talks about technological innovation, but it also talks about managing this innovation, which is what we're able to do in a business school such as IASP. And it's my privilege here to also be the main researcher and the partnership coordinator for CCD Circula. One more time so you guys can see. CCD Circula. It's sort of marketing. We are trying to disseminate the label that we use for this innovation model of the triple helix, which is CCD Circula, which is a project. You can see the website right here on the bottom of the slide. Feel free to go on the website. It's a project that was born out of a real problem. We just took coffee break and a lunch break. Why do you think it's gonna stay over there after you left? Trash. You're gonna leave a lot of trash. You have some leftover bread, you have some leftover pie, maybe some salad, and if maybe you use a cup, not one of the teacups that were available, that means more trash. Just to talk about this small coffee break. But if you think about the hotel where you're staying at, the places you went through, if you maybe came by plane or the airport, take a look around you and in your life. We just start leaving residues behind. And CCD was born trying to work on and find solutions for solid urban residues, especially the trash that we generate, the waste we generate. So this is why it's a science center for development that looks for solutions for post-consumption waste. We had to give a focus, and at the time when we participated on the public calling for FAPESP, we decided to choose a focus because this was born out of another dream. And I work on the Innovation Center together with a very united team. And at that time, I was working with Professor Luciana Rashida, who's over there. And she's our communication coordinator for CCD. And Cristina Sartoreto. At that time, we worked with innovation and an innovation project for circular economy in chains. And in doing this research, we decided to tackle a series of problems in the packaging industry, especially in this industry. That's why one of the focus here is the packaging industry. And as a result of this research, we started to think, well, how can we find solutions for this solid waste issue? Also giving focus on circular economy. We started then to try to find a group thinking that technological innovation, when it happens, I think that's Carlos talked about this. He said, it's not enough to only have the engineering part. We need to have management. And our strong focus here is management. We're in a business school. This innovation center works with managing innovation. So we started to think, how can we do this? How do you create products, solutions, if you don't bring together with that engineering and technological innovation? So we try to look for partners because in order to meet this challenge, which is to create and spread applied knowledge in order to have sustainable development when it comes to the productive industry and society, we needed different partners. It could only be the Innovation Center of FGV or, 3 researchers that were interested in a certain thematic. And this is our mission in CCD Circula. We went for the public calling that happened in 2021, but this calling wasn't done exactly the way we wanted. This calling came in a moment where we were developing this idea of how to connect different partners, different organizations in order for them to work together in trying to reach this goal, find solution, and develop applied research. At that moment, we looked for the partnership with CT&I, which is the Technological Center for Packaging, connected with the Agriculture and Fueling Department of São Paulo. And in that CT&I, internally, there are Center of Research, the Research Institute for Food. We found researchers that had the same interests we did and the same worries. So how do we connect to each other? So we got people from managing business schools, and we connected with a more technical group of, they work with real technology, from technological innovation, and researchers from many fields from CT&I.
Together, we spent pretty much a year developing this proposal. And what's new about this FAPESP proposal for this specific call would define that it would only accept proposals that had at least a double helix in a partnership with the government first, more specifically with the government, but only with the government it's not going to be possible, right? Okay, we have Remital representing the Secretariat of Agriculture and Supply, but how do we implement all these solutions? Where does it all get applied? So we had to call the businesses, and now we have two business representatives that are our partners at FGV Circula, Soraya from the Boticário Group, and Yuri from Braskem, from the Braskem Hub. And we had to sell, and that's the real word. Cristina Sartoreto, our partner in this project, became a saleswoman. She sold research. You know, she went out with all her contacts in the packaging industry. She had created her thesis with regards to the innovation for circular economy in the packaging industry, and she sold that. She went out and started selling this idea. Look at this innovative idea that we have, but we need partners. We need more people from different organizations so that this idea is implemented. And more, here's FAPESP. For every R$1 that a company or the government can bring us, FAPESP would add another R$1. And that's how CCD Circula became a reality. It is indeed a triple helix, because that's where company, government, and academia are working together, trying to find solutions. These are the principles that we have. We have several principles that guide our journey. Now, first is the cooperation, but the idea of governance, and governance was one of where we got pretty much destroyed in order to be able to implement this program, but also creating the solution to problems, right? Real problems. The research institutes that are involved or that are participating in CCD Circula. CT&I is the leader, the lead researcher of CT&I. Every time I say CT&I and ITAL, because ITAL and CT&I are, CT&I is within ITAL, and FGV that I represent, I am a coordinator and main researcher at FGV, and we also have IBP and USP. These are the main representatives of academia, and they are at the center of the wheel because we are the main researchers. But in the surrounding, we have a group of associate researchers. We have UMESP, INOESP, UFMG, UFMS, and many other co-founding companies too. These co-founding companies, as well as the government. These companies really believed in the project and invested money. They believed in us, and they are co-founders alongside us, alongside the Secretariat and Secretariat of Agriculture and Supply. We have Ambev, Cabina, Senopor, Petroparque, Braskem, and Boticário. These are the co-founding companies. And we have a series of supporting entities. Now I'd like to briefly discuss to you governance. This was our major challenge because this style of governance was defined during the foundation. We couldn't simply get there and say, myself, Susana, I create a theoretical gap and I want to work on it to publish and generate ABS for stars. FAPESP wanted the solution, not that. So we have to present our research ideas to an executive committee. And this executive committee has representatives of companies and main researchers. They are the ones that deliberate and choose the project. So it's not just like that, oh, I have a theoretical gap, let's fill it. No, it's hard. We had refused projects as well as prioritized ones. It's 5 platforms when you look at the structure of CCD Circula. Just going back here to show you that the platform is FGV competency, Plato, leadership of CT, and the 5th is the leadership at USP. These projects that are in the platforms went through the selection of the executive committee. They were evaluated and then prioritized. After these projects were prioritized, each platform has a series of projects. I cannot present all of them because she told me already I only have 2 minutes left, but let me go through them so you can see them. CCD Circula as a complex operation, and for complex problems, there isn't an easy solution. You have to really have complex solutions. It's hard, it requires a lot of work, requires a lot of cooperation, a lot of interaction, but it is possible. Platform 1, I'm the responsible researcher for this one. Management and innovation for the circular economy in organizations and supply chains. We have an ongoing project that aims to create the social inclusion of garbage pickers, thinking about reverse logistics. Think about the solution that we're thinking about of solid urban residue. The reality of Brazil is that a good part of the trash that we generate and produce, we shouldn't even call it trash, but you know, many of it it's still being discarded. It goes back to the chains to be recycled, and most of it goes back because of these trash pickers, individuals or through cooperatives. And this project is mapping out a large area about these trash pickers here in Brazil. We release a complete report of this overview in the start of January. There's a full documental analysis because if you look at all entities, each entity has a different datum. And so a lot of things are sort of self-proclaimed, others are estimated. So we're trying to create a solid database. We're at the end of the report, and we also reviewed systematically the literature so that we could see what there is about the inclusion of trash pickers so that we could go to some solutions and to include these people in the reverse logistics here in Brazil. There's another project that started soon. There's a doctorate student that's been working with me. She's taking my picture right now. Let me take a picture. This is the intervention in practice. What did we find out? We found out it's very difficult to practice or to change your practices, change your habits, right? We're used to tossing garbage around. We're not doing selective recollection of trash. We have a series of habits that still persist. And the idea is to unlearn so that you can learn again. And our challenge is going to be to map out the practices and then create a manual with practices that has interventions in companies for participants so that this can be then replicated in all kinds of companies in the most different levels, either small, big, small, medium, or large companies. And the platform, that's the one. Well, we have platform 2, which is the mitigation of the impact of organic residue, which is led by Plete, which has a lot of projects with the perspective of technological innovation, developing new products from residue. Platform 3 and 4 are focused on packaging, developing new kinds, not only new kinds of packaging, but new kinds of products that come from residue that could be used to increase the recyclability of the packages, thus allowing the advancement that has been reached with packages has not been lost, because it's very good for you to drink your juice that can stay for longer, or that milk that can stay for longer in the Tetra Pak package, and that's why it can be stored and transported. That was a good advancement of technology, but we're discovering that if this goes to the trash can or to the rivers or in a landfill, it's not nice. So we need to try to find new paths. And this project is trying to do that too. There is technological innovation and the potential to develop patents, especially here on platform 3 and 4. And then we have platform 5, which FGV is already directly involved, which has to do with education. Now, the idea of this project is to bringing together these five platforms to interact and find the solutions for solid urban residue. I also bring the benefits of partnerships, because perhaps there is a company that would like to join CCB Circula. It needs to be self-sustainable from this point forward. The co-founders have already brought an initial capital to start it, but we still accept new partnerships, okay? So here are the benefits of creating this partnership, and if you need additional information, all of us will be at your disposal in our website. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Susana. We went a little bit over time. Let's immediately go to the debaters, starting with Colonel Eric, please.
Bom, agora já não tem mais o risco de atrapalhar o almoço de
Now
ninguém.
I'm no longer in danger of
todo mundo bem alimentado.
interfering with your lunch. So I'd like to start saying that when you said that what we imagine what the food looks like, I always think the soldiers will eat. Because you don't have any problem with leftovers in the headquarters, military headquarters. Because you go to the room and there's like 18-year-olds, teenagers that eat everything.
E come tudo. É interessante projeto desse,
interesting to have a project such as this one,
porque ele destaca
it highlights
como é que a gente na humanidade, a gente não consegue andar sem gerar impacto, sem gerar resíduo.
Move without generating impact or waste.
Em algum lugar do
For us
planeta
to
houve impacto gerado.
turn on our lights, there was an impact somewhere in the planet.
E esse impacto
And
tem que ser gerenciado.
this impact needs to be managed. So your project is really cool
nesse
in that
sentido.
aspect.
Eu queria me permitir,
I'd like to allow myself, perhaps, to escape a little bit the specific debate of your project and present the innovation agency I set here. I was in my uniform and I didn't mention what it is. Would you allow me the liberty to introduce? I have an institutional PowerPoint that I'm not going to use an institutional PowerPoint, but I'll have it sent to you.
Mas eu queria comentar o seguinte.
I wanted to comment
A agência
that
de gestão de inovação tecnológica, Agitec, né?
The Agitec agency was created 10 years ago, about 10 years ago. It will turn 10 years old in May of next year, to manage our portfolio, our intangible asset list of the army, which is also belongs to society. So when we have budgeting for R&D to create thermal vision monocles, which is something that we did, this needs to go to private industry. There needs to be a process of management and transfer of technology. And this management was sort of scattered until this point. The institution created the agency, and I don't know if you have any idea of the dimension of that it is, but we have a portfolio of 234 protected assets. We, Brazilian society, which is being safeguarded by the force, but it's public money, and these portfolios, when they go to the
nossa
industry, it is
responsabilidade,
our
né, olhar isso
responsibility
do ponto de
to
vista
look
do
at it
ESG
from the
e do ponto
ESG
de
perspective as
vista
well
dos
as
resíduos.
the
Tá?
waste
Então,
management.
eu destaco mais uma vez
So I'd like to
como é que
highlight
está
once
tudo
again
integrado.
how
Tá
everything is
tudo
integrated.
conectado, tá tudo
Everything is
gerenciado, a gente
connected,
faz
everything
P&D
is
em algum
managed.
lugar,
We do
protege
R&D
aquela
somewhere,
API,
then we
manda para uma
protect that
indústria,
API, we send it
isso
to the
vai gerar
industry,
resíduo. A
and
gente
this
vai
will
minerar o
generate
planeta, vai
residue
pegar um
and
recurso
waste. We're
natural,
going to
vai
get
beneficiar,
natural
vai gerar
resources from the
energia, vai
planet,
gerar
we're going to
emissões, no
benefit
final
and
vai gerar um
generate
lixo
emissions,
que
and
tem
then
que ser
waste
gerenciado. Então, eu
that
queria
needs
mais uma
to be
vez
managed.
parabenizar pela
Once again,
iniciativa
I'd like to
e já
congratulate
acho que
you for your
levantei a plaquinha,
initiative,
acabou
and I
meu
think
tempo, já levantaram de 2
I'm out
minutos,
of time.
te devolvo a
Is it 2
palavra.
minutes?
In research for development and innovation. Braskem, for those of you who don't know, it's a Brazilian company for chemical and oil and chemicals. We have a unit of manufacturing here in Brazil, in São Paulo, Rio Grande do Sul, Bahia, Lagoas. We have branches in Mexico, Germany as well. And a very important part of the materials we manufacture in Braskem go towards the industry of packaging. It's the packaging manufacturers that we use most of the time doing our routine. And internally in Braskem, we have a very clear vision that without innovation, we won't be able to reach the goals that we wanted to reach as an oil and chemical manufacturer, to reach an economical model for manufacturing based on circular economy and low carbon circular economy. And for that, we have put up a series of goals and we have many strategies involved. And we only be able to achieve this model through innovation and collaboration. And from that, for the packaging market, the idea is to build an innovation hub, which is the initiative that I spearhead now. It's called a Kazoo Open Innovation Space, where we made this available for all the chain, for the clients, many other clients, startups, universities, in order to think other packaging models of low carbon circular economy models. And while we're in this process of building this space, which is a space targeted towards application and generating business, and to try to simulate the chain where we are doing this transformation process, the team from FGV got into contact with me, from VIII and CT&I. They showed me the proposal of CCD. And to us, all these elements came together, and when you have the strategy from the company showing us the direction, and that for the company is fundamental to advance and go towards a circular economy model, and innovation technology will be fundamental for us to reach this goal, because we're building this initiative, looking at how to apply this in the market. We were missing this piece, which was the research and innovation. So I was building a lab for application of new technology, focus on business, but I had to complement this with research and innovation, because the short-term focus was what we already had internally with technology to take that to the market, but I need to feed this pipeline long and mid-term with new innovation and new research, so I can bring to this innovation lab in the future. When we received this proposal, I think this fit really well the strategy from the company, the moment where this was able to dialogue with the initiatives we had, and the proposed model, which was the one the professor just showed us here. First, the collaboration with other companies. So now we're working together with Getulio, we're working together with Tetra Pak, which is a big client of Braskem. We're even together with indirect competitors such as Suzano, Carbine. And this brings a very important gain for us in terms of knowledge that we apply in this project. This decreases the risk as well, and the company is always thinking about what my investment is, what type of resource I need for that, what are going to be the return, and what are the risks of this project so I can have the return on the investment. And when we have many partners and different links of this chain with different types of knowledge, I am naturally decreasing the risk of things going wrong because I have different points of view, because I have the whole chain involved in what is happening. And when I have a distribution of this financing, naturally I decrease this risk because we'll be able to work on more projects with a lesser amount of resource. And this in the end will enable for us to invest in research done on the basis of the knowledge and research targeted towards the beginning of this chain and this connection with the strategy that we had defined for how Braskem acts in the market and in packaging industry. So it's important to give a little bit of this history here, trying to answer the question that came up in the morning of how do we attract the industry, how do we attract the private companies for them to be a part and want to invest in research. At least in this case of CCD, this was done through collaboration, decreasing risks, and the connection that he had with the strategy, which was important for Braskem participation in this. And finally, just to comment on this, a challenge we had was through governance. It is a part of the process, from the moment you have 8 companies with 8 different interests, we need to see and arrive at a management model of all these interests and also the challenges that the academia brings to us, and sometimes put up points that might not be interests of only the companies, but CCD has a very important social role in trying to bring knowledge to society. So to work as a counterpart to cause provocations that can bring this dialogue. So I thought we were able to arrive at a very interesting management model that's participative and collaborative, so we can advance this model. Thank you. Now, please, Soraya Correia from Boticário Group. Good afternoon. Thank you, Susana, for the invitation. Thank you, everyone, for being so resilient and staying here up to this moment. Just talking a little bit about how Boticário Group saw the value on this CCB proposal. First is that we have a goal, which is to become the best ecosystem in beauty. If we are creating beauty, we can't leave waste, we can't leave trash all over the place. It's not enough to sell a lot of Malbec, and then I'll just stumble on some glass and the packaging for Malbec on the streets. I need to find solutions to deal with this product that at one point will be discarded. And when it is discarded, we saw a lot of value in all these platforms. Because first, I'm thinking about how to create a governance process of this circular chain. We are not cooperatives, we don't recycle. We need links from this chain that can connect me and make me see the whole picture, since the creation of the packaging, and Braskem is our partner. They are our supplier for plastic resin. But I also need those who will collect this product when it is discarded. And for that to happen, I need solutions for these materials. If they can't be reutilized, I need to think about how this material will be used up by the environment, how it will be reduced, and how I can transform this into an ingredient for manufacture of new materials. Or I need to reutilize this packaging and it will never be discarded. So sometimes I can think about how to recycle this better. And how do I manage all of this? How do I define what are the roles and responsibilities of each of these actors? We have the people that deal with the raw material, those who transform this raw material into packaging, and us in the manufacturing process when we create these products, and then those will collect the product and discard it, and they will return us to who are the manufacturer of this. And this is platform 1. and it is taking care of all the links in the chain and making so that everybody understands their role in the process. And innovation is what will tell us how to do this. And answering the question from the morning, how do we connect academia with the industry? I need people who think about these solutions. So, okay, we want to release the Malbec. At one point, a biology student found out that the grape would cause a type of fermentation, and from that, I would get alcohol, and that was not only used to produce wine, I could create perfume from that. And this sometimes, this thinking mind is not in the company with us. It might have studied at one point about that, but it was so taken up by the processes in the private sector that they stopped thinking about what other biologists were thinking about, what the books are saying, and the academia will bring us the solutions many times. And the companies sometimes need a result and a quickness in that doesn't have space in the academia. So these are two people that will connect, and they will think about these different solutions and create a result that will be up for all the consumers and all humanity. We need the government many times to decrease our taxes and try to make quicker investments. So it is possible it's not possible to have innovation just by ourselves. We need all the links in the chain. And Carlos was talking about the tool makers. We depend on these tool makers in order to produce any packaging. To produce this packaging, I need the tool makers, I need the molds. So it's impossible to innovate alone. It's impossible to not think on the impact that this innovation will cause. It doesn't help if we release a product and we don't think about how later what this product later will become, how it will be discarded. So our proposal in CCDD, it took a while, thinking that only in 2022 created this committee, understanding that we are consumists and we produce and we manufacture things since humanity exists. We need more CCDs. We need more support from all the institutions that propel research and innovation. And the industry, I'm sure, is very open to receiving this idea, but sometimes we lack the knowledge behind all this. So now today, talking about the Boticário group, we have grant programs for undergrad, for postgrads, for doctorate students. So there are many processes that will invest on the training of professionals. We are partners from Embrapi. So innovation has always been one of our principles. And with that, we intend to become the biggest beauty ecosystem. Thank you. Thank you very much to the debaters here. And I think now we have some time for any remarks that the debaters might have. And also, maybe some intervention or someone wants to ask a question that one of you might think that you should ask. Good afternoon. My name is Aline Aguiar. I'm a professor at the Federal University here in Rio de Janeiro. And something we have discussed since this morning is this agreement, this partnership between the public sector and the private sector. Myself, in the public sector, I see a very specific opening in this public-private partnership in the companies. For example, I see the Boticário group in Braskem, and I think about the conflict of interest, which is something that we try to work on in research and our studies. So how would it be for the company to support a project and for the company to be left out what would be the result of the project? No, we put on, when we say thanks, for example, I'm in the School of Nutrition. Let's say about Ambev and Coca-Cola. We try to support my university, but Coca-Cola can't influence my result, for example, in a product that I might develop that may be more sustainable or more focused on the environment. So here's the conflict of interest. We get the support from the company, but we can't influence the result that this study will have. If this is going to be positive or negative, because they are making their investment. So I wanted to hear from you in this partnership, this type of partnership, because it might be a different point of view, but the ethics of research creation, it's universal. So I want to know what you think about this conflict of interest.
Professora, por favor.
So, Professor,
Excelente pergunta.
excellent question.
Eu falei no início que eles
I said in the beginning that they were getting to a risky project
porque eu sou
because
professora
I'm a professor and a researcher as well. So I bring teaching cases to debate with my students of good practices and bad practices as well. And my role is this one. I have to bring this up to discussion. The same thing happens in my research. So when I gather the results and I publish these results, I have to act in this way, and I have to try to be neutral. We are partners, they are my partners, some of them, as they said, they're competitors. You know, we have Natura and Boticário groups, and they're both investing in the same project. But we still have the luck to face a problem that's affecting all of them. It's a great challenge and a very serious problem for both of these companies.
It is for society and for the companies too. So it is in their interests that we find these solutions. Sometimes it'll hurt, especially financially. I think Yuri can say that about the challenge of thinking about plastic, because Braskem brings the raw materials to the manufacturing of plastic. We saw the craze that it was demonizing plastic a few years ago, right? But because we're researching and looking at other alternatives, I always say that there's a lot of technology, there's a lot of benefits here, and I can't just
simplesmente criticando, acaba com tudo de plástico.
All right, let's destroy plastic, let's end up,
a gente não vai mais andar de
cancel
carro,
plastic,
porque carro, eles estavam falando
can't
aqui antes,
drive a car anymore because almost everything in a car is a plastic.
Olha
If you
as
look at the
partes que tem no
panel, if you
carro.
look at
A gente vai parar de
all the
andar de
pieces,
de usar
are we going to stop
plástico?
driving?
Então nós temos que
Stop
buscar
using plastic?
soluções que
So
sejam
we need to
boas
find
para a
solutions
comunidade,
that are good for the
E esse é
community
o
as a whole.
desafio. Na pesquisa,
And that's
a gente
the
vai ter que
challenge.
mostrar o que
In research,
aparecer.
we're going to have to show our
Mas as
reports,
empresas que
expert
embarcaram
and
nisso junto, elas
neutral
também sabem
reports.
esse risco.
But the companies know
Nossa
about this
pesquisa é
risk,
totalmente
and they are with
isenta.
us anyway.
Eles não
We are
ficam, a gente já
completely
publicou
neutral
2
research. We've already
artigos dessa
published
plataforma 1,
2 articles
já
in
não
this
publicamos
in this
definitivo,
platform,
mas já
not
apresentamos em
definitively,
eventos
but
aí.
we've presented
E
in
está tudo
events
bem,
and
está
everything is fine.
apresentando e está
We're
livre,
presenting
porque
the
o
results.
papel
We're
também
free
desse projeto
because the
é
role of this
disseminar o
project is
conhecimento,
to
divulgar o
disseminate
conhecimento.
knowledge.
Tá, mas é excelente sua pergunta.
Great
A
question.
gente tem que ter isenção para fazer
We
a pesquisa.
need to be
E
neutral
eu
in
fico
order
muito
to do
feliz
research.
que essas
And
empresas
I'm very
nos
happy
deram
to
essa
see that these
condição.
companies have given us the autonomy to do so.
Se eu puder completar,
If I can complement on what you said, I think there's another point that she mentioned that for me is key. That's when we decide to come in and to hop in and participate in this,
não vai atuar para os projetos não darem certo. Pô, meu dinheiro da
I'm
companhia
investing in a project. It's my company, it's my money. So I want this project to work. We understand that there is a problem and we're trying to finance ways of potentially solving that problem.
O que a
So
gente achar como forma de solução,
what we think could be a solution, we want it to work, right?
onde tem
And
o modelo de governança
the
ajuda
governance model
essa questão de
helps
conflitos de interesse.
not having these conflicts of
primeiro,
interest.
né,
First,
na forma como a gente
it's in the
estruturou
way
para
we
escolher os
structured
projetos,
in
então
order to choose the
as
project.
empresas
So
podem indicar,
companies can
inclusive profissionais das
even
empresas para
recommend
acompanhar os
their own
projetos, para
professionals
contribuir
to
com os projetos,
contribute with the
mas a
projects,
condução do
follow up
projeto
on the
são dos
projects, and
pesquisadores.
supervise the
O que a
project, but
gente,
the supervising, the
participa
leadership
e-
is for the
e- e
researchers.
tem
What we
voto
do and we
é no
have
direcionamento
a vote
estratégico, é em
is in
dizer
the
que tipo de
strategic
projeto
direction
as
to try
empresas
to
têm
approve
interesse e
what
quais
kind of
elas não têm
projects
interesse.
we're
O que
interested
deve ser
in, what kind of
priorizado e o que
projects
não
we're
deve ser
not interested,
priorizado.
what should be
A partir do momento
prioritized
que
and what
aquele tema
shouldn't.
foi priorizado,
But when a
a
topic has
solução
been
que o
chosen,
pesquisador encontrar
the solution
é o
that they
caminho que ele
find
encontrou para
is the
resolver
way
aquele
that they
problema que a gente
found
disse que era
to take
importante.
care of the problem that we
Então,
said was important to
e
look
aí
into.
na relação, até por ter
So,
empresas
in the relationship,
concorrentes, direto ou indiretamente,
because
relação da governança, a gente vai estabelecendo modelo para que
governance
não tenha
model,
conflito de interesse entre as
try
empresas,
to create
para que todo mundo
a
busque a
non-conflict of
colaboração,
interest between companies so that
em
everybody can
desafios que são
cooperate
comuns.
in these common
Até porque
challenges
pelo
that
modelo que a
affect
gente
us all. Because
estabeleceu,
of the
né,
model
qualquer
that we
propriedade
created, any intellectual
intelectual que
property
for gerada do
that is
CCD,
generated
ela é
from CCD
compartilhada,
is shared
pode ser
or
compartilhada
can
entre
be
todos os
shared
membros. Então,
among all
o que
members.
está saindo
So
dali
what's
pode
coming
ter
out of
interesse da
it,
Braskem, mas pode ter
we could have
interesse,
interest from
não tem nenhum
Braskem, but
concorrente
also
direto lá, mas
any
olhando
competitors.
do ponto de vista de materiais, eu tenho
But
eu
looking
como
at materials,
plástico
I have
lá, e tem a
myself as
Klabin
a
ou a
plastic, and
Suzano,
we have
e a gente
Klabin
pode
and Suzano,
compartilhar
and we can
dessa
share
propriedade intelectual que foi
this
gerada.
intellectual property that
Então,
was generated in the project.
eu acho que a gente, no modelo de
So,
governança, conseguiu
in the
direcionar,
governance
mas
model, we were
para mim
able to
parte
address
do
that, but
princípio,
also it's
assim,
part of
básico, que
the
é, se a
basic
gente
principle,
entrou,
which is if
é
we're
porque a gente
in
quer
it,
que a
it's
coisa
because we
funcione
want
e que
the
a gente
problems to be
encontre as
solved. We
soluções
want to find
para
the
resolver o
solutions to
problema que a
problems
gente
and things to
identificou
work
que era
out.
importante, senão
We
a gente
identified that this
não
problem was
estaria ali, né?
important, and otherwise we wouldn't be there.
Fazendo só mais um complemento,
Just a little compliment
quando a
more.
pesquisa dá
When
errado,
the
isso também
research
é um
goes
ganho,
wrong,
porque
this
a
is
gente sabe que
also
aquela
a
rota
victory because we
não
know
deve
that
ser
that route
seguida,
should not
teríamos
be
que escolher
followed.
uma outra rota.
We would
Então,
have to choose a different path.
pesquisa sempre
So,
vai gerar algo
research will
benéfico ou
always generate
negativo. E
something
o
good
negativo
or bad,
também
but
é um
something bad
resultado
is
plausível,
also
né? A
a
gente também
plausible
quer ouvir o que não
result.
deu certo.
We also want to
E
hear about
outra,
things that didn't
que
work out.
quando
And another thing is that
conseguimos, né, encontrar
when
uma
we were able
solução
to
e
find
mesmo
a
tendo
solution,
concorrentes,
even
né, por
having
exemplo, Boticário e Natura,
competitors, for example,
aquilo também é
Boticário and
interessante para
Natura,
ambos,
it is also
porque
interesting for
as
both
duas
because
empresas não são
both
recicladoras, estão
companies
se
are not
encontrando uma
recycling companies. So we
tecnologia para
found if we
degradar
find a
mais rápido o
technology to
plástico,
degrade
ambas vão poder
plastic faster,
aprender
both will be able to
e
learn
ser
from it,
beneficiadas
and
com
it could
aquilo,
benefit both
porque
of
as
them
duas vão ter
because
soluções
both
para os seus
will have
problemas, né?
solutions to their problems, right?
Então, essa
So
forma aí, né, de não ter
this,
conflito de interesse,
the
basta muito
way of
também
not
como a
having
empresa
conflicts
enxerga
of
aquilo,
interest
porque ela
is
pode aplicar
also
aquilo de uma forma
on
diferente da
how
outra,
companies
né?
sees this because they can
Então,
apply
se
the
eu
solutions
descobrir
differently
que ele é
between
degradado de
companies.
uma forma, pode ser
So
que eu
if I find
venda
out
aquilo num
that
produto diferente
I
do
could
que a
sell that
Natura
in
vai
a
ser
different product
utilizado.
than Natura, for example, or any other product.
Desculpa, qual é o seu nome?
What's your name?
Aline.
Aline.
Eu acho, Aline, que tem algumas
Aline, I
camadas
think that
ali
there are
na
some
sua
layers
fala e
in
algumas
the things that you
camadas
mentioned,
aqui
some
nos
layers
comentários, né?
in the
Quando a
comments
gente lê
that were here.
o título da
When we
apresentação da
read
Suzano,
the
a gente lê ali
title of
tríplice
Suzano's
hélice,
presentation, we
né?
see
E aí, uma
triple
forma
helix,
mais
right? And
simplista de entender
the
isso,
most simple way
que é
to
a forma
understand
mais
that,
básica, talvez, a
which
gente
is the most
entender que o
basic one, is
governo,
to
que é
understand
o
that the
dono
government,
da gestão do
which
capital
owns
difuso, do patrimônio
the
coletivo, pega um pacote de dinheiro,
management of the
coloca na
collective
academia,
resources,
essa
put some
academia
money into
roda
the
esse dinheiro,
academia,
gera um
the
conhecimento,
academia
esse
runs and
conhecimento
generates some knowledge,
transborda para a
this
indústria, a
knowledge
indústria
goes to the
gera
industry,
riqueza, essa
the industry
riqueza
generates
gera novos
riches,
recursos que
which
transborda
generates
para
new
o
resources and
governo
then
e
goes
assim
over
sai
to the
girando e o avião
government,
levanta
and then
voo.
it spins
Esse é
and
um
so
dos
the
modelos
plane
mais
takes off.
simplistas, né?
This is one of the
E
simplest
aí o que a gente
models,
está
right?
vendo aqui nessa
One of the things
conversa
that
é
we're
que a gente
seeing in
está
this
num
conversation
painel
is that
que
we're
deixou
in
esse
a
modelo
panel
simplista para
that
trás
left
e
this
está num
simplistic
estado
model
superior. Qual
behind,
é o estado
and
superior
we're
que é o
in a
estado realmente
superior state right
desejável,
now.
né? É que
What
a
is the
academia
desirable
e as
outcome is that
empresas
academia and
façam um
companies
CNPJ, uma joint venture,
create
um modelo
a
de
joint
governança,
venture,
foi bem
a
falado
governance model,
pelo meu
which was
amigo
mentioned
da
by my friend
Braskem, esqueci seu nome,
from
perdão,
Braskem. I'm sorry, I
o
forgot
Yuri
your
da
name.
Braskem, modelo de governança,
Yuri,
assim, olha,
he said,
estamos
okay,
juntos até aqui,
we are
porque
together
todos nós
up to
usamos
this point
embalagem,
because we all
todos
use
nós
packaging,
lidamos
we
com
all
plástico,
deal with
todos usamos
plastic,
papel, e
we
é
all
interessante para
have
todos nós
paper,
não
and
poluir o
it's
meio
interesting
ambiente.
for all of us
Então,
not to
até a
pollute
hora
the
do
environment.
biodegradável,
So
todo mundo junto. Chegou
all the
ali, a
way
gente
to the
vai dizer, olha só, a partir
biodegradable
de
things,
agora,
we're all
eu,
together.
Natura,
But
quero
now,
fazer, sei lá,
I,
embalagem de
Natura,
shampoo.
want to
O
create
Boticário quer
shampoo
fazer
packaging, and
embalagem de
Boticário
perfume.
wants to
E a
create
Braskem quer
packaging
fazer
for
embalagem de,
perfumes,
sei lá,
and
eu
Braskem
quê,
them wants to create packaging for whatever, and then each then the one has intellectual property that will be derived from it. So this is a more robust model in the triple helix when we actually see all the players working together to a common goal, to a shared governance model. It's not a simplistic way where there is a fostering call for bids, then academia brings the solutions, and the professor gets some fostering resources from FINEP. They knock on Braskem and say, I got this money, let's do something together. This is sort of a twist of the triple helix model, right? But there is also the research on demand. If you see, I want to research that my drink is good for health. You want to do this? And there will be a lot of ethical problems with this model too that need to be discussed. But there is different layers to this model. And what we're lucky enough to see is the triple helix model that has complex layers. I congratulate everyone for this. Thank you.
Mais alguma
Do we have
consideração?
any other consideration?
Lá, por favor.
All right, there at the back.
Alcançar o microfone.
Could you please bring over a microphone? I apologize, he's not speaking on the microphone.
E nos hospitais, de maneira geral, se produz produzem muitos resíduos,
there's a lot of residue being
resíduos altamente tóxicos
and highly
e
toxic
resíduos
ones,
altamente
and also
infectantes.
highly
Claro que esses
infecting ones.
resíduos têm
Obviously,
modo de
these
tratamento,
residues have a way of being treated and
tratamento, mas
gathered,
todos eles têm uma destinação
but
final.
all of them
que
have
são os
a final
aterros
destination, which
sanitários,
is the landfills.
lixões que sejam,
You
a
know?
cidade não tem aterro sanitário. Né?
There are some cities
Em
that might not
alguns
have them.
lugares há
And in some places,
existem propostas e até em
there are
funcionamento, né? Já
some
projetos mesmo em funcionamento
proposals that are being discussed
coletam esses resíduos
that
e
bring,
se transformam
gather
em
these
energia.
residue
No
and it
entanto,
becomes
ainda
energy.
existe
However, there's still
percentual de resíduo
a
que
percentage
é
of residue
inaproveitável.
that is not
Não tem
used.
como voltar a exemplo
There's
das
no way of
embalagens que foram
going back,
faladas aqui,
like the
né?
packaging
Não tem
that
como
was mentioned
reaproveitar
here.
e
There's no way of
são
reusing
resíduos,
those. So
como eu
these
disse,
residues
altamente
are
infectantes.
highly toxic.
Os governos, federal, estadual,
Governments,
municipal, eles
federal,
têm uma parcela muito
municipal,
grande,
etc.,
em especial aqui
have
no
a
estado do Rio de
very
Janeiro, né?
large
A assistência
participation,
pública,
especially
tá?
here in
Tem
the state
uma
of Rio de
gama
Janeiro,
muito ampla, tá?
have
de
a wide array
unidades,
of
tá? E
units
de unidades especializadas,
that
né?
is
Os
specialized units,
tratamentos desses
and the
resíduos,
treatment
nós
of these
não
residues
ouvimos muito como
we
se deveria dar
didn't
a
hear really
proteção do meio
how it
ambiente,
should
né?
be,
Em que pese
the
todas
environment
essas
should be
medidas aí
protected
de
with all of
recolhimento e
these
tratamento diferenciado. Mas
gathering
esses resíduos
and
até que
treating
ponto realmente
resources. And
infectam?
to
E o
what
que é
point
feito? Quais são as propostas
is
que
it
existem?
really,
Seria
what are the proposals that are
interessante
being brought up?
nós
It would be interesting
convocarmos ou
for us to summon
solicitarmos o
or
apoio de
request
empresas que
the
vendem,
support
a
of
exemplo dos
companies that sell,
plásticos,
for
né?
example,
Nós
plastics,
existem também os
but
vidros,
there's also
os
glass,
químicos que são altamente
chemicals that are
deletérios, né?
highly
A gente não ouve
toxic.
falar muito disso.
We haven't
né?
heard a lot
O
about
que
this.
vocês acham disso?
What do you think about all this?
Infelizmente, a gente não tem no CCD
We
esse
don't
tipo de
have this
resíduo
on
em
CCD, this kind of residue,
hospitais,
right?
mas
Hospitals.
nós temos bastante
But we do
interesse
have
também
a lot of
em como
interest
lidar com esse tipo
in
de
dealing
resíduo.
and trying to find
Tem
out
uma
ways of
coisa que
dealing with
fala da economia
such waste.
circular, né, que diz
There's
assim
something
que
that mentions
resíduo é
in
falha de
circular economy
design.
would say
Então
that
tem
the
muita
waste is a
coisa de
lack of
resíduo
design.
ligado à
So there's a lot
indústria
of
da
waste
saúde,
that
né,
is, for example, in the
ao
health
hospital no
industry
geral,
or
que
hospitals in
pode
general
ser
that could be
reduzido com base
reduced
em design,
based on
inovação,
design
tá?
choices, innovation,
Novos tipos de
etc.
produtos,
New kinds
ou
of
formas
products
de
and
reaproveitar
ways of
aquilo que não é
reusing
contaminante. Porque tem
the
diferentes tipos de
non-toxic
resíduos
parts
dentro do
of
hospital.
waste, because there's a lot of
Mas, em
types of
geral, é
waste
muito
in
mais
hospitals,
difícil de
but it's a
lidar
lot
com
harder
esse tipo de
to
resíduo
deal with this kind
pelo
of waste
potencial de
because
contaminação.
of this
E pior
contamination
ainda, né? O
potential.
senhor mesmo
And even worse,
mencionou,
you
ainda
mentioned
temos
yourself,
lixões,
we still
o
have
que torna
landfills,
esse resíduo ainda
which
mais
make
perigoso.
this waste
Apesar
even
de
more
ser
dangerous.
lei já há alguns anos que
Even
não
though it's
pode
been a
ter
law
lixão,
for several
todo
years that you
município
can't
tem
have
que ter aterro
landfills,
sanitário. A gente
all
sabe
of
que ainda tem, pelo Brasil
municipalities
afora,
need
tem
to
muitos
have
lixões.
a
E que
lot of
pessoas, às vezes, têm
clandestine
acesso a esses lixões
trash
também.
deposits,
Então,
and
eu
a lot
adoraria,
of
isso
people
pode ser
access
bom
this.
desafio
So
de
this could
novo
be a good
projeto.
challenge
Nós
for a new
estamos
project.
abertos aí. A gente
We're
tem um centro
open.
de
We
saúde
have a
também,
center of
lá
health
na FGV
at
daria
FGV
uma bela
VIII.
parceria.
That would be an
Eu
excellent
tenho-
partnership.
Eu sou
So
especialista em
I'm a
administração
specialist
hospitalar, então eu
in
trabalhei
hospital
tempo com
administration. I've
hospital.
worked
Alguns dos
in
projetos que eu
hospitals for
faço são
a long
ligados
time. Some of
à
my
área da
projects are
saúde.
connected to the health
E sim,
area.
é baita de desafio.
And it's a
Mais
great
difícil
challenge. It's a
ainda do
major
que o
challenge,
resíduo sólido
even
urbano, que é o
harder
mais
than
comum
urban
que está
solid
por aí,
residue, which
né?
is the most common one
Porque tem
that
todo
is around.
a cadeia
Because
dele é toda separada.
the
Mas
whole
estamos
chain
abertos
is
aí
sort of
para
segregated.
esse
So, but we're
desafio.
open to tackle this challenge.
Vamos conversar.
Let's do it together. Let's talk.
puder
Sure.
completar,
If I can complement,
a gente
we at Braskem believe in a management hierarchy model. So, first alternative would be to rethink the use or reduce the reuse of models, or they go into the first category, which is optimization, weight reduction, etc. And then design goes through this, what my team does in this innovation center, which is called Hub, is to rethink the design of packaging, of packages that has this focus. The second one is mechanical recycling. So you pick up this material and you reprocess it physically. And the third layer is what we call chemical recycling. This is another project that we have at Braskem with the Federal University of Rio, looking at chemical recycling. So how do I get plastic and I send it back to monomers so that I can retrofeed the petrochemical industry?
How does layer come after the mechanical recycling? Because this mechanical recycling has less impact on the environment, it consumes less energy, have smaller costs, and that is why we see this hierarchy. And lastly, you can incinerate this material for energy recovery. In cases of contaminants, we know that you can't put them through these previous layers. You can't do this with mechanical or chemical recycling of contaminated materials that you have from hospital environments. You need to go for an incineration model, especially for protection, but then you can think about different routes. And I'll bring an example here, which doesn't come from the pharmaceutical or medical industry, but it's almost a state project that we see in Japan. Japan nowadays, it understands that it has a challenge in regards to managing this residue, so they incinerate a lot of its residues. When we talk about packaging, Japan is one of the most important countries in developing and using packaging. Everything is very well packaged in Brazil, so the consumption of this packaging is very high as well. So how do they do the management of this residue? A lot of it goes to incineration. So if Japan is burning this packaging, how does it meet its goals in regards to climate change? It's increasingly using more renewable resources for this type of incineration of packaging. So they use a different type of chemical that has a very low carbon mark. And if I'm incinerating this material, the best option is for them to use a renewable material with a negative carbon footprint, and then I can balance this and I'll recover this within the cycle. So for each industry, you have a different challenge, but the fact that if you have a contaminated material and you think about incineration, it doesn't excuse us from thinking of how to get to the lowest impact. So how do I balance out this impact if I use incineration? So Boticário is one of the biggest, one of our biggest partners in this resin, in this polymer, this biopolymer, and of course, defending my company here. But using more renewable materials will be the best way to balance this out, and then after getting to the management, the end life of these products. Thank you very much. I think we have one or two more questions in the audience, maybe some more remarks. Thank you and good afternoon. The question I'm about to ask, and it's open to everyone to answer, it comes from a reflection about circular economy, and for us to think about, from birth to death. How does it work in Brazil when we try to think about the issues of entrepreneurs, companies, industry, those who do the consumption part, the real challenge of having a national industry that is targeted towards working its raw material from the secondary raw material. And then products that are developed, they have how to do this in order for them to be reused and get to a point where they're mostly reused. And this, not only to reuse the residue and refill, it's a very important action because it will reduce the impact, but so we can think about really reusable, sustainable products. How can we think about this in the national industry? How people pose challenge to this, these barriers, where are we going towards? And I know it's a thought that can show us our reality today, which what doesn't mean that we can't to be stuck in this, but what paths can we take and think about to really, when I acquire a product, I know that most part of it is made up of secondary raw material. And in order for this to become common in a more sustainable society when you think about products. I can speak on this a little bit. Nowadays, we face a great challenge when it comes to recycling of flexible plastics. Those plastics we have like in Cheeto packages, we use this type of packaging sometimes to wrap up soaps or even the refills from lotions. And now it's a very big problem for us in how to recycle this material. And a great subproduct of this residues are pallets, because nowadays we don't only use wood pallets, but we also have plastic pallets, and they are pallets that come from this flexible plastic residues. And nowadays, Boticário has some stores, which are the sustainable stores that we have little kiosks. And one of the materials used to build these little kiosks are these plastic pallets that come from this flexible recycled plastics. And this was done through a startup that idealized this new material. And again, we see the research, how the startups are involved in this, and what is being thought about, tested in order to support these ideas. And how do we establish this in order to scale this and spread this product? We need products such as this one from CCD. We provide the knowledge, we disseminate the knowledge that already exists and what we can do. And again, we go back to this model where we have industries that will find a problem, we'll find researchers and startups that are thinking about solutions for these problems, and then we will again try to create cycles of research and projects so where we can invest more. It's one way for us to think about this in order to promote these subproducts. I'll complement talking about something else. Soraya spoke very well about this, and it's nice to have her expertise here and talk about the industry, but I'll talk about our industry here. We have to think about education. This has to go through education. We need to change our way of life, our mindset, the way we consume things. We have to think about decreasing, and I loved your question when you say that in order for us to be aware that we're using raw material that was recycled, in order for us to become aware, and that will only work with the dissemination and spread of this knowledge and education. So creating awareness about sustainability and circular economy, whatever you want to call it. And if this awareness has to come also for the industry. For us consumers, yeah, it's very cool to sit here and say, well, I use my car, I travel by plane from São Paulo to here, so we are producing waste. I have air conditioner, I don't want to let go of my air conditioner because I'll just die out of heat. How can I work like that? So how do we worry about comfort and necessities we have? So in order to continue doing this, we need to find new paths. So this goes through education and new awareness that will change our mindset and change the mindset of the consumer, because they will demand better things, and this will change the industry. Because you see, we're talking about circular economy and sustainability, and we have here a beauty industry. And I like it. I can't live without lipstick. How can I live like that? Okay, I'm gonna try to find a part of the industry where I can use a lipstick that I like, but that I know that this company is using a raw material that can be recycled, can be reused. You know, we're talking a lot about raw material, but they also have, for example, a special care with its staff. It takes care of its community. We're talking about social inclusion as well. So these are things I have to look for. And the consumer, when we change through education and change how we think, we start to pressure the industry and the government, because we start demanding changes from the government, that they invest in this correct paths, that they try to foster these projects. And as Soraya said, these are the types of projects that are very difficult. It's not easy. We're very joyful talking about this here, but we spent a year debating this and how to structure the governance of CCD. It's a very difficult process, because here in academia, I'm evaluating in a certain manner. I look for certain things. I have certain goals. And if I want to be a researcher, I need to publish on journals, and this takes a long time, and the industry doesn't have the same amount of time. They want quicker solutions. So we needed to talk a lot in order to align these two different worlds. So yes, this goes through education as well. And our role here, I'm putting myself as a consumer here as well. So one last question over there.
Olá, boa tarde. Sou Rafaela.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Rafaela. I'm a field cruise researcher, and I wanted to connect with what the professor just said about education and awareness. I work with Aedes aegypti and arboviruses, and I have to be, we have to warn the population all the time about this. What I was thinking about is, what is your guys' proposal in order to try to make us understand better this, who the people who are creating this trash. And I know many of the segments from the beauty industry, Boticário, Natura, and many other companies that have done this, for you to take this empty packaging, and sometimes you would receive a little word. For example, MAC would give you a lipstick, Boticário, I don't think they have some type of reward like this. In terms of financing and company resources, this isn't a lot of money to try to bring this awareness in the sense of connecting this with an award. So the sensitization of the consumer, if they know they'll get a little sample of a perfume, if they know that they'll get one little lipstick, they might not feel so bad about keeping that packaging. They'll have to go to a store and get back this award as they give back this packaging. So I asked this question here because as I work all the time with population awareness, and working with Aedes aegypti is a question for everyone, I just wanted to forward this question to you guys. Is it not interesting then to invest on an education and awareness system for population, even the first time, an award system, so that you could better engage people in trying to collaborate in this return and recycling? You do have a program such as this one. You can bring your package to any Boticário store or any retail, any store that, for example, Quem Disse Berenice. And it's not only Boticário packaging. You can take any packaging from the cosmetic industry or hygiene as well, and you get a discount on the next purchase. So you can do your a little consumer card. You don't even need to create this card of yours. But if you do, you can accumulate points and then you get discounts on your next purchases. If I'm not mistaken, it's starting with 5 packages that you return. It doesn't have, again, doesn't have to be only from Boticário. It can be from any one of our labels. And I invite you to take your packaging, to ask your community and family for those packages so you can take them back. The communication is still lacking, definitely. We need ways to solve this problem, but yes, you can take those packages to one of our stores. And I do agree with you. We need to create an award, type of award, to try to create this awareness in people. Even when you think about our own trash inside our houses, I'm gonna separate this, I'm not gonna do that because what's gonna be the impact? So it is a fact that we need to create better awareness. So we need to work internally to improve this communication. So thank you. So just to complement,
this is so clear for the companies that are part of CCD that
uma das plataformas
we
focada
have
em
one of our
educação
platforms
e
focused
comunicação.
on the education and communication
Porque,
aspect
de
of
lado, não adianta a gente
because
fazer todo esse investimento
on the one
em
hand,
pesquisa,
there's no
desenvolvimento,
point in
desenvolver uma
having
tecnologia,
so much investment in
porque nesse
developing
momento
technology,
do
so on and so
descarte,
forth,
todo esse
because that's
investimento ele pode
when
ser
you
colocado a
discard
perder.
things,
E eu gostei
all
muito,
the
acho que
investment can go to waste.
dessa
So
relação, né?
I like this connection between
O trabalho com a Aedes aegypti.
the work with
Vocês têm que fazer uma
Aedes aegypti.
sensibilização
You need to
todos
raise
os
awareness
anos, né? E por mais que
every
todo
year.
mundo, se você perguntar
Even though
individualmente, já
you can
sabe o
ask
que tem que
individually,
fazer.
everybody knows what they
Ainda
need
assim,
to
você
do.
precisa voltar lá quando
Still,
chega na
you need
época
to
de
go
chuvas
back when there's the
e
rainy season
relembrar e
and
reeducar
remind
e
people,
manter o
re-educate
engajamento.
them,
E eu acho
and
que esse é
maintain
um
their
pouco do que a
commitment. And I think
gente
this
está
is one of the
aprendendo a
things
fazer,
that we're
assim.
learning how to do
Como sociedade, de que
as a
esse
society,
eu
that,
mesmo, eventos dentro
the
em que a gente já
events
participou
that
dentro da
we have
Braskem, que o
participated
tema é
in
economia
in
circular,
Braskem,
você chega no
where we
final do
talk
evento,
about
você
circular economy. When you get to
bate
the
o
end of the
olho
event,
no
you take a
lixo e
look
você vê que as
at the
pessoas não
trash can and you
separaram
know that
direito
people
ali.
didn't
E não é
really
porque não são pessoas
stop
que sabem
to segregate the
separar,
trash.
sabem da
It's
importância,
not
estão
people that
envolvidas no
don't
tema,
know
mas
about
a
it.
gente ainda precisa
These
manter
people
esse
are
esforço. Eu acho
involved in the
muito parecido
topic,
com o que
but
vocês
we
fazem.
need to make
E
an
todo
effort,
ano isso
which is
precisa
similar to
voltar
what
e
you
bater
do,
nessa
that
mesma
every
tecla
year
até que
knocking
isso
on the same,
até que isso se
sort of
torne
beating down the same bush in a way,
automático,
so that,
ou,
this becomes an
eu
automatic
pessoalmente
thing.
acredito, ou até
And
que isso se
even
torne
that, my personal belief, at
regulatório,
least,
né?
that it
Então,
becomes a
a gente
regulation.
interage muito com os times
So
da Braskem de fora.
we interact a
Na
lot with
Alemanha,
the international
tem
teams
multas.
at
Se você não
Braskem.
colocou
You have
no
a
lixo
fine
certo,
in
você vai
Germany
pagar
if you
uma
don't
multa. E
throw your
aí,
garbage in the
a
right
gente aqui
can.
usa cinto
You
de
will pay a
segurança
fine.
porque a gente começou a
Here
tomar
we
multa de quem não
use
usava cinto de segurança.
seat belts
Eu acho que a
now
gente precisa
because
olhar
we
também
didn't
para
used to
esse
do it
modelo
in the
de como a
past,
gente vai, em
and
algumas
now
coisas, ter que fazer
people
outro
get
tipo de
fined for it. So
enforcement,
that's
né, de
the kind of
comportamento para
enforcement that
poder
needs to
chegar
be
lá.
done of
Porque é
behaviors so that
caro.
we can
A
get there,
parte de
because
logística reversa é a
reverse
parte mais
logistics
cara
are
desse
the most
processo.
expensive part of
E
this
quem está
process.
envolvido nessa
And
dinâmica, a gente
people
semana
who are
passada no
involved
Casulo
in this
fez
dynamic,
evento
last year we did
com
an
alguns
event in our hub
parceiros,
with
né,
some of
o
our
Ricardo estava
partners
lá, para viver uma dinâmica de cooperativa,
try
assim.
to create
E
this
para mim,
cooperative
o que
dynamics. And for
mais me
us,
aflige
for me,
todas as vezes que eu vou
sort
na
of
cooperativa
makes me
é
anxious,
ver que tem,
frustrates me to
em
see
média,
that there is
30%
an
do que
average
chega na
of
cooperativa é
30%
mandado
of
para aterro
things that are
depois.
sent there
Ou
is
seja,
sent to
já
a
passou
landfill
por
later.
todo o trabalho
So
mais
it has gone
difícil,
through all of
que
the
é
hardest part of the work,
separar, recolher, trazer de
which is to
volta,
separate,
é
bring it
triado
back.
e aquilo
It's
ou
all
porque não foi descartado direito,
the
ou
guns through a
porque está muito
triage,
contaminado,
or because it's too
acaba indo para aterro.
contaminated,
Ou seja,
whatever,
tem
it goes
potencial
to a
enorme da gente
landfill. So there
melhorar.
is
No
a
Brasil,
huge
hoje, o
potential for
índice de
improvement.
reciclagem dos plásticos,
The
ele está na casa
recycling
dos 20 e
index in
poucos
Brazil
por cento.
today is 20-something percent,
Dependendo do
right?
tipo de plástico, um pouco
Depending on
mais,
the
outros
kind
um
of
pouco menos, na média
plastic, something.
recuperado 26%
On
na
average, we
última
recover
pesquisa do
about
ano passado.
26% according to
Então,
the
se tem
survey last year.
30% do que está na
So
cooperativa que não é
30%
aproveitado, a
of the
gente
things that are
potencialmente
not
poderia
used in
estar subindo para
cooperatives, we could
40,
potentially to
50,
go to
sem
40,
fazer muito
50%
esforço, só
without a
pela
lot of effort,
educação.
just through
Então,
education.
acho que a gente tem isso
So I think
claro,
that,
tanto que
that's
tem
clear to
pilar
us,
lá, mas
because
é
we
um
have the
desafio
pillar there,
gigantesco. Talvez a
but
gente
it's a
tenha até mais
huge
aprender
challenge. Perhaps we
com
have a lot to
vocês
learn from you
do que a compartilhar aqui.
than to share with
Vou
you
fazer
here.
último comentário
I'll
sobre
make
educação.
one last
O
comment
projeto
about
que nós
education.
resolvemos começar
The project
de
that we
educação,
started
nós não
in
miramos
education,
em
we
adultos
didn't
e
really
nem executivo. Nós vamos trabalhar
look
com
at adults
crianças.
or
Então,
executives.
tem
We're going to work
de
with children.
pesquisadores,
So there's a group
inclusive eu
of
estou
researchers,
envolvida,
and actually
que
I'm
nós estamos
involved,
trabalhando
that
com
we're
crianças.
working
Esse é
with
ensino
kids.
fundamental.
This is going to
E a
be
professora
elementary
Luciana,
school
que está
kids.
aqui, Luciana Hashiba,
Professor
está
Luciana
desenvolvendo
Hashiba
jogo também,
is
que
creating a
vai
game
primeiro
which
aplicar
will
com crianças
first
ensino fundamental,
apply to
para
children in
depois a
elementary
gente
school
transformar
to
em
then
jogos que sirvam também para
transform
adultos, treinamentos de
to
executivo e por aí vai. Então,
games
essa
that are good for
sensibilização tem que
adults.
começar
So raising
bem
awareness
cedo.
needs to start really, really early.
Então, agradecendo uma vez mais
All
a
right.
nossa
I would
palestrante
like
e
to thank our
debatedores,
speakers
nós
and debaters.
finalizamos esse painel
We
que
will
começou de
finish
manhã
this panel that started in the
sobre
morning
PDI, caso de
about
integração do conhecimento.
a
Muito
case of
obrigado.
integration of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Bom, nós vamos tirar a
All right,
foto
so we're going to take the official picture
e vamos passar em
and
seguida
we're going directly to
para o próximo painel.
the next panel.
Obrigada, professor Lívio.
Thank you,
Obrigada a
Professor
todos
Lívio,
desse painel.
and everyone in this panel for their participation.
Dando continuidade,
Moving forward now,
eu gostaria de chamar
would
para
like to invite
mediar o painel de
to
políticas para a
mediate
ciência,
the
tecnologia e
panel of
inovação com base
policies
em
for science,
evidências,
technology, and innovation
o
based on
professor
evidence.
Marcos Sintra Cavalcante
Professor Marcos Sintra
Albuquerque, que é
Cavalcante de
vice-presidente
Albuquerque,
da Fundação
Vice
Getulio
President
Vargas.
of Foundation of Getulio Vargas Foundation.
Isso, por favor, professor.
Bom, um prazer enorme estar aqui hoje com
Well,
vocês.
it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. I
Desde ontem,
participated since yesterday,
não posso deixar de
and I cannot
confessar
not
momentos
confess
de
to
muita
you
alegria, momentos
great
de
joy
muita
that I
expectativa
felt,
positiva,
a lot of
mas também momentos
expectations,
de desafios
but also
brutais
brutal
que nós
challenges
teremos que enfrentar
that we're going to have to
ah,
face
no projeto de
during the
ampliar o nível de inovação.
project to amplify
no
the
nosso
level of
país.
innovation in our country.
O que me chama a atenção, Goretti,
What calls my
é
attention,
que o
Goretti,
Brasil sempre, o
is
Brasil
that
nasceu de uma tradição
Brazil was born
de uso tecnológico.
with a tradition of technological
Interessante
use.
que se
And
nós
it's
formos
interesting
analisar a história
that
brasileira,
if we're going to analyze Brazilian history,
o governo
the government
e o
and
progresso tecnológico teve
the
papel
technological
fundamental.
progress have had an
Ainda
enormous
no século
role.
XIX,
Even in the 19th
institutos de
century,
pesquisa foram criados pelo governo do estado de São Paulo.
research institutes were created by the government of the
Campinas,
state of São Paulo, the
Instituto
Agronomical
de
Institute
Zootecnia,
of Campinas, the
ciência pura,
Zootechnic Institute,
aplicada no
pure science
desenvolvimento
applied
de novas
to the
variedades de
development
café
of
que
new
foram
varieties of
responsáveis pelo
coffee that
ciclo
were
do café
responsible
e pela
for the
geração
coffee
do
cycle,
capital
as well as the
necessário ao
generation of the
financiamento da
necessary capital
industrialização do
to
estado.
fund the industrialization of the
Paulo
state of São Paulo. So São
tem
Paulo
a origem
has the
no
origin
progresso tecnológico, na
in
ciência
the
e na tecnologia.
technological
O Brasil da mesma
progress, as
forma.
well as science and technology. In
Se
Brazil, the
nós
same way.
formos analisar os
If you look
grandes
at
desafios brasileiros
the great challenges that
vencidos,
Brazil has
como o
already gone
etanol,
through and surpassed
como a
and
questão da
overcome,
Petrobras,
like Petrobras,
exploração de
like
óleo
the exploration of oil
mar,
in
profundeza.
deep
Se
waters.
nós formos analisar
If we
a
analyze
aeronáutica,
the
a
aeronautical
nossa
challenges,
tradição está
and our tradition
intimamente ligada à
is
ciência,
intimately
tecnologia e
connected to
inovação.
science,
No
technology, and
entanto,
innovation.
houve, a partir de determinado
I,
momento, certo
to a certain point, there was
e
sort of
nós
a
começamos
detachment,
a ficar
and we
para
started
trás naquilo
to
que tem
lag
sido a
behind
nossa
in that
origem
which has been
econômica.
our economic
E,
origin.
logicamente, quando se fala
And
em
logically,
política
that
de
when you talk
desenvolvimento
about
tecnológico, nós estamos falando em
technological development
governo e setor
policies,
público.
we're talking about government
Então,
and
eu acho
public
que esse
sector.
painel agora que
So
vai se
I
iniciar,
think that this panel
ele é
that's going to start
fundamental
now
porque ele, de
is
certa
key
forma,
because, in a
resume
way, it summarizes the challenges that we have to face a little bit and the role of the public sector in facing these issues. It's one of the few areas where there isn't any disagreement in terms of the higher or lower participation of government, if we want if we're liberal, if we're progressive, whatever, left or right winged, it doesn't matter. Everybody recognizes the central role of the government in the development of science, technology, and innovation, which is a process that comes after the companies. So, to me, discussing this panel and participating in this panel can be almost a closure to try to understand what makes Brazil one of the largest producers of academic papers, 9th, 10th, or 11th in the world of academic researches, and we are in the 50th, 60th, I don't know, rank of innovation. What's the paradox here? Where our tradition, our effort, the generation of the essential materials for
que o Thales mencionou aqui, que ele chamou de paradoxo europeu. É paradoxo brasileiro também. E para discutir esses temas, então,
the Brazilian paradox as well. And we have today to debate this here, participating with us.
Angela Sarcina,
who is from the Economic and Policies Analyst from the Joint Research Center, who will participate online. I'd like to welcome her.
Welcome, Angela. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you for the invitation.
O Caetano Pena, que é o diretor do Centro de
Caetano Pena, who is the Director for Center of Management and Strategical Studies, CGEE.
O Maciel Manuel de Queiroz, colega meu lá da IASP, que vai estar conosco aqui também hoje. Obrigado. O Valdemar Rodrigues de Pinho Neto, professor da IPGE. E eu, que estarei aqui como um mediador, como, quem sabe, um provocador nesse debate, nessas discussões que vão ser apresentadas. Então, vamos começar inicialmente.
Well, let's start then with the lecture from Angela, which will be done in English. So, Angela.
Thanks a lot. Let me share my presentation. I hope it will come in a second. Let me try again.
Queria dizer que nós vamos ter 15 minutos.
I'd like to say that we have a 15-minute presentation for each of our speakers here today, and then they will make up the debate table here for the discussion of the presented works.
Yes, I don't see my the screen that I actually want to share. Let's do the other way around. Sorry, I'm having technical issues to share my screen. Let me try again.
If you don't mind, Angela, we could start with another speaker.
Yes.
And you make the next presentation.
Yes, apologies for that.
Okay, will that be okay with you?
Perfect, thanks.
Okay. Then, então vamos passar a palavra ao...
Let's yield the floor then. Firstly, Caetano, who is here on the list, so I'll respect the list. Caetano from CGEE, one of our most well-known and respected institution when it comes to planning and consultancy for technology and innovation for Brazilian government and all the other Brazilian institutions. Thank you, FGV, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'll talk a little bit about the role of CGEE, even if it's well known in this niche of science, technology, and innovation, might not be well known for everyone. I'll talk especially of the role of CGEE and this type of institution in creating evidence for policies with innovation, technology, and science. The question is, how do we create evidence, and why do we need to create evidence when we talk about policies for innovation, technology, and science? The first one is this bridge that doesn't differ in other areas of public policies, trying to connect knowledge and public policies, which are very important for strategical decisions when trying to design adequate public policies in regards of efficiency and always efficacy of its implementation.
This is the second is sort of the normative turning point, which is in the panel was mentioned that open research of blue sky is very open, right? It's sort of the research without any specific interest. This is basic research, right? But what we see is also a policy of science, technology, and innovation addressing new challenges in society, whether they are economic, environmental, social, or through transformational policies, which is a European idea, or mission-oriented policies, which are, we're always considering with a Polo program. And like you mentioned, here in Brazil, Petrobras, for Embrapa, among others. But what we see here today is this growing tendency.
And for the new creation of policies that address great issues, they can be defined exactly as mobilization of this knowledge, be it scientific or traditional knowledge, in order to solve the solution of great human problems, such as climate change. Earlier today, there was a presentation about the horizon in Europe. Within the Europe horizon, we have some policies oriented and talking about 5 missions, fighting cancer, climate change, sustainable cities, many amongst other missions. This is another imperative. And in institutional context, the necessity to take informed decisions and speedy decisions and trying to deal with emergencies. For example, when we have pandemics such as COVID, how do we create evidence to try to inform our policies for trying to prevent and mitigate and remediate? And it's in this scenario that we create the specialized agencies in creating evidences for formulating public policies in science, technology, and innovation. First, it's necessary for temporal mediation. Scientific research, most of the time, is done long-term. The results come in long-term. And at the same time, we have very current emergencies. We need to have a connection between technical knowledge and science and politics. Many times, without using jargons, we need to use a more practical and applied language. So trying to translate this technical knowledge into something that's more pragmatic. And a third point is integration and prospection, trying to conduct interdisciplinary analysis and mobilizing different fields of knowledge. In academia, many times, this is divided in silos and these agencies try to create an interdisciplinary knowledge. There's also the role of articulating this ecosystem, database of knowledge for when we have new demands, and also neutrality, because we might have different ideas, but we need a mediator of this ecosystem in a critical manner. In the world, we have different agencies that do this type of work, and here, let's think, why isn't FGV here? And the criteria was that we need to have a public sector institution, almost completely public, and it was dedicated to science and technology, almost exclusively, and in this case, that's why I put Alma Ferrici and JEC that works in Sevilla that are more dedicated to the field of science, technology, and innovation. So we have these two first one here, especially the Center for Introspective Studies from JEC in Sevilla, that has a very good tradition in these foresight studies, thinking about the future, VIII, which also has a very good experience in future studies and also evaluation. The agencies from Japan and Korea that are integrated very well with economic planning, and in the case of Brazil, we have CGE, and I'm going to talk a little bit about CGE and then present a little bit of our studies and permanent activities that are, in fact, platforms that can be accessed and its data can be downloaded in order to do more analysis. So it's almost an invitation for you to explore these databases that we have. So what is CGE? It's a civil organization, non-lucrative goals. It's a social organization. Those of you who have heard about social organizations, you associate the social organizations, mainly the ones in the health sector. Unfortunately, they are focused of some corruption cases, but it's not the case of the federal ones because we have one of excellence, which is Embrapi, which is the one we talked about yesterday, which is one of these organizations that has this role in order to make that the result of the scientific knowledge can be turned into innovation, or actually research projects that want to tackle industrial challenges. So it was qualified in 2002, and these organizations in historical manner were created in a management reform, the Abressa reform, and from that many organizations were created. It's qualified like this since 2002. It's supervised by OCDE and also have another intervening organ in this contract, which is MEC, the Ministry of Education here in Brazil. It tries to execute projects that are of interest of the country, but sometimes are demands of the current government. CGE has an administrative committee that turns it independent, and the organ can become more stable to the cycling of government. So with this, we can continue working on relevant projects even when we change the current government. We are an institution that work with private sector, but as we use public resources, we are controlled by public organs such as the COE. What is the role of an organ such as CGE, and especially CGE in this system of innovation? First, is providing evidence in order to make strategic decisions, especially introspective studies, but also evaluating and the implementation and the design of public policies. Secondly, we support this articulation of the system, be it by bringing different actors to the table. For example, in the 5th National Conference of Science and Technology, here us in CGE, we organize this conference, or through mobilizing knowledge from specialists in our system in order to execute together with us the studies. And third, be a center of knowledge and intelligence for science, technology, and innovation, be a database for knowledge, and also for some competences that we can, in a quick way, respond to many demands. I'll give an example right now. What are the blocks of competences that we work on? We have a methodological block, which we studies on for the future, technological roadmap. Second is data analysis. And lastly, scientometry and geometry. And the third block, what we call systemic, is a system for innovation. It's made up by people, technologies, and institutions. We have all of these three elements, which are the basis for science, infrastructure, and innovation structure. So political ideas and institutions as well. And the third block is a thematic block. The Minister, Eugenio, earlier today mentioned the twin transition, which is the sustainable and digital transition, which are both themes that CGE dedicates itself permanently. And we have a third element, which are the critical and emergent technologies that would change depending on our technological monitoring. And how do these three blocks, they're not actors, they're like Lego pieces, how do these blocks are mobilized? We mobilize these blocks in projects or activities. For example, we have a systemic field, an observatory of science, technology, innovation that enables us to monitor how knowledge is being created in Brazil and in the world, emerging themes, niche themes, and directing themes. We have a mirror of Lab of Science that was hired by us in our server, and we can do this analysis in a very direct manner. We have a mirror from the Labs platform, and with that we can make analysis for the observatory by human resources for science, technology, and innovation. And through this observatory, we can publish periodically the report from masters and doctors in Brazil that will allow us to understand how we're training postgraduates and also cross-referencing with other databases around the world. And in the methodological flashpoint talking activity, it's exploring data and information visualization. It's not an open platform, it's just for our internal use and the blocks for thematical use. Sustainable cities, digital transformation, and spatial technologies. I'm going to go a little bit more into details on some of these projects, and I'll invite you to explore them by yourselves on our observatory itself. It monitors the state of the art, emergent science related to science, technology, and innovation in Brazil and all over the world. We use for that platform Lattice and Web of Science, and we make visualizations. We have three components: monitoring, integration, and dissemination of the products that comes from the demand from the CT&I. And the systemic block is mobilized, but under demand, we also have some thematical publications, like, for example, the scenario of science, technology, innovation, and science production in the Amazon. We have, the last year, we published a report on this. And you can access this. You can see the views is static, but this graph of the network is a 3D graph that you can see. Each of the nodules on the network is a cluster of themes of all the publications in this specific case. For example, publication on Web of Science that deal at least one Brazilian author. We do this through an analysis of semantic similarities and try to identify what are the main themes that Brazil has been developing in the past few years since 2008. We always use network metrics to try to identify the emerging themes or the ones that are declining, the niche themes or the more restrict, and also the themes that drive these thematic theme fields and the themes that are transversal. And with that, we can, for example, understand if there is a demand from Itamaraty or a demand from an embassy, which is something that CGE works with as well. We can map out the fields of knowledge in Brazil, understand how the partners work with that, and we can suggest how partnerships and can be created in consortiums as well. Second is the exploration and visualization of the data. I'm going to skip, but CGE works with many projects over the years, and in many of them we develop new methodologies, or we came face to face with new methodologies that are our partners, be them consultancies or other institutions, and we learned that they use these other methodologies in other projects. And when having a specialized technical body, especially in IT, we are able to incorporate and turn domestic these technologies in order so that our partners can use this technology without having the technical knowledge to develop the raw part of this methodology. Third is VIII. It's an observatory of innovation for a sustainable city that this year, unfortunately, was something that was extremely demanded from us. And it's a database that comes with solution based on the environment. And faced with the tragedy that took place in Rio Grande do Sul, we were demanded with this as a database for possible solutions. But this happened after the disaster took place. But now we hope to aid Rio Grande do Sul in developing pilot projects that can use solutions based on the environment. So the solutions are solutions that try to use principles based on nature in order to mitigate environment issues. For example, green roofs is something that's based on nature. So planting grass next to riverbeds, it's something based on nature. So we did mapping that's true reference of examples and solutions that are based in nature. In Brazilian municipalities, we wrote the solutions and how to apply them, what type of the issue that the solution is trying to solve, and then we need a public manager in the regional area to use this platform in order to find solutions for issues that they are facing. The bottleneck here is the training of this manager to utilize this platform and how to implement the project. This is the next step. So it's the training of this public manager. It is something we're doing or we will do in partnership with the Ministry of the Cities. And here is the plan IA for the good of all, which was mentioned earlier. And effectively, this plan is a proposal from the National Committee of Technology and Innovation for our president, and it was elaborated through a demand from our president Lula in a committee in the 8th of March. And coincidentally, it was the day that I arrived in Brasilia. I'm also a visiting professor from the University of Delft, and I was invited to be the director of CGE, and I arrived in Brasilia on the 8th of March. And CCT, the National Committee of Technology and Science, and the CGE has a service of permanent support to this other national committee. So hierarchically, we went down the ladder and we arrived to Caetano in order to help us with this plan.
I say that this is not a CGE plan, but I can say that without it, we wouldn't have a Brazilian AI plan. We're almost like a ghost writer of the plan, right? And this was a long process. We had received 2 months to create this plan. Because of the Rio Grande do Sul, we were given extra 3 months because the fifth conference was postponed, but we were able to elaborate it, which is distinguished by of many of this because it identifies the resource sources for each action that's proposed by the plan. And 90% of the resources are non-budgeted and do not impact the primary profitability. So there is really indeed an expectation of this plan to go into fruition. The plan is being revised now in its extended version, but we can react quickly to this demand because we have at CGE specialized analysts into digital transformation and AI. We were revising the Brazilian strategy of AI, and we used this material as a resource for the AI plan. It's going to be published probably in the next few weeks, and it's already going to be revised. My last slide, to conclude, a policy based on evidences. You can see that CGL participated in the National Week of Science and Technology with a video promoting science for new generations. And this is the message that science is our greatest weapon for a sustainable future. This is a movie that we created in our cinema promoting science for the new generations. So our continuous mission is to strengthen the connection between public policies and evidence, promoting the national strategic capacities. We have some opportunities that are the strengthening of the organization of CGE with the 3 blocks and that vision that we have, which is more a vision that we're holding today in the Board of Directions than the way that we're organized, the expansion of networks with partnerships, FGV, JRC to exchange experiences and do joint studies, as well as the integration of methodologies to our portfolio. That's why I invite you, researchers, to explore the CGE platforms, and possibly there will be opportunities for new ideas to create evidence to advance science, technology, and innovation in Brazil. Thank you.
Obrigado, Caetano.
Thank you, Caetano.
Acho que seu depoimento
I think
é
that
muito
your
importante
statement
para
is
mostrar
extremely
como
important to show
organizações
how
sociais
social
e
organizations
entidades não
and
diretamente
not
ligadas ao governo
entities that are not
podem
directly
manter
connected to
uma
the
certa
government can
estabilidade de
contribute
pessoal
with
e de
a
propósitos
stability of
e
personnel
que
and
pode
as
nos
well as
garantir uma
purposes
trajetória
to
mais
ensure
consistente de
a
planejamento
more
público,
consistent
como vocês vêm fazendo já há algum
strategy of
tempo,
public
e eu
planning,
acompanho
which
bastante
is
isso,
something that you've
parabenizo.
been doing. I
Eu queria
congratulate you
passar
for your
agora, então, a
efforts. Let
palavra
me just give the
para
floor
a
now
Ângela.
to
Ângela,
Angela.
are you ready now?
Yes, thanks a lot, and apologies for the hiccups.
Okay, great. The floor is yours now.
Thanks a lot. And thanks again for the opportunity and for the invitation. I'm going to share today a few activities, projects that we've been carrying out at the Joint Research Center, which is the DG of the European Commission, developing exactly the evidence to support the EU policies, but also methodologies and tools to support policymaking processes. And I'm going to talk about some of the work we are doing, especially in the context of SDI for SDGs. I don't need to explain what you see in this slide. It's pretty obvious and quite well known that the 2030 agenda is a transformative agenda for systemic change, because the Sustainable Development Goals provide a comprehensive blueprint that addresses the interlinkages, the interconnections of social, economic, environmental challenges. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is deeply integrated in the European policy, and with the European Union committed to being a front runner in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. This commitment is reflected in a number of policy frameworks. For example, let me mention the European Green Deal, which is a set of policy initiatives of the Commission with an overarching aim of making Europe climate neutral by 2050, but also the Global Gateway Initiative, which seeks to create partnerships where the public sector of Europe and external countries link up to enforce collaborations and investments of the private sector in specific sectors to contribute to welfare societies. And let me mention that one chapter of the Global Gateway Initiative is specifically targeting Latin America and the Caribbean. So in this context, we easily see that each transition, each transformation calls for systemic change in policies, investment, and behaviors that cut across different sectors and also levels of governance. They require collaborative efforts among different actors, from government, businesses, civil society, and academia, to rebuild and realign the global systems towards a sustainable future. So all this, as we know, as probably you've been talking about in the past hours and yesterday, brings us to see this systemic transformation, to rethink the boundaries of science, technology, innovation policies, broadening the scope of the policies and rethinking also the framework within which these policies operate to better address the sustainability challenges and to contribute to societal goals. So as we know, traditional STI policies have focused on promoting research and development, fostering innovation, enhancing economic competitiveness, but in the context of sustainable development goals, but in general sustainable development, there is an urgency to recognize a different role for STI policies, which need to address global challenges, promote inclusivity, encourage interdisciplinary solutions, and also enhance collaboration. So we need a more systemic and holistic approach. This has, of course, been brought also in our work at the Joint Research Center, and has been reflected in our own approaches to research and innovation strategies. In particular, I'm referring to the smart specialization approach, which is a strategic approach to economic development that initially was applied in European countries and regions, and then it's been taken up also in other countries outside of the EU. This approach is based on the principle of identifying and promoting specific areas of strength, identifying the competitive advantage of regions or countries. This concept encourages regions or countries to discover what they're good at and to develop their unique potential. And how does it do that? Through a place-based approach. So recognizing the uniqueness of each place and each context, and also through participatory approaches. So involving a wide range of local stakeholders, of course, including government, academia, private sector, and civil society. In the context of this shift in the scope of innovation policies, we have started reflecting on how smart specialization strategies can deliver on the SDGs. And we realized that they can deliver in different ways. First of all, leveraging the local strengths. So this means that defining place-based innovation strategies based on the unique assets and competitive advantages of a region can improve or can contribute to deliver on the SDGs. And also addressing global challenges locally. So this means encouraging regions, countries, even cities to contribute to global challenges by focusing on their local strengths. So this is a way to reconcile the top-down and bottom-up dynamics with SDI. Another way we have started to reflect on this has been through the development of a series of tools that can guide policymakers in reflecting on how to localize and integrate sustainability challenges. The reflection framework that you see on this slide was designed to sparkle inspiration on how to mobilize research and innovation to address the SDGs. It includes a series of questions to guide the reflection and the self-assessment of policymakers on the current innovation strategies. The framework is underpinned, or at least the development of this framework is underpinned by an inclusive approach to thinking about innovation and innovation policy. This framework was developed with in close collaboration with more than 30 policy practitioners from 12 different regions in Europe and beyond. And the questions that they include, that the reflection framework includes, are supported by examples of current practices and practical insights for policymakers on each step of the smart specialization process. Another piece of work we've done concerns the mission-oriented approaches for smart specialization. And also in this case, we developed a guiding framework on applying a mission-oriented approach to smart specialization strategies to address societal challenges. In this case, the idea is to tackle different areas of the strategy. So the study focuses on areas relevant to mission implementation, including in particular challenge-led missions, the design of policy mix for missions, the development of concrete practices for the implementation, and also adapting the monitoring evaluation system to this context. Also in this case, we worked very closely with policymakers. In this case, it was the Czech Ministry of Industry and Trade, which is the one actually responsible for the smart specialization strategy development. In parallel, so this work was mainly focusing on smart specialization, but in parallel, we realized that this approach was resonating with the discussions at the UN level in the context of the UN Interagency Task Team on STI for SDGs. In particular, the use of STI for SDGs roadmaps and methodological approach used in the context of smart specialization were very close to each other. I will not go through all the milestones that underpin this fruitful collaboration with the UN, with the Interagency Task Team. But one of the main points has been for sure the definition of the guidebook for the preparation of STI for SDGs roadmaps, and the testing of this guidebook with 6 countries in the context of the global pilot program. Why we talk about roadmaps? Because they are strategic policy frameworks for action at the interface of national strategies. So they have this potential to be located at the interface of SDI policies, national development plans, and also sectorial policies related to specific sustainability issues. They are goal-driven, so they're driven by actual problems that need to be solved. And they are informed by evidence, experience, and by also the country-specific challenges. Another key feature of the roadmaps, as they were designed in this guidebook, is that they relate with different levels. So they're not only looking at what happens at the national level, but they also take into consideration the sub-national level. So what happens in regions and cities, or for example, if there is a need to take into account local and indigenous knowledge. And also they link to international context. Also, for example, the partnerships to be developed for financing of projects. The guidebook that we developed together with other UN agencies was designed to help policymakers in step-by-step advice for practical design of the roadmaps. At the JRC, we have translated this guidance that is included in the guidebook into a concrete methodological approach that aims at developing challenge-led STI roadmaps. So it's a methodology that, of course, builds on the experience we had with smart specialization, but has developed much farther. The approach that we use is tailored to the needs and the requests of the different countries. As you can see, the roadmapping process follows a more or less usual policy making process. So we support the countries in the steps or in the key elements that they request. This brings us to the definition of STI objectives to address the identified sustainability challenge. And this means that we define a set of projects, a portfolio of projects for investment that can deliver on that specific sustainability challenge. But what are the key methodological features of this approach that we enhanced at the JRC? First of all, is the identification of a sustainability challenge of focus with the country team. It's an area, it's a sustainability issue that comes from discussions with the country teams, but it's also very present in national priorities, in national policy documents. Another feature is the diagnosis based on 4 key pillars. So I'm now, for example, referring to the step 2 that you see on the process. And I will focus a bit more on these 4 pillars in a second. Another feature concerns the co-creation and the participatory approaches that are used in the context of the road mapping process. These are used to gather information, to complement the information that we collect normally through the usual data and indicators. We complement it with co-creative and participatory approaches. But also these approaches help to build consensus on STI areas for investment. And this brings me to the last point, that there is a joint deliberation of the action plan, so of the roadmap itself. In terms of diagnosis, we have identified these 4 pillars. So the first one is specifically referring to the SDG challenge of focus, so the sustainability challenge of focus. We analyzed this in detail with the most relevant indicators, but also analyzing policy documents, literature, and also in-depth interviews. Then there is the STI potential pillar, which refers to the STI performance in the country. So also in this case, we refer specifically to the main STI indicators, but this is also complemented with literature and interviews. And then there is the analysis of the STI policy mix. So this refers in particular to the mapping of the stakeholders and the policy instruments. But in this case, we not only take into account the STI, strictly related STI stakeholders or policy instruments, but we broaden up the spectrum, referring and analyzing also the sectorial policies and including the sectorial actors, referring to the challenge area of focus. And finally, these elements are triangulated to define STI investment opportunities. This brings us to provide some considerations to the stakeholders. These insights are then discussed in participatory workshops, and the workshops are just one of the moments in which we consult with the stakeholders. We have other moments, for example, the interviews, the surveys, and other rotations of workshops and questionnaires and so on. This methodology so far has been applied in 6 countries, particularly in Sub-Saharan Africa. And each of these countries focused on different challenges, going from energy to food to health systems. The methodology itself will be soon published, including, of course, the country's experiences. But from this, we have also learned some horizontal lessons that I would like to summarize here. So first of all, the roadmaps, yes, can contribute to systemic transformations, and this is because they provide actionable projects, actionable policy frameworks with STI projects that are specifically addressed for sustainability challenges that are relevant for the country of focus. The STI and the challenge-related stakeholders are also engaged and consulted throughout the process. So this means that there is the immediate buy-in from the different stakeholders. They also have the potential to foster new interministerial collaborations, which are very important, especially when we have challenges that are cross-sectorial, cross-disciplinary, and there is a need to make different ministries talk. And of course, they foster multi-stakeholder partnerships for the same reasons that I was just mentioning. They aim also to strengthen policy coordination. So they strengthen the alignment of STI policies with national priorities, and also sectorial policies find a better place for STI with more concrete projects. So STI concretely becomes an enabler for change. The last 2 points, well, first is about the fact that they are localized, so they really have a meaning for the regions, for the countries in which they are developed. And finally, the last and main point, mainly related to this session, is that they are informed by evidence. Covering not only the STI aspects, but also aspects related to the challenge of focus. And in addition to this, the information that is missing is complemented through other approaches. So I will stop here for now. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Angela. It was the most interesting presentation, and congratulations for the comprehensive view in which you tackled the problem of science, technology, and innovation. We'll come back for further discussions in a minute. Quero passar a palavra agora ao...
I'd like to yield the floor now to Manuel de Queiroz, Maciel Manuel de Queiroz, who is a professor at the VIII FGV, who will give us our lecture now. You have 20 minutes. Okay, thank you very much, Professor, by your introduction. I'll try to keep my presentation up to 15 minutes or maybe less. As Professor Marcos commented on, I'm professor at AISP in the Department of Production and Operations. A little bit of what I'm going to talk about today is very aligned with the first part that Caetano mentioned in regards to the studies related to policies based on evidence. So that's really a little bit of my lecture and how this is important for the country. So we increasingly face global disruptions, and there's certain strategies that, of course, will be based on foresight and future studies, will have the condition to face this in a much more efficient way. So a panel this morning, they were talking about tool-making and competitiveness. They left the tool-making aside. Isn't there lacking a little bit of foresight in trying to identify and get ahead of this? So is tool-making strategic, for example? So us here in Brazil, we can use our capabilities in a much more strategic manner. And for that, we need robust methodologies that take a look and think about the mid and long term and how to bring that to the present. And that's what the foresight approach is trying to do. I really enjoy this image here because how do we as organizations can think about the challenges when we think about 2030, 2050, what actions based on these challenges can we take today? We have to identify scenarios, many possibilities, and those will imply mobilizing resources, such as was mentioned here, resources are limited, especially human resources nowadays. It's something that's very expensive, and this makes a very significant difference in this. So paths and scenarios, we can find many of them, but which one is the best? How to make the best and the correct decision, and for that we need to work with evidence and using evidences in a way that's very strategic. The competitiveness index, Brazil is not doing very well globally, you can see. We can try to improve that in a very significant manner through the implementation of policies based on scientific evidences. And this image here summarizes a little bit the disruptive context which we find ourselves in, and what is the best way to act. Now, we're living in a world that's very disruptive, but the crises are intertwined, and the time horizons of each one end up impacting another one. So the pandemic, for example, it's determined that it has more or less already finished. It will impact us for many years still. And with the pandemic, we had disruptions that can be associated to conflicts of many types, climate change, and when they interact together, they bring about some very complex effects. And in order to deal with that, we need to create robust methodologies to try and identify how we should navigate and in an efficient manner. How can we give aid to policymakers in order for them to make the best decisions?
So this also summarizes a little bit of the dynamic of the current world. People got the example here of the tool maker not looking to the next door. They have to look around the world for competitors, and that's the approach that we should have in several different sectors where we have some activity here in Brazil. We're not competing with our neighbors next door or only with them. We're competing globally in all markets. Any sneeze that somebody has in any part of the world, we need to be resilient and enough at least to implement our strategies. I like the example of bamboo and resilience, right? Traditionally, in any perspective, whether government, academia, industry, will it be an approach when there is a disruption, it can return to the previous states? This is the classic concept of resilience, right? There are some lines that say, no, today the world is highly complex, and so it's very difficult for any organization to go back to what they had before in terms of impact. What happens is that we need to adapt. So today resilience is discussed more as an adaptability measurement. For example, bamboo, instead of going back to its natural shape,
utilizar dessa maneira.
Esse daqui this as an example, this is a way of using bamboo in an adaptable manner, looking at a highly complex conflict having a positive impact for humanitarian assistance. Where does foresight connect to all of this?
essa questão e essas crises dá para identificar
crisis you can
anos antes de
identify
acontecer. E para
years
isso
before
pode
they
ser
happen. And
necessário,
so
por exemplo,
it might be necessary
identificar o local onde que será
to identify the
mobilizado
place,
esses abrigos humanitários. Porque, Bambu, nessa
these
área aqui em
shelters, to identify these
Bangladesh,
places.
não
This,
pode
in this
ser
area in Bangladesh, for
construído
example, you cannot
abrigo
build
permanente.
any
Bambu é um
permanent
excelente
housing.
abordagem. E se as crises crescem
And if
de
there
maneira
are
mais significativa,
more
precisaremos
significant
de mais
crises
bambus e
growing,
outras
we will need more
matérias-primas para
bamboo and
lidar com esses
other
contextos.
raw
Então, essa
materials to deal with
abordagem pode ser
these
input muito
contexts. So
significativo
this
para
could
os
be a very
policymakers
significant
e outras
input for
organizações.
policymakers and other organizations.
Estamos vivenciando aí o contexto
We are
do
going through
comércio altamente
highly
vulnerável,
vulnerable
a
trade
falta de fertilizante
with the lack, for example, of fertilizers
sendo suprido por determinado país,
being supplied to a specific
afeta de
country
maneira
affects
na forma de efeito cascata, né, o ripple
as a
effect,
cascade effect or ripple effect.
transformar
So how do
o
you
país, as
transform
organizações,
country,
as
organizations, and
em
schools
locais aí que
into
possam
places that
prover tomadores de decisão
can
com ferramentas,
move
no nosso
or
caso,
provide
as
tools to
ferramentas nossas
policymakers,
associado
especially
aí a
for ours on our
políticas
side.
que
We
podem
have
ser
tools
implementadas
for
para se
policies that can be
antever
implemented to
para
foresee
se antever a determinadas crises. Então,
certain crises.
como construir isso? Por meio de
So how do you build this?
metodologias
With
robustas. Caetano
robust
destacou
methodologies.
questão
Caetano was talking about
metodologias, a
the
importância, e
methods and
quando
the
nós
importance
não
of the methods.
temos
And
uma
when we don't
metodologia
have a
específica
specific
para
methodology
lidar com um
to
contexto
deal with
altamente complexo.
a highly complex
Desenvolver a
context, for
metodologia do
example,
zero,
do we develop it from
combinar
scratch?
metodologias.
Do we
Então,
combine
temos que pensar
methodologies?
essas
So these are things that
diversas
we need to
alternativas de modo que
consider in terms of
possamos
alternatives
mobilizar
so that we
recursos
can
humanos,
mobilize human resources,
organizações, governo
organizations,
como um todo,
governments as a whole,
resolver este problema de uma forma mais
handle
eficiente, ou
these
pelo
issues
menos
more
preparar.
efficiently, or at least to be
Onde
prepared for
buscar
them.
inspiração,
Where do you look
onde
for inspiration?
inovar.
Where do you
Então,
innovate?
temos que, até em
Well,
metodologias,
even in methods,
inovar de maneira
we need to
significativa.
innovate
Será
significantly.
se estudo Delphi combinado
If
com
we have a Delphi study
uma
which
modelagem
is
de cenário
combined
é suficiente
with the
para entender
scenario
o que irá acontecer,
modeling, is it
em
enough to
termos
understand what's going to
de,
happen, for example, in terms of
dinâmica de comércio
trade
para os
dynamics
próximos 10 anos?
for the next
Não
10
sei.
years?
Então,
Not
temos
sure.
que fazer sempre
So
essas
we always have
reflexões.
to
Eu gosto muito
reflect
de
on these
utilizar
things. I always like to use
exemplos da natureza, porque
examples from
tudo que
nature,
acontece na
because
natureza,
everything that happens in nature,
as organizações são basicamente um espelho. A
organizations can
dinâmica em
mirror
termos de
these
sobrevivência,
dynamics
adaptabilidade,
of survival and
inovação,
adaptability,
a
innovation,
natureza e
nature,
organizações,
and
qualquer
organizations
tipo,
of all kinds
é a mesma dinâmica.
have the same
Aqui um pouco de
dynamics.
metodologia, esse slide está um pouco
This
poluído, mas
slide
é
is
só
a
para
little polluted,
sinalizar
but just to
que
signal here
existem
that there
metodologias
are
clássicas. Eu falei aqui
classical
do Delphi, que
methodologies. I
utiliza muito
mentioned
aí a
Delphi
perspectiva de
that uses the
experts, e tem outras
expert
diversas
perspective, but there
associadas à
are others
modelagem de
that are
cenários, até
associated with scenario
inclusive
modeling,
estudos
including
de revisão sistemática de literatura. Alguns são um pouco
systemic
mais focados em
reviews of
literatura,
literature.
outros
Some are more
mais
focused on
soft,
literatures,
relacionados
others
aí a
are softer
workshops, e
with
temos
regards to
que
workshops.
muitas vezes
And
combinar
a lot of
isso
the times
para
we need to combine these
mitigar
things
o
to
risco
mitigate
e
the
prover os
risk
policymakers com
and
algo
provide
efetivamente
policymakers with
tangível. E
something
nisso eu tenho três
effectively
exemplos super
tangible.
rápidos.
With that, I have
Singapura.
three quick
Singapura, em
examples.
2014,
Singapore, in
implementou
2014,
aí o
they
Nation
implemented
Smart.
the Nation
Eles,
Smart,
olhando esse projeto aqui, olhando para
looking at
2030,
this
transformaram
project in 2030.
Singapura em local totalmente
Singapore
smart, em que,
was transformed in a completely smart
utilizando
city
conceitos de
using
smart
the
city,
smart city
integrando serviços do
integrated
governo,
concepts with
população,
government services,
de
integrated
modo
with
que
populations
pudesse melhorar
in a way
a
that
inclusão
it could improve the
pessoas que
inclusion
são menos,
of people that
não
are
têm aí favorecimento, não têm suporte
less favorable, less
interessante. Então, esse
supported, let's say, by the
projeto
government.
que está tendo alguns
So this
resultados
is a
muito
project
interessantes.
that's having a
Temos
lot
aqui
of
no Brasil
interesting
o
results.
Amazon 2030,
Here
ele
in
está
Brazil, we have
online
Amazon
ainda, ele
2030.
está
It is still
rodando.
ongoing. a group of researchers with some organizations in the civil society are creating a model based on literature and on other evidences, the strategies for the 2030 Amazon with the perspective of being more sustainable, looking at bioeconomy,
aspectos relacionados à inclusão de comunidades
menos favorecidas, the inclusion of less favored communities, so on and so forth. And the third example, which is also changing with a lot of success, is the European Green Deal. These are a set of actions. There are trillions of euros in this project. It's a very ambitious project for 2050. But there are sub-projects, for example, in 2030, to reduce emissions in 50%, considering the 90s figures. So the basic idea of this project is to make Europe the first neutral continent in terms of climate to 2030. And here are some conclusions and some reflections and a call to action. We, as members of academia and members of several organizations, we have the important role of participating in this process and understanding how we can contribute. That is the main challenge. So foresight is essential so that we can foresee, mobilize, and prepare human resources and infrastructure, as well as robust methodologies. I'm not going to talk about the follow-up and monitoring because there is an entire different approach for that. And another point is, how do we develop these methodologies? Well, we need cooperation. Academia, government, industry, and whoever else wants to participate, you're always welcome. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Marcial. Quite interesting, the cases that you brought to present. And this shows how difficult it is to formulate public policies when you need to dive deeply into a specific problem, which is a very difficult task, maybe as difficult as the CGEs or the Joint Research Institute, or JRC, to create these macro plannings for broad science and technology and innovation policies. Now let me give the floor to Valdomar Rodrigues de Pinho Neto. He's a professor of the Economy and Finance School at the Getulio Vargas Foundation. And talking about IPGO, I cannot forget to point out the presence of Professor Claudio Zifaro, who is second vice president of the Getulio Vargas Foundation, who was already the director of IPG. And today is our collaborator in the vice presidencies, and he honors us with his presence here. Thank you, Claudio. Valdemar, the floor is yours. Firstly, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the presence and composition of this table that had these brilliant and clarifying talks. Obviously, I'd like to thank the organization of this event for giving me the opportunity to interact and share knowledge about this relevant topic for the world society as well as the Getulio Vargas Foundation. The title of my presentation is the topic of this panel, which is Policies for Science, Technology, and Innovation, and Policies Based on Evidence. Before we start, I'm sure that if you're all here, you're very sure that this is a relevant topic. But as an economist, let me talk about the perspective from the economist side, how to look at science and technology as something that needs to be fostered and can impact society and economics. Now, before, on the left side, I put a series of consolidated knowledge in the economic literature, which shows that science and technology is fundamental, especially for the development and economic growth. of countries. There are several endogenous growth theories that show that part of the economic growth and differences between countries in terms of economic development come from the investment in R&D, especially if you take into consideration the role that this research and development can generate to create new products, new markets, and new patents, which increase the productivity of the economy and the creation of new markets, which can reflect on the economic growth long term. On the other side, we have the social benefits and aspects, which is something that is worth mentioning. Some systemic benefits, like, for example, positive externalities in several other sectors. When you invest into science, technology, and development, it reverberates into other sectors like environment, health, education, and this investment has a greater return than the one that was initially considered when a public policy decision was made in this field of science technology. And not to mention the effect on human capacity building. In Brazil and other countries, science and technology is associated with scientific research and college degrees, which strengthens the human capital and generates a virtuous cycle of science, technology, and human capital that retrofeeds itself and affects the growth in several ways. And then a more recent theory that came from the Nobel Prize that was mentioned before, the impact that research and development policies have when they are inclusive, when they bring more people into the market, like, for example, a technology that generates digitization and digital access. This kind of investment brings much larger returns than the direct growth measured. So an inclusive technology has a rippling effect on growth. And just to mention the investment in science and technology that can impact society via education, health, and environmental sustainability, thinking about the fact that the growth is no longer sufficient. We think about growth, development, and also needs to be sustainable for mid and long term.
Once everyone's been motivated, I'd like to talk about a cycle of public policies and evaluation, just so you have an idea of how long the countries take to create a protocol for public policy evaluation. This graph is ex ante and ex post evaluation of public policies was the first one, the first formalization of how to create public policies from beginning to end, before thinking about it, before it happens, and then after how you evaluate them. And there are some things previously, and there are many sectors of the government, but each of them did it and with their own know-how, without taking into consideration a common protocol that would unify all these methodologies. So in 2018, a research team for economy, health, education, and many other fields, they convert in what would be a cycle of public policies and how it should be evaluated. So just thinking now a little bit about the stage, the beginning stage of a public policy, you can identify an issue. You can identify the issue, and it's something that's diagnosed that can be remediated in some manner. And for that, the government needs to act in some dimension, especially when creating public policies, or maybe stepping away and leaving the market to deal with that. And the government can take an action once it learns a diagnosis about an issue. This problem can be, for example, not enough income, a problem of education or health, but here we're going to focus, obviously, the problem of science and technology. The fact is that every public policy follows this cycle. You define a problem, you understand very well this problem, so you have diagnosis, you define very clear, measurable goals, you design a policy to address this problem and try to reach this goal, you try to calculate the costs and the benefits of these policies, and you take it up to the political system, and once it's approved, you can go and implement this public policy. Once it's implemented, of course, it will we'll take a look at the other side of the coin. So the ex post, the evaluation, we have to monitor and at some point evaluate, especially the impact of this policy. We have to think in a certain way. So did this policy that wanted to address a problem, did it in fact address this issue and reach that goal? Okay, yes, you continue this cycle and you move on and it continues working. Maybe you can make some small adjustment, but in practice, it's functional and you just keep going. When it's not met, when the goals are not met, you have to identify within the cycle when this problem happened. Was it the monitoring, was it implementation, or was the diagnosis wrong? Or was the cost not calculated well and the benefits weren't thought about? And once this problem is identified, we try to intervene in one of the stages of the cycle. So here, before anything else, this is a cycle that any public policy, if you stop to think about them, Bolsa Família, Minha Casa Minha Vida, alphabetization, the right age, any of these policies, you can fit them into the cycle. It's a temporal policy that might take 5-10 years, but the fact is that this cycle retrofeed itself with knowledge and scientific evidence in order to understand better where the government and public power can act upon. Bringing this to STI, I like to highlight 4 elements where I believe, and based on acquired knowledge, reading about the topic, I understand that are the main bottlenecks specifically for policies targeted towards ST&I, science and technology. So many other policies can have these challenges, but I would say that these are the main 4 challenges for policies targeted for science and technology when we talk about evaluation based on evidence. First, under the perspective what I call economical, how do we measure this economical return on investment? So sometimes it's intangible. You can't measure properly and say, okay, this happened, this is the impact of this policy. So to what extent can you create this measurement? So there's a lot of uncertainty around this. And sometimes an investment with high certainty, you have to let go of some things, maybe wait a little longer, because an innovation, as was said previously here, innovation you can study for a long time, learn about a phenomenon, understand it, but you can realize that that is not practical. You can't generate a product through what was studied. There's a problem of governance, and it's something that turns difficult, much of this, because there are many fragmented agents. There's trouble in trying to administer this within the state, interacting with the university and academia and the private sector, which turns the implementation and of the governance, which are both limited, and turns this very difficult. Something that's very critical, and Brazil, like Professor Cinta mentioned, there's a certain consensus in science and technology that everything knows that this is relevant. So this is a fact, this perception that no one's going to go against the research in science and technology, but a pattern that we notice when you compare different countries with different development pages, even a policy for science and technology, that is not always big and important for countries such as Brazil that is still undergoing development. So in practice, the necessities are unlimited, but these resources are limited. So that's why it makes sense to try to evaluate these public policies because of this principle, because of this lack. Because without that, we wouldn't need to do this type of evaluation if we had infinite resources. So we try to evaluate the priorities and how do we convince voters that will guarantee another political term that you should invest 100 billion in science and technology while you can't treat the stewardship properly in the country. We're talking about the northern parts of Brazil especially, and it can even solve problems that are very basic, such for example in education. So there are problems when you're doing the budget. There's a certain necessity for prioritization, and as I'm going to show later, Brazil invests a lot in S&T compared to other countries. So it seems like Brazil is kind of a pioneer when compared to other countries, but when you talk about proportion and GDP, Brazil is still a little behind. And talking about temporality, many of these investments take months, obviously, but most of them take even years and decades to generate some type of return. How are we going to wait for this maturity? And the timing for the academia is different from the timing of the market. Market needs things very quickly, when academia needs to do peer review that might take 2 years. After this publish scientific article has been published. And so you need to do the policies based on evidence, and obviously we're talking about scientific evidence. You can't be falling too behind the necessities of the market, because this gap can complicate any possibility of implementation. And here I'm just going to skip a little bit and give a little historical context. Some of the graphs that I'm going to show next are kind of an attempt of diagnosis, of course, based on some of the material that was created by the Ministry of Science and Technology that brings very strong evidence and clear evidence, at least to me, and I'll put it up for debate right after, but these are evidence that make a little clearer what Brazil is lacking when it comes to science, technology, and innovation. In what moment of the cycle and where are we losing ourselves in the cycle? When you see the cost, the expenses with science and technology in relation to the GDP, I put Brazil over here, and you can see Chile and Colombia as well. You can see Brazil amongst its peers, it seems to be doing well. But when you compare, for example, to Israel, that wouldn't make a lot of sense to compare. But for example, you see China here, it has a growing trajectory. United States up there, Japan as well. So you see Brazil is very distant to those countries. This is in proportion to the GDP. And when you map this out, it also corroborates those theory of growth that we talked about previously. And you think about the GDP per capita, it seems to have a correlation between the elevated GDP per capita and where, in a certain way, there's an investment in science, research, and innovation. And the issue here, focusing on Brazil, so the international perspective, and compared to our peers, Brazil is lagging a little bit behind, especially when comparing to other countries. But where are we losing ourselves? So the trajectory of investment is here in billions in science and technology, and at the end of 2020, it's around 100 billions a year, and especially, I separated this in many points, but the blue one is science and technology. And if you think about where this expense is coming from, it's kind of half public and private sectors. The necessity of PP research and development in some companies that have some specific demands in regards to the demands of the market. And when you take a look internally, it's always different. So you have a regional difference when you take a look at the countries, but when you focus within Brazil and see how states are spending their money and investment in science, technology, and innovation, you can observe that the Southeast concentrates most of the investment in science technology. You can say, well, because it's richer, it has the greatest GDP, and then you can take a look at the graph. You can show that, of course, São Paulo, as mentioned by Professor Sintra, was one of the pioneers in investing in science technology, even before it became a more trending topic. And you can see, because São Paulo is very big and very rich. But when you look at the percentage of the amount it has, it almost invests a similar percentage as Israel does. And you can see the other countries to the north on the other side of the graph. So in Brazil, within Brazil, we have a very great difference in terms of investment done in science and technology. So I can go through this a little quicker, but why can't we see more innovation interaction between academia and the private sector? Let's think. Well, are we getting graduates of doctors? Is it the beginning of this chain that it's not functional? So doctors and masters, you can see this increasing many fields, especially engineering. And engineering usually concentrates most of the innovations and the creation of new patents. And so obviously, can be coming from this segment. So Brazil is competitive, and particularly engineering here in moments of crisis, and you have many people and workers, qualified workers moving away. Any basic idea for science and technology is what we have in our human minds. You can find this throughout many labs. You can find Brazilians working on products and creating knowledge. So that Probably it's not a lack of human resources, very specialized human resources in order to develop this science and technology and turn that into innovation. You can see in index magnets, you have a 2% participation of Brazilians in scientific publications, which is a very good first step. When you take a look at this here, if you generate a research and someone might become interested because that's solving a problem, there's a necessity not only the academia, but a practical necessity of the private sector. Okay, let's create a product based on this scientific research. Look at the patent, for example, with the database that we got from the INPE. So the patent per residence, it's still the same, but we had a growth in the number of doctors and postdoctors and masters in academia. And you see patents that were registered in Brazil of known residents, you can see a very high growth in this section. And perspective when compared to other countries, it seems that we are losing in the transition where you generate some knowledge in science and technology, and we fail in turning this into innovation, creating something concrete for the private sector, maybe in society as a whole, that is tangible. And when talking about industry and the people, when you look at the distribution comparing to other countries, you see, for example, the United States and China, who are very far ahead and in a trajectory that sooner or later China will cross and overcome the United States. When I'm talking about research and development, when you try to understand the balance between the GDP and what's expanded, as you can see also South Korea is also becoming very important in this field. What is also interesting, and I'd like to put up for debate after this, is that the synergy between the public and private sector when it comes to science and technology might be much stronger in other countries that do well in this area when compared to Brazil. Here, you can see the percentage of expenses of companies in science and technology in countries such as Japan, United States, South Korea, and China. This is over 60%. When you go to Brazil, this is kind of half-half, meaning that in practice, it's even a little bit more because the government also participates in this. When you look at the training and the number of researchers working research and development, you can see that really rise over there. But where are these Brazilian researchers working? In Brazil, these researchers aren't leaving the high-level education. They just graduates. They graduate and come back to academia, and usually the problems that they deal with in academia, the world doesn't understand them as priorities. But for example, when you take a look at China, the people who work with research and development, they are working in the private sector and not in the high-level education. This doesn't explain everything, as I said. I'd like to, at least for you to understand one part of the story. And when you look at the demands for patents, you can see China with a growing trajectory. And when we think about magnitude, even though it has increased a little bit in Brazil, in absolute terms, it's still a very low value when compared to other countries. And just to summarize, I like to leave 6 recommendations for one side and 6 for the other side in this sense. How can we propel science and technology in Brazil? I put up 6 items here, so collaboration between academia, government, and private sector, investments in infrastructure for innovation, fostering innovation, applying innovation, transferring technology, evaluating, and sustainable innovation. Some, as like other researchers have already argued, that can be much more impactful when it comes to economic development.
Another 6 recommendations, not only to foster science, technology, and innovation, instead to evaluate it more adequately in Brazil. One thing is to suggest policies, and another thing is to evaluate it, right? So improving metrics of evaluation, which is a bottleneck. It's much easier to measure the effect in employment, but health, you don't know how to, for science and technology, you don't know how to do that. Strengthening the governance, long-term policies to generate continuity in the policies that are already in place, to improve communication and public engagement. A lot of the times, population does not get engaged into something that should be priority, and then incentivizing pilot projects and experimentation. We do a lot of that in companies, and we don't do that enough in academia. Like the startups are doing, for example, a lot of the times, learning from your mistakes in a small scale before you implement a high-scale project. Thank you very much for your attention. That's what I had to say.
Obrigado, Valdemar.
Thank you, Valdemar.
Eu queria, antes de mais nada, dizer que
For
essas quatro
anything else, I would say
apresentações
that these four
nos
presentations
deram uma visão
have given
muito
us
abrangente
a very
do problema
broad
da
view
inovação,
of the
problema da
problem
ciência, tecnologia
of
e
science,
inovação no
technology,
Brasil.
and innovation in Brazil.
E o que nós estamos discutindo
And what we
aqui
are discussing here
é o que o governo
is
pode fazer
what the
para
government can do
realizar essas metas e conseguir
to reach these
construir
goals and to be
este
able to build
ecossistema
this
virtuoso
virtuous
estamos aqui
ecosystem
avaliando desde
that we are
ontem.
here evaluated.
As
We've been here since
experiências
yesterday doing
todas
so.
descritas foram
All of the
extremamente
described
interessantes.
experiences were extremely
E
interesting.
uma coisa que me
And
deixa
one thing that
absolutamente sem resposta
leaves me speechless
é como é que um país
is
como o Brasil,
how does a country like
que
Brazil,
tem institutos
which
de
has
pesquisa
research
para todas as
institutes
áreas,
in
em
all
todos os
areas,
setores,
in
e
all
alguns
sectors, and
deles
some of them
seculares.
are 100 years old or more.
Nós temos institutos de
We
pesquisa
have
em todos os estados.
research
Nós
institutes
temos
in
os
every state.
chamados ICTs.
We have the
E eu,
ICTs,
enquanto
which are
estava
the
na FINEP,
Science
fiz
Technology Institutes.
levantamento
When I was
disso.
in FINEP,
São
I
centenas,
counted them up. This
alguns
is
ligados
hundreds
a
of them,
universidades, outros
some of them
autônomos,
with
outros
connections
com a
to university,
característica
other
de
autonomous,
organizações
others
sociais.
have
Mas
social
a
organization
riqueza
characteristics. But
institucional que o
the
Brasil tem
institutional riches
na
that
área
are
de
abundant in Brazil
ciência e
in
tecnologia
science and
é ímpar.
technology is
Nós nos igualamos a países de
unique.
renda média superior.
We
Nós
are
estamos
equal to
milhas, quilômetros à frente de
miles
países
ahead of
com níveis de
countries
renda
like
per capita
with
semelhantes ao nosso.
similar income per capita
Nós temos
levels
uma
as ours.
estrutura educacional
We have
e que foi
an
descrita
educational
hoje de manhã
structure
aqui
that was
como
described here
geradora de uma
as
diáspora.
a generator of diaspora.
Não há instituto de pesquisa
There is
no
no
mundo
research institute
que
in the
qualquer
world
dos senhores
that
visitem
you go through,
que não
visit,
tenham pesquisadores
where there aren't
importantes, inclusive
very
em
important
cargos de
researchers,
direção,
including in leadership
trabalhando
positions, working on it coming from
não há
Brazil.
hospital no mundo
There's
que
no
não tenha
hospital in the
médicos
world
renomados
that does not have
brasileiros.
Brazilian renowned doctors.
Visitei a Saab, que está
I
fazendo
visited
aquele
Saab,
projeto
that's
do
doing that
avião a
project
jato
of the
conjuntamente com o Brasil.
jets
São mais de
alongside Brazil.
100
This is
engenheiros
over
brasileiros
100
trabalhando
Brazilian
lá.
engineers are working on this
Uma
project.
capacitação fantástica.
A incredible capacity
Então nós temos
consortium.
instituições,
So we have
nós temos um meio
institutions,
acadêmico
we have
invejável,
an
somos
enviable
foi
academia.
mencionado.
As it was mentioned, we
Antigamente
are
era 14º, agora
the
estamos no
14th, and now we are the
11º,
11th or 10th
colocação em termos de produção
ranking
científica
in terms
de
of
boa
scientific production,
qualidade,
good quality
de
scientific
boa
production.
qualidade, não é meramente
It's not
publicação,
merely
com
just to publish
citações
things
de
with
sustentação desse trabalho.
important quotes
Temos
of each paper,
uma
and
proliferação de institutos
we have a
altamente
proliferation of highly capable
nesse painel,
institutions.
desde ontem,
Here in this panel,
conhecemos
since yesterday,
vários
we've
deles.
seen
No
several of them,
entanto,
but still,
tudo que é produzido no Brasil
everything that is
não
produced in
é
Brazil
transformado em
isn't
inovação.
transformed
Este é
into
o grande
innovation.
paradoxo
That is the
mencionado
greatest
pelo Valdemar.
paradox that Valdemar
É a
brought to us.
dúvida.
What is
O
the
que
doubt?
precisa o governo fazer?
What
É
does the
ação
government need
de
to do?
governo
Is
ou
it a
é uma
government
ação
program or is it
social como
a
todo?
social
Agora você
program as a
mencionou
whole?
também o prêmio
Now, you
Nobel,
also
a Sema
mentioned
Blue Robinson e o
Sema Blue,
Johnson, né, que falam
Robinson, and
muito em
Johnson that talk
instituições
about institutions,
inclusivas, etc.
inclusive institutions,
Mas
etc., right?
instituições,
But institutions
elas não significam apenas
don't
instituições
necessarily mean
formais.
formal
Eles
institutions,
classificam
right?
como
They classify
instituições
institutions
os
as
costumes de um povo, que às vezes são instituições
peoples like
não
with traditional
formatadas
knowledge. These are non-formatted
legalmente, mas
institutions,
que
legally at least,
regem uma
but that
sociedade. O Japão
are
é
sort of
caso
controlling a
típico
society. Japan is a typical case of
dessa categoria de instituição.
of this type of
Será que são
institution.
as nossas instituições
Is it really our
que precisam
institutions
ser
that
melhor
really need to
ajustadas
be better
para
adjusted
que todo esse
to
material, toda essa
so that
matéria-prima, todos
this
esses insumos
resources, the prime materials that we have, and we can generate and export, can be used internally here. CAPES is creating a program to bring resources to Brazil, but you can see that here they have the economic variable. We can be today in equal conditions. For example, São Paulo, what percentage of science, technology, innovation of the GDP? Similar to Korea, but it's 4% of the São Paulo GDP. It's not Korea GDP. So when we relativize the percentage of expenditures, we're measuring the effort only. We're not measuring the production because it requires real concrete volumes of financial resources. So I think that the greatest problem, and this is a question that I wanted to ask each and every one of you, a reflection that I wanted to leave you with, why do these paradoxes still exist in Brazil? Basically, two, why do Brazilian institutions not transform their generated knowledge into innovation? And then secondly, why don't Brazilian companies invest into innovation? This is not a role of universities. Many people think it is. Universities is to generate basic knowledge, right? In the United States, only 6% of the technological research is done at universities, even though they think that this is a higher level. No, it's not. 90% is done by the private sector in the United States. Here in Brazil, it's not. Here in Brazil, everything is concentrated in the public sector. This is an institutional characteristic that we need to put into question to see if it's possible to change or not. And I'm going to leave you with a provocation. I know that many of you are researchers. Our university system is public. There's a public professor, university professor is a public servant. Does the university research adjust to the rigidity of the public servant statutes as they are in Brazil, not in other countries, right? In Brazil, as they are in Brazil. I was a subsecretary of Science and Technology in São Paulo, and I saw ITAL, which is the Food Technology Institute in Campinas. It's completely destroyed because of the difficulties, the operational difficulties, because of the employees that don't feel stimulated to generate technology because they are public servants, with even restrictions to the rewards, receiving the rewards of the work that they do. This seems to be changing recently. There is a new framework of science and technology that's changing that. But I'd like to mention a last case here, a visit that I went to Ben Gurion University in Israel, in the Negev Desert, a very remote region away from the powerful economic center of the country, close to a war zone. And they have a model of participation between university and the generation of knowledge in companies that was systematized in the TTOs, Transfer Technology Offices. This is a very interesting model because there is no engagement of the professors at university to do research, except the ones that they choose to do. There is none. No. Wow, there has to be integration, something focus. No. At university, not. At university is the interest and the talents of each professor that should guide their research. It's an obligation of the state to finance, to get the funding for this. Some of them become books and school texts, others become brilliant innovations. And they are discovered 10, 15 years later.
A Universidade de
Right?
Ben-Gurion tem
The Ben
Technology
Gurion University
Transfer
has a
Office, que é uma
technology
empresa
transfer
privada
office, which is
que
a private
reúne
company that brings
investidores,
together
anjos,
investors,
investidores em
you know,
startups,
startup
que
investors,
reúne,
venture
enfim,
capital owners,
pessoas comuns, tem
people
fundos sendo vendidos
that
na
there
Bolsa
are
de
funds
Valores,
that are being
mas
sold
50%
in
do
the stock
capital
market, but 50%
desta
of the
empresa
capital from this
pertence à
company
universidade.
belongs to the
Então, o que é que
university.
esse grupo faz?
So what does this
Eles
group do?
passam o ano
They spend all
visitando
year
os
long
professores
visiting
todos da universidade. O que
all
você
of the
está fazendo?
professors and asking them, what are you doing? Please
É
explain
bom,
to me.
legal, tal.
Wow, nice,
E
that's
vão
cool.
identificando
And then they identify
pontos de interesse que
interest
possam
points
ter
that
interesse
might
comercial.
have a commercial
A partir
application.
disso,
From that
eles,
point,
essa TTO,
this TTO
assume
takes
todo o trabalho
over
de
all
desenvolvimento
of the
dessa
development
tecnologia,
costs of this
desse
technology or
conhecimento
this
científico e
knowledge,
tecnologia,
scientific
e
knowledge into
posteriormente em
technology that
inovação.
will become
E
later
os
innovation.
lucros são
And the profits
divididos
are
pela
shared
universidade
with
e, em grande
universities,
parte,
with the university, and
25% para o
25%
pesquisador
go
que
to
muitas
the
vezes
researcher,
descobre
with a lot
o
of which a lot
valor
of the
daquilo que
times
ele fez 30 anos
discovers
depois, nem imaginava que
the
aquilo fosse
value of
uma
what they were
revolução.
doing like 30 years later. They didn't
Veja, eu
imagine
acho
that they were
que
going to create
essas
something like that.
questões
So I think that these
institucionais são
institutional aspects
fundamentais.
are
Eu
very,
vejo o
very
trabalho, por
important.
exemplo, do
I see the
CGE,
work
vejo o
of
trabalho que
CGE,
todos estão fazendo
of
aí de
all of you
identificação de
that are
modelos
identifying
a serem
models
copiados pelo
to be
Brasil, a
copied
serem
by
copiados
Brazil,
por
to
outros
be
países,
copied by other countries as
mas
well.
até que ponto eles
But to
de
what
fato se
point
ajustam
do they really
às nossas
adjust
características
to our
específicas, né?
specific
Nós somos
characteristics?
capazes
Because
disso,
we
temos
are capable of
características.
this. We
O
have
Embrapi
characteristics.
é
Embrapi
exemplo,
is a,
na minha avaliação,
at least in my performance, is a
brasileiro e de
typically Brazilian
grande
example
interesse. Eu não
that
conheço
is
nada
very, very
semelhante no
interesting. I
mundo,
know nothing
criado
similar
aqui
in
para
the
as
world. It was
características
created here for
que
the
esse é o
Brazilian
caminho que nós precisamos
scenario.
pegar,
And I think
sem
that's the
necessariamente,
path that we need to
logicamente, toda a
traverse.
informação que
Obviously,
temos no exterior
all the
é
information that we have
fundamental,
abroad is very
devem ser
important.
insumos para uma
They should
fase
be
decisória,
Ins
mas não
resources
devem
used in decisions,
absolutamente
but they
reger
should
de
not
alto a baixo um plano de
top-down
desenvolvimento
manage
de
the
ciência e
development plan
tecnologia
of
e
science and
inovação.
technology and innovation in
Então, esse
Brazil.
é o desafio e a
That
provocação
is
que eu
the
quero
challenge
fazer
and
aqui
the
aos
provocation
quatro
that I want to
debatedores.
ask the four
Qual é o
debaters to
papel do
discuss.
setor público?
What is the
E
role
por
of
que
the
que o
public
setor
sector
público,
and why,
desculpem
I apologize
a
for
minha
saying this,
franqueza,
but
está
why
falhando
is the
miseravelmente
public
na
sector failing
transformação
so
do
miserably in the transformation
conhecimento na inovação? Estou falando de
of
inovação. Estou falando de
to the transformation of
conhecimento, estou falando de
knowledge
pesquisa
into
pura, estou
innovation? I'm
falando
not
de
talking about research,
inovação.
I'm talking about innovation specifically.
Miseravelmente fracassou.
They're
Por
failing
quê?
miserably.
O que é que
Why?
precisa ser alterado?
What needs
Quais
to
são as
change?
variáveis que precisam ser analisadas para que isso ocorra?
What are the
Levando em
variables that need to be
consideração
analyzed,
todos esses insumos e todo esse
taking
trabalho
into consideration
muito
all the
bem
work and
mapeado
all of
aqui,
the
Gorete,
resources,
nesse seminário
all
desse ano.
perfectly mapped,
Como
Gorete,
transformar
here in
isso?
this seminar? How do you
Isso é
transform
papel
this?
de governo, isso
This
não
is
é
a
papel de
government
empresa
project. It's
privada.
not for private companies.
A inovação, ela
Innovation
depende do ambiente
depends
dentro
on
do
the
qual ela
environment
funciona. Se a
where it
empresa
works.
funciona num
If the
ambiente
company works in
propício,
an
ela vai
environment that
saber
fosters it,
fazer uso do
they
conhecimento e
will
transformar
use the
isso
knowledge
em
and
inovação.
transform
A
it
empresa
into
não
innovation.
precisa
The
de
company
apoio do
doesn't
governo para
need
saber ganhar
support
dinheiro,
from the
mas
government to
precisa do
make
apoio
money.
do governo
They need the
para ter um
support of the
ambiente no
government
qual
to
a
have an
tributação
environment
seja
where the
favorável,
taxing is
o
favorable,
registro de patentes seja
where the
favorável,
patent
a
registration is
burocracia seja
possible, the
favorável.
bureaucracy helps.
Eu, quando estava na FINEP, que foi o último exemplo que eu
And
quero
when I
dar,
was at FINEP, and it's the last example I want to give to you, we used to approve projects, innovation projects and all that.
o critério
And
fundamental
the fundamental criteria for giving credit and might get reimbursed and all that, it wasn't the end project, the end product that they wished for, but the inputs and supplies the company said they needed to do this process and the methods through which they would arrive at their end point. So the valuation, how we valued this project was done through the value of these supplies. So we tried to understand if that was correct, if the correct tools were bought, if the other tools were correct, if everything was correct, the project was approved, the budgets were approved, even if the system with some experience, even if it had failed 100%, because it did all the correct steps and procedures, but it didn't get to the endpoint. And that's what we should do. We should start giving credit in talking about the roles and are being done, not the bureaucratic process, if I think it's correct, if I think it isn't correct. Because sometimes the middle of the process, if I want to change the technology of my process, because the budget was done in function of that other technology. Those of you that work in public sector, you might probably go through this day to day, and we have to question our public sector. And I think this is our role here and our goal on this table, and I'd like to hear the opinion of all of you, not without before congratulating the efforts of all of you here, which was very incredible. But I think we need to take one more step, which is the institutional, cultural, and educational step to adapt our society to this digital context that we're missing on. And we're losing on this race. It's not like building a tunnel, stop a year, and then when I come back a year later, I'll just continue building this tunnel. No, it's a race where the last part, if I stop, I just get further away from the end point, and then it just keeps going further and further away, and I'll never recover this lost time. And I'd like to start with Caetano, and then we will give everyone else the chance to speak. Thank you, Marcos. It's a group of answers that are not so easy to answer. But when we had our meeting to articulate this table, I suggested to you that I should present my own study about the program, the program Innova. And I make a reflection on that because I agree completely with you that in the last 20 years, since the last national strategy for science and technology, our results have been very limited. When we look at the investment that was made by the public sector, in fact, it increased a lot, not in percentage of GDP, but in absolute values amount, it has increased. And what did we get to? And this reflects on our tradition here in Brazil, which is to focus on the side of the investment, the financial side, what we call the supply push, thinking that this will generate an innovation. It's almost a linear idea of the process that you invest in the basic science and that this knowledge will be transferred to an applied research, and then this one day will become an innovation in the market. And we know this is not how it happens, be it in Europe or in Brazil. The investment by itself on the generation of knowledge will not translate to innovation. If you take a look then, not to our supplies and the process of innovation, but the outcomes and results of this process, we'll see there's a difference from comparing what we invest and what we get from that. And we ask, what is happening? I think we are lacking in how we mobilize institutions. I think we have an innovation national system that's very complete when we think about the types of institutions and the types of legislation and instruments we have. I think we are lacking something that gives coherence and consistency to this group of capabilities that we have. So we need to mobilize this capacitation capacity that we have. So this is why we started the Innova program, and it was a program from FINEP and BNDES that started with a program to develop second generation ethanol. And which is the name of the country, we're supposed to give support to the alcohol industry to develop second generation ethanol. And this was very successful, and then we started to think of other lines of support, such as Innova Petro for oil and gas, Innova Saúde and Farmacos, Innova for equipment, We did this in many fields. If you look at the results, they were very different when comparing to the whole country. And we took a look at two specific countries, which was the country, País, and Nova Petra. The País was the most successful one. It reached all its goals in implementing second-generation ethanol plants. It repositioned Brazil, making Brazil the fourth largest country with established capacity, and there was a mobilization of resources from BNDES and FINEP, almost 3 times the budgeted amount. Very high interest in the private sector, and the same didn't happen with Nova Petra. The first one, the amount was invested was around billions, but we just invested millions when compared to what was predicted, and there was no results to be reported when it comes to technology. And we asked why. We took a look at 6 different dimensions of our systems for innovation. So the ability to mobilize the administrative capacity for you to translate the legitimacy of a well-designed program and diagnose, the capacity of legal framework, not only financing and other instruments as well. And on the other side, for thinking about civil society, not on the axis of the state, when you say that research is mostly private sector, the capacity of science and technology, productive capacity, and the capacity for demand. And we also look at capacitation. So when we say capacity, we talk about the stock of resources and then the ability to use these resources for a specific goal. We took a look at these 2 concepts and how they differentiated. And if we try to summarize here to not go for too long, how we mobilize the instruments, especially the demand instruments, it doesn't help if you do a very well-designed plan that involves a lot of the teams and institutions. If you don't marry that with the demand instrument that will guarantee that the market will buy this product in the end. So this can translate to many different things, even multinational companies that will not risk their money and compromise an investment if there isn't a market guarantee until the fact, for example, for you when you're trying to get a return on this investment for the market, that has to be guaranteed. But if you try to marry this, trying to decrease the risk for an investment, and from the point of view of the demand, if you try to decrease that risk, it's one of the ways to translate this knowledge into innovation. So decreasing this risk. Even when we talk about País, even if having a market for ethanol and a legislation that talks about mixture of gas and ethanol, that guarantee that if I got to a productive plant of second-generation ethanol, instead of fermenting the sugar, you would have a market for this type of solution. If you take a look at the most successful countries, for example, the United States, the greatest instrument, if you see the graph, the division between private and public sector, it hides more than it reveals. Because the greatest instrument used by the United States are the public demands from all the sectors of the government. So my proposition for the new cycle of national science and technology plans for us to stop doing more of the same, even if the same has yielded some results, but trying to think about the instruments on the side of the demand. And I hope we try to inspire us. And yesterday we talked a lot about the health and Fiocruz. It's another sector, if you take a look at our experience, that was very successful. Didn't end with our deficit in the budget, but it allowed for us to have vaccines and COVID and have our own solutions for an health emergency. So this is another proposition. Let's take a look at our experience in Petrobras, Embrapa, and the health sector, Fiocruz as well. And let's think about the lessons we can take from that and the evidences we gather from this successful experiences and how we can replicate that in the National Science and Technology Plan. Angela.
Very much to hear your opinion.
Thanks a lot. Well, I apologize in advance, but I would really need to leave, so I'll be brief and short here. In Europe, it's very late. So, well, what you're asking is a question that I must say many countries ask themselves. The challenges you mentioned are very much common to other contexts. I must say I'm not very familiar with the Brazilian context, but as I said, I recognized some of the issues and the challenges that other countries, including in Europe, are facing. What I can say is that, well, the indicators that you mentioned are not, should not at least taken separately. The scientific production, for example, that you mentioned should be taken into account, should be analyzed together with other indicators. Even the most common indicators of, for example, the Global Innovation Index, is something that we should use just to benchmark the performance with other countries, but it's not what can tell us everything about the health of the innovation ecosystem of a country, or the ability to transform that scientific performance into innovation. Another point that I would like to make is that I'm sure this is also the case for Brazil. Not all the innovation is probably captured from the most common indicators. There is for sure, let's say, informal activities that happen that are more related to social innovation, for example. That are not coming directly from the scientific production. This is something that surely helps in the strengthening and the robustness of the innovation ecosystem of the country. Then, well, there are many aspects that should be investigated to understand better the reasons why the private sector doesn't invest in innovation. There might be a number of reasons for that. For sure, the collaborations between private sector and academia should be further analyzed. The investments, the support of the government, of the public sector, and so on and so forth. So I would say that the holistic approach that I was mentioning before is very important in this sense. When reviewing the STI system, when reviewing the STI policy themselves, the type of approach should be very much looking at the systemic performance, the systemic capacity to perform for science, technology, innovation, but also, as I was mentioning before, in relation to a certain vision of the country that you want to have, in relation, of course, to sustainability challenges. So I apologize again. I will stop here. I am happy to answer any other question via email or in the next occasion. Thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Ok, eu vejo muito isso como
I see this a lot as a lack of orchestration and strategy, because I'm well aligned and you've signaled here already. Why is there a lack of strategy and orchestration here? Think about soccer team, the best players, the best field for them to train. In our case, we have in Brazil brilliant researchers. We have resources. When compared to other countries, we are at an advantage here when it comes to resources. This orchestration isn't being realized in a strategic manner, because where do we want to get to as a country? And anyone say, what's the strategic vision of Brazil?
Does anybody know the strategic vision of Brazil, which ends up making us having another communication problem, which was already mentioned here?
E também a questão da cultura.
and also culture. You know, in summary, there's three aspects: lack of a strategic orchestration, communication, and culture.
Falhamos muito em termos aí de cultura, integração.
We fail in terms of integration, culture, integration between companies, governments, and government. For me, this is something that I cannot dissociate, because if you look, whether it's a major company, small or medium, most people have a college degree.
A partir do momento que está na empresa,
from the point that gets into the company, how do you dissociate that academia is one world, industry is another, and the government's a completely different thing? How do you solve this? Create strategic articulation looking at the future. Where do we want to get as a country? What is the relevance?
Então, eu vejo assim, uma saída somente aí por meio de
so the only way that I see is this strategic orchestration, and for this to start being shared as a culture, we have to take the first step, right? Because otherwise it's just going to be isolated actions, beautiful, nice projects, but we're going to continue servicing bureaucracies. All right, great, fantastic, but you know, we're losing competitiveness. But in your vision, would the path forward be a concentration of these several entities having under a single management, or the spread so that natural creativity could generate a power that is similar to innovation? An alternative to this, a hybrid model. A part would be each in their expertise, but for some specific topics, we could create some kind of consortiums. We don't have people to run that. Ministry of Science and Technology doesn't run it. It runs some entities and some specific ICTs. The Education Ministry also commands another, the Army and the Navy another. So there's a lot of decentralization, including in decisions. Should the decision process focus on the national interest, if you can even identify that, if we even know that, or on the contrary, are we going in more organically development, spontaneous growth in each of the ends of the systems to see what happens? It's the model of let life take me wherever, right? Follow the flow. Difficult to talk off with my colleagues. I think my colleagues covered pretty much everything, right? And I think that this orchestration that was mentioned by Marcelo is very important. There is a fragmentation, a long process that requires a lot of stages and a lot of agents. And if there isn't anybody, at least to minimally coordinate aligned incentives so that everything works, it's going to be hard in the macro aspect.
Apenas repetir o que os meus colegas falaram,
to avoid repeating what my colleagues mentioned, let me talk about the micro aspect, about the university, the public sector, and the local incentives, if they are indeed in line with the objective of creating products from science, technology, and innovation. Let me bring two anecdotes that I saw. I talked to some people about this. One was when I was in the United States. I saw some people finishing the doctorates, the PhD, going to the job market, listening to Amazon, Uber, and so many companies with their own research departments, the graphs with people that work with research in the working, which is different from fostering investments. A company hiring researchers to generate knowledge instead of waiting for researchers to do this. So bring me solutions. These are the problems. So the questions are already given. There are Susanna Natteri, who is a phenom in the use of AI in intersection with economy was hired by Microsoft to create a research department from scratch. So researching within companies, we see some initiatives. FAPESP has PhD entrepreneurs in a practice that we have to align, but to scale it up is something that needs to be discussed, if it should be done in bigger scales or smaller scales. So companies moving ahead instead of waiting for a couple of years. No, take care of this problem in a month, use your methods. It doesn't need to be the final solution, but at least can you generate some knowledge with the data that we have available? Several major companies are seeing this, and I've seen companies, people not going to academia after studying abroad to work in Visa, Mastercard, Uber, Amazon, people that I met 5 years ago that were fanatic by the academic sector. Another example that happened with me recently, last year, I wrote an article which was the hot topic about ChatGPT and these LLMs, right? Is it biased? Yes, it is. Is it not? I put another text, there was another one. And this is an interesting research topic. So I did practical research on this. There isn't a lot of academic intelligence. Let's ask, is it biased or not? I know statistics, I know causal references, and I created a protocol about, I don't know how to explain the reason behind the bias, but how can I measure statistically to see if it's biased in this direction? I put an input and I get an output. So it does a bootstrap, it asks in a specific way, it correlates, and then it says, yes, it's biased. Specifically, I calculated for political biases, but it could be race, gender, or any other dimensions. And I detected, yes, it has a political bias in this magnitude and in this direction. And then, before we published the article, we put it online, like you put it in the repositories. In less than a month, the company behind the tool got in contact with me, asking me to test, do other tests in other dimensions, the tests in competitors and competitors, a company for a non-published article. So they were paying attention to that. And then we saw other people in academia saying, oh, we didn't have to do, the company was hiring consultancy. And where I want to get to this is that with less than 1 month in the University of England, in less than 2 months, he was able to create a consulting contact so that he could perform that services, which in Brazil, in a federal university, I would say that they wouldn't be able to. And the places where he would, I would say that it would take years to create a formal contract in order to provide that service. When the article was published, revised by peers, he had already finished his consulting job. So just so you can see how there is a lot of, the orchestration is not there. And to really generate this fluidity from academia to the private sector, because the private sector wants the solutions. They have problems, and if you can answer them smartly, I think that motivated by the needs of the markets, they're going to want that for even for survival. So that's what I would have to say, and I hope I added to what my colleagues discussed brilliantly about everything else as a response to Professor. Thank you. I think that we have time for some questions. Yes, we have there. Could you give the microphone, please?
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. I'm André Cherubini. I'm a researcher at the FGV EISP Center, and I was particularly provoked during this session, especially because of what Professor Marcos Sintra mentioned, the paradox of innovation that we have in Brazil, and this relationship with institutions. These are two key words that, coincidentally, I'm working on a research project for our center here. I think I have partially the answer of why innovation doesn't take place here. There is a World Bank book called The Paradox of Innovation, which deals specifically about the problem that some countries have, especially emerging countries, to explain why the ROI in R&D is negative in many cases, which is the case in Brazil. And one of the hypotheses that they bring up and demonstrate with several econometric models, and I think it's deeply correlated to our characteristic as a country, is that innovation, in order to take place, needs the company, needs the firm. So there's no point really in researching about technology, the state of the art, or whatever, if this technological transfer doesn't happen. And why doesn't it? One of the reasons that they get to is the fact that we have very few large companies that have the top managerial capacity, but mostly small and medium enterprises that have a low managerial capacity. And this low managerial capacity makes it not specialized, makes it not try to improve. It doesn't use the best practices, and it doesn't do the catching up process, right? Specifically. Because the idea is that in developing countries, in general, to do the catching up, to catch up, should have a much quicker ROI in R&D, because they just need to learn whatever is already there, right? They need to learn how to do things that are already invented. Because of the lack of managerial capacity, not even that is reached. And I think that one of the things that could become a policy, a focus, is really to tackle the improvement of the managerial capacity for companies. For continuous improvement. These are basic concepts, but they are lacking for us. So that was my 2 cents for this discussion. And I think it's very important. Congratulations to the panel. Let's hear the comments to this provocation and the suggestion that you made. I would like to comment something. I think that this distinction that you made of why countries don't innovate is you also need to take into account the other question, which is how do they innovate? And many of the answers that I gave talk a lot about how we should innovate, we should orchestrate, look at the capacities instead of why. And one of the authors that I admire a lot explains why. They say we don't have managerial capacity, but it's how we have to improve it in order to innovate, which is Mark Taylor that studied in the Sussex University and did a study, and he says that in the countries that innovate suffer, or at least use a concept that he proposes is the creative insecurity, which is there is an external threat to the country that's more significant than the internal countries, than the internal political disagreements. So where there is a disagreement in the among internal factions, there is a perception of insecurity is higher. These countries don't innovate. So if you look at historical periods of some countries, and even the countries that are in your graphs, Israel, which is clearly suffering from this creative insecurity, they invest a lot more in R&D, they create this necessary institutions, and they also have a higher level of consensus, which is the communication that was mentioned here, a national consensus that the investment on science and technology is desirable for national security. So, in my opinion, Brazil suffers from the lack of a political census. This is why science, yesterday there was a study that showed about the public perception of climate change. The problem of climate change, which is a scientific problem, is less a problem than my daily routine problem. So my insecurity, if we can call that this is a major threat that would bring us together to invest in science technology, the perception that my science and technology doesn't matter to this doesn't matter to me has a lot to do with our national disagreements and political divergence. We don't have a focal instrument that tells us, look, we need to work together strategically to be what we want to be, because they don't even know, we don't even know what we want to be. I really like this theory. I don't know, it's based on evidence, by the way. He produces indicators and he tests these indicators econometrically. This proposal, I recommend Why Nations Innovate from Mike Taylor.
Very well. Any other comments? Just an observation. Point. We're gonna say anything.
Ah, tá. Então, só pegando ponto aí que o
Well, just picking up from where the colleague left, so the trouble we have to convince people of the necessity. Sometimes that's fundamental. When you see, can remember an example in India, there was a problem in this part of getting to know politically people. There was a question when people start launching satellites, trying to check if there was something in the moon. Many places over there were suffering with the lack of water. You know, you're going to try to look for water on the moon while a great part of the country is still not only with hunger, but also the lack of water. And why are you going to put so many public resources into that when people have much more basic problems? And there might be lack of vision, because strategies that was proposed at that time, it helped to find people to find water in more strategic places, maybe to dig up some wells in India. There's a lack, a failure of communication many times. The population, even being well communicated, they'll say science technology, no one's going to be against that. But when you give them a menu of science technology, or maybe you have to pick employment or education and hunger or climate, they start ranking this thing, and then science technology goes lower on the list. And the resources are limited, and that's why we have economic sciences. And with this limited resources, all this discussion about science and technology will end up not having a lot of meaning. So in practice, people don't feel the science technology on the routine. They don't feel like there is a lack of that because they're going through more basic needs. Even if you can calculate the return on investment, you can see that many inventions, you have many situations in our lives, such as microwaves. The original idea from that didn't come out from the original goal for that. Someone made a proposal and they learned that principle and that may apply to another context. And then they end up have a return on investment on long term that was much higher than what they expected in the beginning. So that's all my 2 cents. And I'm going to give the floor to my colleague here. Just to complement, that example I showed, okay, so working. The example that I showed in Singapore about smart nation for 2030, how can the government engage the society and other organizations and academia? Basically, this is connected to limited resources. And how can a country continue to be competitive when we're talking about survivability and social good? This is necessary for the survival and the social well-being. So this ends up generating engagement of all these main actors in the country. And this has already been happening for a long time. And I like to work with analogies and metaphors and other aspects. So, caveman, survivability and social good. Why did they innovate in their tools? Because they needed to survive and they needed social good. I think these observations are very important because Brazilian society, I believe, does not understand science and technology. I think the people heard about science after COVID crisis because this wasn't a very common theme. And even the big companies, and most of them do have good management and good management that allows them to propel good innovation projects, but they're not simulated to do that. I don't know if for economic reasons or for maybe the tax system or whatever it may be. But I like to bring to the debate as well, I don't know if it's already brought up in the first day, which is around financing of all the work done around science, technology, innovation. we have the budget from all the ministries that have amounts allocated to the science and technology, but the biggest source for the field of area of technology is FMDCT, which comes from the private sector. It's not a type of tax. It's their contributions for fiscal sense in that respective sectors in the sectorial groups, they contribute to this fund, and they're getting around 10, 12 billion reais a year, and the government stays with part of that and just releases 2 to 3 billion of that. So it's an improper maintenance of those resources. It shouldn't be considered as a tax, and it shouldn't go into the national treasury cash flow, but it is used in that way. So we're still lacking that perception from our own government. So the government doesn't give the field of science and technology when the prerogatives are being ranked in Congress and also in the executive branch. Science technology is just the last one on the list. Now we've lost space to the cultural sector, and even if it's lost some space already, and it's a matter of awareness, not only of the SMEs, it's also of the Brazilian elite that doesn't seem to understand well the importance and strategical relevancy of science technology. We're not working in a manufacturing society. We're in a completely different society where innovation and the digital world is demanding different tools, different visions, different participations, especially in fields that were always replicated and brought over time. They have suffered modifications as well. Does anyone else have a question? Would you like to make a comment? Gustavo, I'm a professor at AISP in the area of technology and data science. My question is, and it has already been partially answered in the previous panel, but I'll make the same question. I'll ask the same question. Amongst the countries that invest the most in science and technology, we have countries like Israel, South Korea, China, etc. These countries, it's very clear they have a participation in the defense sector in the GDP that's very enormous. So what is the percentage that Brazil dedicates to science and technology in the sector of defense when compared to these other countries? This also the issue of integration of great science technology projects, which is something that the government knows how to do. They can do this, in a great number, but in many places in the world, this causes some problems. Maybe what we need in Brazil would be this great national projects. Let's not forget that Itaipu brought technology for construction that's different, and nowadays buildings are constructed in Brazil in a very different manner because Brazilians were the first who were able to build a wall like in Itaipu of that height. So there was no computer that was able to do this sort of thing. So this type of project, which is a project where the great concentration of resources help them to move forward, they work in a small scale, and we know that's where when the government fails, when things try to have great capillarity. And second is for us to have projects for science and innovation that would generate products, we have to deal well within the universities with the word revenue, because whatever comes out from there, you have to think that it has to generate revenue. It has to be for the companies. And then my question is, the second question I have, maybe we should not create a competitive system between similar projects and giving more resources to those projects that yield the quickest results. So those are my two questions here.
Vou começar falando pouco sobre o FNDCT.
I'll talk about FNDCT and make an observation that since last year, this organ has been working the first time in history. So what scares me is going back to this contingency, that this new bill that's happening right now, talking about financial contingency. It's a bill, an amendment to the Constitution that would allow for this fund. Today it's not allowed. It does something that goes against what's foreseen in the law. This would be changed in this contingency, which is a part of the resources that don't get accounted into the public deficit, just credit. And the biggest individual source from this fund is not the sectorial funds. When you add them up, yes, but if you think individually, it's the return that FINEP has on their investment and credit. When I take a look, when I learned that we're considering this when I come back here to Brazil, and I think, it's a step back. Something else is the certainty of the return on investment of research and development, especially talking about the interest rate nowadays. When you're talking about an entrepreneur that has a revenue now, that we've got a very low return on investment now, that's around 12%. So there's a macroeconomic characteristic in Brazil to explain why entrepreneurs invest very little in research and development. The managing question, we can divide our companies in three categories: the ones that are lagging behind with routine, that are very familiar, those ones that are in the frontier of efficiency, they have improved their management, maybe it's a little more professional. There are family companies, but the new generation that study through MBAs, and those who are in the world of innovation, which are the big companies such as Petrobras and all that. And it's up to us to question why some of them innovate and others don't. And that's one of the elements. So I agree, great projects in the defense sector can overflow to other sectors as well. And we talked about how we survive many things nowadays because of projects done in the past with other purposes, and we should think about how to replicate these projects. And nowadays we have great national projects that could be emulated again. We knew how to do this in the past. So as lecture here at the beginning said that we know how to do this thing, but now we have to want to do these things. So we're lacking coordination and strategic thinking in order to do this. I forgot the last question, but I'll stop here and allow for the other ones to speak as well. I have a very brief comment to make, and my colleagues here, I see a very interesting point, but the fruits are harvested very quickly. Science is not a fast food joint. Even to make fast food is a process that takes some time. So in São Paulo, FAPESP has done a very interesting work with CPIDs, the Centers for Research, Innovation, and Dissemination. And this has integrated academia. I think you gave an example from CPID, no? Okay, sorry. They have attempted this project, CPIDs, which are long-term projects in the Brazilian context. We're thinking about 10 years, involving a few million reais, which is a significant advance when we talk about our reality. And most of the projects, they're consortiums where the academia, other government organizations, and traditional companies, that are mid-size or big-size. I don't know about the smaller companies. So the fruits and results from these projects, we still have to mature them over the next 5 years because most of them are still in their early stages. So they'll take a little while longer. You have to be very patient. Just to be very succinct. Okay, is okay, perfect. I think what his question has to do with something we discussed recently is the market logic. To what extent do the institutions that transform science into products and innovation, they follow this market logic. So you talked about competition and revenue. And when you compare Brazil to the rest of the world, this seems to be more discrepant, very different. And take the example, even Marcelo talked about taking a look at the CNPq, and something very similar, the market logic, trying to think about our priorities and rank them. When I've seen the health sector, and we have partnerships with CNPq and Ministry of Science and Technology, and we say the priorities for the health sector are these ones. And then we have public college for everyone, any researcher that wants to apply. And the public college says, okay, we need to solve this problem in the health sector. And then the researcher can do this, and they try to apply for that public calling. They'll get that sponsorship, they can get grants, they can, get investment, and they try to answer practical question. And that came from the Ministry of Health. You have follow-ups, and you have accountability every 3 months. Then try to interact with them to see if they're in the correct path. So I think we already seeing this role, trying to generate correct incentives and try to align this partnership between academia, in this case of the private sector, but the public sector and SUS that has very specific necessities and typical not of the private sector, the health sector. So that's what I like to add.
All right, thank you. Would anybody else have any other comments? The question was asked about the competition mechanism because we didn't comment on that. In the study that we did about Nova, we looked at capacities, but as well cooperation, competition, and control. And we also saw that the projects with best results were promoting competition and cooperation at the same time. Innova was not selecting projects, but it was selecting business plans, which facilitates the arrival of research to the market. Competition needs a structure of fostering and use of public purchases that sort of brings everything together, and you release some funding if some results are reached. I agree completely with this importance. All right, thank you. I think this was a very rich discussion. If we haven't found the solution, at least we've identified several of the issues, and especially we also identified some lines that need to be delved deeper into. I would like to thank Angela, and I'm not sure if we're still online. She's still online for her rich participation, showing the experience of the European Union in the formulation of strategic technology and innovation policies. Caetano, bringing the notable experience of CGE that has had an important participation in thinking science technology in Brazil. Messias in the practical concrete experiences based on evidence and the troubles that we face every day, and the economic perspective that brings everything into a broader perspective, but that also points out the need of some higher focus on public policies to foster science, technology, and innovation. As I said, science, technology, and innovation is the triple helix. This has been said over and over again, but the role of the government is becoming more and more important in this helix. The others too have a very important participation, but the role of the government, not only for funding, but especially for the creation of an institutional environment that is capable of generating interest in the development of innovation, is also fundamental. I wanted to thank our panelists. We think that the discussion was extremely positive and leaves us with very important questions to answer. The 9th Science and Technology and Innovation Symposium at the Getulio Vargas Foundation. Thank you, Marcos. I firmly believe that the first step to solve a problem is to know how to define the problem properly, and I think that this panel contributed deeply to that topic. What are the challenges that we need to solve, and what are the challenges that we need to support the development? I'd like to thank Marcus for the mediation of this panel, Caetano, Maciel, and Valdemar for their presentations. I think that Anja has already left. So thank you. And I wanted to request a round of applause for this panel. It was very fruitful. Now, to close out the day, we will have to talk a little bit more about public policies. Please, let's take a picture.
Obrigada.
Thank you.
Eu gostaria de chamar, então, para esse encerramento,